this team needs change in some form or shape.
Well, we're going to have to see if Origen can overcome the struggles.
Can you imagine just how rough that must be for a team that has always been the 7th place team? We need to see how their mental fortitude will hold up.
A team like Vitality is a team that is supposed to be in the top of the rankings.
Like all the games recently from Unicorns, it's like fight.
I've just really liked their growth and their ability to adapt to the meta.
Maybe Fnatic have higher their skill ceiling.
Sven and Mithy, probably the best bottom lane here in EU.
Kobe and Mickey are going to get to a point where they are the new Mithy and Sven.
You can't afford to lose anything. It's very, very close in the EULCS.
Double kill, triple kill, over to Freeze, and this is H2K's. He's alive, he's still! Shoot bullets, a triple kill to take out Spec!
European LCS. We're halfway through week 8 of the summer split, and teams are desperately trying to make it to the finals in Krakow or stay out of that relegation zone. As you can see, everybody's excited to be here today and excited to get inside. It is a simmering hot day outside in Berlin, and there are the Splyce boys currently in second, looking to keep that and secure a semi-final bye. There are the Giants also looking to lock in their spot in playoffs, which would be monumental for these guys. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Evie Schalke supporter. Joining me at the analyst desk tonight are Mitch Kreppel-Voorspoels and Martin the Fish Show Lunge. The adrenaline is pumping because it was a good day yesterday.
Oh, I thought it was...
Not because we totally just spilled something and we were trying to get...
No,
that didn't happen.
I don't have sweat on my forehead. Trying to like wipe everything off.
Sweat on your brow. Yesterday, super exciting day. Not a lot of ties, actually. Only 2-0s, so it means that the teams came to play and actually secured 2-0s for the first time, all of them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of teams who seem to have learned how to close out games. We didn't have as many throws as maybe we've seen in the past. They give us a lot of 1-1s here and there. There were a few, maybe like Fnatic had one in game 1. Obviously, that wasn't too great.
Rocket was trying.
They were trying, but they didn't
enough to throw it all the way.
They didn't 100% manage. I also think Splyce, by the way, the way they came back in that first game was, yes, a mistake by Fnatic, but also an outplay on the side of Splyce. Like, fantastic team fight from both Wonder and Sencooks, and then suddenly they win the fight and they're back into the game. So they deserved a 2-0.
And also interesting because some 0-2s aren't as grave as we had Vizicachi here. Said, yeah, we lost 0-2 to G2, but that is not as bad as if we would lose to a direct competitor for those spots right in the playoffs. Can you guys follow that kind of reasoning?
Yeah, everybody's just looking at each other, you know, and the relative rankings are getting super important. Those are also the stories like we need to tell right now. It no longer matters like this individual player is doing X or Y. No, it's all about, you know, where these teams end up in the race for playoffs, or if you are like Origen, in the race for not getting to relegation, so those championship points still stay valid.
Yeah, definitely, because if they end up in 7th, then they're all gone. Let's talk about the patch yesterday. Some strong performances, some strong champions. The Fish Show called it. Fiora is back. She played in 5 games. She won all of those games.
It was a good intro yesterday where we talked about Fiora and how she's going to be a very strong pick now. Also because we have a lot of carry top laners here in Europe.
Yeah, very happy for you, the Fish Show, that after your horrendous Lulu prediction.
No one heard that one anyway, but it's going to happen. Don't worry, Lulu will at some point be played in support. But another one was Sona we talked about. Very strong, obviously, in solo queue. I think in competitive play, a little bit too weak when it comes to mobility, too easy to gank it, TP on it, whatever it is specifically. It is strong in the laning phase, but it's not enough.
She's a better Sona, like, as she was before. Like, her gameplay, like, elements got buffed, but the problem is she still suffers from the same weaknesses. Another support that slightly got tweaked or kind of crept back into the meta was that Alistar. You know, saw it over in LCK a few times. Right now, it does seem that with the new build of going Ruby Stone into Talisman, you know, Talisman then 20% reduction on that activable cooldown seems to be favored by some of the more playmaking supports on these bottom tier teams. They also just want more proactivity, right? Like they want to make stuff happen, and it's easier to do that with champions like Alistar.
Yep, definitely. Let's take a look at the standings, where they stand now. The teams halfway through week 8 of the summer split. As said, G2 is still in first, and Splyce is now firmly in second and is 2 spots ahead of Fnatic, then H2K, Giants, Unicorns of Love. Schalke got a bit of a hit yesterday, and then of course Origen, Rocket, even Vitality fighting to be in playoffs and out of relegation.
And just from looking at the schedule or the standings right now, I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up being like the way the standings look after week 9 as well. The only one is kind of the Unicorns of Love, Vitality fight going on, because Schalke has been looking very bad. Lost obviously to Rocket yesterday. Giants have the easiest schedule of any team remaining as well, so you would assume they can lock in a playoff spot, and then suddenly it's Unicorns and Vitality fighting for that number 6.
Yeah, but that's if everything goes as planned. If you then look at, like, for example, how Schalke's only 3 points away from Origen. Origen only need like 1 major upset, and if Schalke can keep on tilting, perhaps, because like their mental stability doesn't seem to be all that high. You know, they lost convincingly game 1 due to some individual mistakes, and then they fell apart like a house of cards. Like that wasn't okay. There it is. Like it's on camera right now.
So
yeah, okay.
It's tilting.
They were literally tilting. 90 degrees tilt. You know, on the perfect horizontal.
I'm not jumping in. I'm just letting you dig here.
Yeah.
Anyways, Schalke's tilted. If Origen stops tilting themselves, they could actually make it to 7th. They're fine if they're 7th. The problem is if they're 8th, because then they go to relegations or a promotion tournament, and that's where they lose their championship points.
Yeah, exactly.
But they play Fnatic today, so even with subbing in Xpeke, you shouldn't be able to get even just 1 point if you're Origen.
Fnatic yesterday.
You shouldn't.
The tilting might be initiated yesterday. 0-2 loss versus Splyce for Fnatic.
On paper, Fnatic should take this one 2-0 without any problems.
Hey, on paper, Rocket was going to lose 2-0 to Schalke.
Not as bad with Schalke being underperforming now for a few weeks.
This is also where like the end of split kind of madness kicks in, and those weird or things that you didn't expect do happen. So we'll see what happens today. Let's take a look at the schedule. Of course, H2K versus Splyce will be first up in the arena. Giants will be taking on Vitality. In the studio, what match are you guys most looking forward to?
For me, it's still Origen and Fnatic that I really want to see. I had a guy reach out to me yesterday. It's like, hey, Crepo, what's your opinion on Origen? I'm like, I'm gonna be honest with you, bud. Like, not that great right now. It's like, yeah, but do you not think they'll get the playoffs buff? I'm like, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but I don't think they're gonna make playoffs at all.
Yeah.
So no playoff buff shall be had.
I agree. I don't think Origen is going to make playoffs. It would be a big surprise. Again, requires them to probably get points against Fnatic today. Another match was Vitality Giants playing over on EULCS1 as the first game. Because we talk about Giants, you know, like this is their last, like this is the toughest opponent they have left. Because then they play like Schalke after, and they play like Origen as well. So Vitality, I feel like Vitality is the toughest of those teams. And if Giants are able to like lock in a 2-0 here, they basically guarantee their playoff spot. And while Vitality will still be outside of playoffs. So I think that game is super important.
I have a couple of facts for you. Of course, we will update you guys as we go. But G2, if they get a 2-0 and Fnatic gets a 1-1 or less, that means G2 has their hands on that semifinal bye. So that's a possibility. And the top 5 can all lock playoffs today, depending on results, but not the Unicorns of Love. They still have to do some other things. And if Rocket lose 1 game, they are definitively mathematically out of playoffs. But as said, they're probably not aiming for that.
But yeah, mathematically, technically speaking, Division can still make Challenger, but like we're not waiting for that one to happen either.
Move on, please.
Moving on. For H2K versus Splyce, make sure your browser is pointed at EULCS1. For those of you guys on EULCS2, we're going to send it to the studio for a look at Giants versus Vitality. We'll catch up with you guys a little bit later. For us, though, we're going to dive into our first match of the day. Quick pause.
They're so confused. Why did she pause?
Why did she pause? I needed a breather. H2K versus Splyce. As said, H2K back on the horse. 2-0 yesterday. Jankos was a madman. What we expected from them in the beginning of the split, that didn't come out in the middle of the split. How much is this saying for their playoff hopes?
I think if they can keep playing as well as they did today, I think it says a lot about the playoff hope for H2K. They want to be able to challenge the best teams. Yesterday, honestly, they did everything correct. Had great team fights, called the right Barons, didn't manage to walk around the mid game and do absolutely nothing for 10 minutes. They were actually very proactive. Jankos was on fire. He's also very bad at drinking water.
Yeah, so that's this is actually.
Well, that's because he doesn't move his mic.
Yeah, this is high elo drinking skill. So basically, if you ever watch,
I'm gonna say low elo drinking.
No, if you watch your player and you ask yourself why they're drinking sideways, it's because you always want to have your eyes on the screen while drinking, and that only works if you go for the sideways sip. Because if
he's in the lobby,
if you it's habit. Like, he's played so much solo queue while he was drinking, because if you go for the front sip, your eyes go up and you can't watch the screen, you get ganked, you die. That's how you lose elo.
Right,
definitely go for
this is why I'm
sip.
not challenger. Because I do like this.
Right.
And
but
then you can't
they don't
communicate
know
with your team anymore.
It's much easier.
Yeah.
Much
Okay.
easier.
Everyone muted. In any case, H2K, as you said already, everything that we criticized them for looked better yesterday. Of course, that doesn't mean that they'll do everything perfect again today, but they did things in the mid-game. Ryu had great games. Vander also said, well, we practiced really, really hard for these weeks because the previous weeks hadn't been great. So should be a good matchup versus Splyce.
Yeah, I always wonder how that goes when teams are like, no, this week.
This week.
We
Now
practiced
we
hard,
practice.
implying we never did that before. But yes, I think this matchup is a lot better than what it could have been coming into the week. I'm really glad H2K performed well. Splyce continued that upward trend. So this technically is a new battle for potentially like second place almost. You know, if H2K here surprised Splyce with a 2-0, Fnatic could suddenly be kind of a fourth place team and the ranking shift all over again. So very fascinating match today. Hoping for at least a 2-0 on either side. I don't want to tie here.
No, we never want to see like tie between these teams. But another thing about Splyce, that really stands out to me is how a lot of people still talk about them as a team without like superstars. And while I agree there's not like one standout guy specifically, I think actually it's a team now with multiple people who are top 3 in their position in Europe right now in this split. Name we can bot lane as an example. It's the second best bot lane we have behind G2's bot lane.
Get their actual names out, you know.
Copy and Mickey, you know. Copy and Mickey are the best or second best bot lane we have in Europe. I think Wonder has been a top 3 top laner as well in Europe. I'm not saying that he's like way better than everyone else, but I think he's been very, very solid and no one has really been able to challenge him. Also think like Trashy and Senkooks, they're performing, basically they're doing what they have to do in the early game. And then once we get into team fights, especially Senkooks, he's taking over a lot of these games. Like on Castellan, he's fantastic in late game fights. So
you had that fight with 6,000 damage.
It was crazy.
Like
he won that fight alone.
20 minutes, you know, on a Castellan. We talked to them earlier, and it's like, yeah, that was a bit of a 2v5 fight. Yes, Fnatic misplayed it, but they still used that opportunity and they seized it.
Quick predictions then. Splyce or H2K?
I'm going to say 2-0 Splyce.
Yeah, like saying 1-1 is lame, so 2-0 Splyce.
Okay, 2-0 Splyce. It's from our analysts. We're going to find out right now. The teams are readying up for picks and bans, so let's say hello to our casters.
Hello, Sharks, and welcome everyone to the EULCS Arena. I'm Richard Polscam, and I'm with Andrew Vedius on the desk here to bring you H2K versus Splyce. Very strong words actually coming from the analysts saying 2-0
2-0, that's what they're looking for. We were discussing earlier on that we expect this one to be one of the closest series of the day, possibly the one that could go 1-1, whereas every other, I do believe, could be a convincing 2-0. But we'll have to see if H2K can get the same performance that they had yesterday.
Indeed, we'll get more into that in a minute, but before we get into it, let's take a look at the roster. So loading into the blue side of the Rift in Game 1, we have H2K, meaning top lane will be Odawame, jungle Yankos, mid lane Ryu, ADC Freeze, support Vander, and of course their coach Prolly.
Now they did have a very impressive performance yesterday, but they may very well struggle considering who their opponents are on the red side of the Rift, which will be Splyce, with top lane Wonder, jungler Trashy, mid laner Senkooks, AD carry Kobe, support Mickey X, and their coach Yamato Cannon.
I really think the craziest thing to me is the fact that Splyce is such a different team now. Coming in from like spring, they were like a solid bottom of the table team, 8th place. We were saying in the respective roles, honestly, not that hard. You look at like the mid lane Senkooks, he was the star. It was like, if he's having a good game, then Splyce are probably going to win. It was kind of like the Pep and Nero effect with Giants, right? And now it's the other way around. Like all of them are really, really strong in their respective roles.
And I mean, everyone thinks back to that one LeBlanc play that he made where he gets the quadra kill by himself. And even then, like those moments were very rare for the side of Splyce. Right. And it wasn't a team that necessarily stood out during spring. But here we are, they've grown significantly. And now you could even argue that their mid laner is the weakest part of their team, and he's not even that weak, you know? So it's incredible to see, and I think that going up against H2K, who did show signs of strength yesterday, it will be a very interesting best of 2.
Yes, it will, Vedius. Let's get to those picks and bans to start all of the proceedings off. H2K will be on the blue side this game, so their first ban will be Fiora. Saw Fiora 5 times yesterday, won every single game.
Yep, so they're going to be taking that one off of Wonder. Not going to allow him to have the same sort of carry threat. And it does suggest that H2K potentially looking to put a bit of priority on the Shen, simply because champions like Fiora, like Gangplank, are very good into Shen, who is a very safe laner, and while he doesn't lose lane, he doesn't necessarily win it either.
Indeed. Sivir will also be taken off the table by Splyce here. Nidalee aimed at Trashy here as well from H2K. Just waiting on the rest of these bans coming in from these two teams. So expecting
things like Karma could very well be on the high priority list. Yesterday we saw a lot of bans towards Yankos. In particular, things like the we've seen the Nidalee Elise Rek'Sai with things that they basically said, hey, we want to take Jankos away from these, and he went back to the FLICKR, in which he was still able to be very aggressive early on with.
I'm kind of expecting a potential Bard ban against Splyce. It is the most banned champion against them with 15 currently, so we'll see if that rounds it off. A Malzahar ban from Splyce. That was 100%, actually 90% pick ban yesterday. Saw him 6 times, in fact. He has definitely risen up the ranks.
Oh, yeah. We heard this actually from Chachi on the desk yesterday as to why we're seeing less Victor and Azir. Yes, they did have minor nerfs on patch 6.14, but with the rise of Malzahar now being super dominant, it's actually shifting the meta in the mid a little bit more.
Yeah. Very, very true. So Shen was the final ban actually from H2K, leaving that bot open if mikyx wants it. Seeing some really good plays from him so far. Draven going to be the final ban against Freeze, of course.
So still a respect ban being owed. Does mean that Karma is likely going to be the priority for H2K. Things like Gnar, Trundle still available. The Rek'Sai is still up. Bard still up if mikyx wants to put some priority onto that. And I'm just looking along the junglers. I feel like Rek'Sai is going to rise in popularity. So if H2K lock this one in, I expect that Splyce are then going to immediately go for, hey, we want the Rek'Sai pickup, and they might even look to go for an early Ashe.
Yeah, Hover over the team with there, of course, was picked over in LCK earlier this week. Karma, first pick, coming in from H2K now. So that'll be starting off the picking for them. Oh, 2 fast lock-ins. There's the Bard we were just talking about, and the Elise for Trashy.
Oh, so he's decided to go for a little more early game power. Still, you can have a lot of pressure, similar to the Rek'Sai, but you have a bit of extra damage behind it, a bit more oomph in your punch. And so Trashy going to be picking that one up. I think that it fits his playstyle nice. You've already started to form a good roaming pair with the Bard and the Elise. Great pick potential. You have a lot of mobility with the Magical Journey. You can set up for the Tempered Fate too once you hit that level 6 mark. So far, strong early game champions coming out from the side of Splyce.
H2K, what are they going to draft? Are they going to do another H2K composition? Remember the last time we were casting Nvidia, they literally drafted the H2K composition, the most picked champion in every single role.
Well, right now, I think the safe picks would be to go for jungle and AD carry. As we mentioned earlier, the Rek'Sai available. You could go for the Olaf if you want to. Jankos has brought it out a couple times. Works quite nicely into the Elise and does scale very well. But there's also things like the Gragas available for the CC. But given that the jungler has already been picked up, they don't want to put any priority on it right now.
Taking a significant departure, actually, from the quote-unquote H2K composition. Irelia going into top lane for Odawane, so a carry being picked up there. And the Lucian for bot lane for Freeze as well, something a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, typically we see Freeze put a lot more emphasis on things like the Ashe, the Caitlyn, a little bit more utility, but he has decided to go back towards the solution. We've been seeing a lot more of the mid-game build of the Ghostblade into Black Cleaver rather than the Essence Reaver that we did see come in for a little while after the initial nerfs. Clearly, a lot of AD carries are saying that, hey, he's still really strong right now. Even after the hits, he can do a lot of work. His laning phase, still nowhere near as powerful as it was before, but definitely works out. The issue I have with the Irelia this early on as well is the fact that Trundle and Olaf are still left up, who are both really good picks into the Irelia, and they will naturally outscale and it will mitigate a lot of her split pushing power.
And that Olaf is exactly what's going to be picked up here by Splyce. And with Elise already being picked up, of course, that's going to go into top lane now. Banned 7 times yesterday and picked twice. So Olaf definitely in the meta. And Caitlyn as well for Cobby.
He's really flexible too. One of the great things about him, you can put him in the top or in the jungle. Hey, we've seen FLICKR pull it out on mid. You could even go that way if you really want to.
If there's an Irelia in the mid lane as well, yes.
Yeah.
That was the reason.
But Olaf is a fantastic pick into the Irelia. He can trade with her exceptionally well. Once you hit the level 6 mark, his ultimate means that Irelia doesn't have the stun, and that's one of the big things that she is so good at trading with. And the lower his health goes down, the harder he hits. And typically you're going to want to build a lot of health on Olaf. So it's a pretty favorable matchup. And so I would imagine H2K are going to look to avoid it come the early game.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. H2K just finalized their roster with Vladimir for Ryu and the Rek'Sai to go into the jungle here for Jankos.
So pretty well-rounded closeout. You have the Vladimir, good during laning phase, pretty much good throughout. Obviously, he did have a bit of a hit, so that the changes to his passive mean that, you know, now if you build more AP, it's better for your HP, and if you build HP, you get a little bit less AP. So his early game hurts. So if you go for the Spirit Visage early, he doesn't trade as strongly as he did before, but he's still pretty potent. He can still clear waves quickly. He's good in a lot of matchups. He doesn't really have many bad ones, especially with Malzahar taken off the table. And then the Rek'Sai is basically saying, hey, you know, Jankos, good early ganker, very well-rounded, can offer peel, can offer engage, just a very good jungler all in all.
Can still be very oppressive, of course, that Vladimir, as you were just talking about. But final pickup of Cassiopeia for Senkux in the mid lane. Cassiopeia actually does pretty well early, so maybe Vladimir won't be able to just completely run over Cassiopeia like a lot of other control mage matchups.
It's quite an interesting matchup, actually, because early on, Senkux won't quite have the same sort of wave clear, but he will definitely be able to trade back. So the Vladimir has to be careful about if he wants to try and constantly push up the wave. But we can talk more about the matchup when we actually get into game.
That we can.
What I really want to talk about is Splyce's composition, very centered around pick, a lot of skirmishing that they can set themselves up for, and they also scale very well come the mid and late game. So early game, I expect Trashy, something he's been doing a lot of recently, is constantly trying to set up his laners for success. And then come the mid game is really where this Splyce composition, I think, can shine. Meanwhile, for H2K, low on crowd control, but very similar in terms of their skirmishing. Also have a big spike come the mid game with the Trinity Force Aurelia and the Lucian Black Cleaver into Ghostblade build. So I think we could see a lot of fighting around the mid game.
I mean, that's definitely a possibility, Velius, but we're going to see the coaches shake hands before game one of this best of two here between H2K and, of course, Splyce. And as we were talking before, feel like this one's going to be one of the more closer matchups today when you take a look at the schedule. Possibility for a 1-1. Analysts are saying the 2-0 on the desk, but we'll find out. As you can see, the full team compositions and the full player rosters as well. Use hashtag H2KWin and hashtag SPYWin. Get your votes in on Twitter. And we'll be checking in later on into this game where your heart lies. But we'll be getting into this one very shortly. We're getting hyped, Velius. The crowd's getting hyped. We're about to be getting into game one here in the arena. And it should be a very fun one to start off the day.
Yes, it should be, Pulse. Now, as we mentioned earlier on, H2K drafting quite low on crowd control. I gotta be honest, I do favor Splyce's comp right now, largely because I think that they have winning lanes in both top and in bot. There's very little that you're going to be able to do against the Caitlyn Bard, especially with Lucian being so low ranged. And then the Aurelia really does struggle up against an Olaf, especially once you hit that level 6 mark. Early on, you can trade pretty effectively. But it's one of those matchups where if you go in as the Aurelia, you stun him, and then you try to retreat, he's then just going to chase you down with axes. So it's it can be quite a volatile one, but it's definitely an exciting one. So I expect if we are going to see a lane swap to come out from H2K, because of how difficult this early game will be for them.
A possibility. Everyone has spread out. Currently, Odoame is in the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Mickey X was just under a bit of fire from Freeze and Vander, but they'll back off into their jungle now. They will be fine. And Wards are just going down to the river, so we're seeing a fairly defensive start from both teams. Ward went over to the Gromp in from H2K. And I see Mickey X and Cobby heading to the top side, so actually looks like they're going up there, but this may be a read for H2K also sending their bot lane up there for Australia lanes.
It looks like Splyce have read the lane swap from H2K, so they're going to guarantee themselves the 2 versus 2. They could also pick themselves up the Krug if they wanted to, but given the positioning of the lane, they just want to get into lane as fast as possible, start their early shove, and just start being that aggressive Caitlyn and Bard. So right now, the early game going exactly the way in which Splyce won it. And this is actually great for Trashy in where he wants to set up his ganks, because Bard is a really good lane to gank for, especially once he hits the level 6 mark. Mid is a bit rough, because not only is it a Vladimir, but you've got no solid crowd control to really lock the Vladimir down. Even if you throw down the Miasma, he can still pull through it, and then he can flash afterwards if he's in a bit of danger. But then on top of that, one that a lot of good utility with the axes, follow that up with a good Cocoon, you can quite easily force the flash out of the Aurelia. So the side lanes are where Trashy should look to put a lot of his pressure. And as we mentioned earlier, last week is something that I noticed a lot from Splyce in the game versus G2. He was constantly looking for ganks in the early game, really trying to help his laners out.
I mean, even in this 1v1, I mean, Wonderwear has such a big advantage over Odoame because of that lane matchup. Those axes just doing so much damage in the early game. Undertow is very difficult to deal with. All you can really do as Aurelia is just stun him and run away. Like, you actually just can't trade against him, otherwise he'll chain axe you 100-0. Jankos is walking to the bottom lane. I don't think he was tagged out there by Wonder. Odoame jumps forwards, gets the stun down, looking for the knock-up here from Jankos. Quick ghost comes out from Wonder, but a flash on the knock-up. Wonderwear's going to go down. First blood to Jankos.
Really good gank from Jankos. He waited for Wonder to just ever so slightly extend in the lane. He knew the Wonder was going to go for the early push. He prioritized just clearing the bottom half of the map, but look at Trash, he has found Jankos.
He has, and Rek'Sai not that great trading one-on-one against Nalise this early on. So he'll back away. Preyseeker will keep track of him as he walks into the bottom lane here. And Wonderwear having to pop both of the summoners. Keep saying Wonderwear because it's actually been many, many weeks since I've casted Wonder. Actually casted him like once a split. So still not used to it. But Trashy and Wonder still in the bot lane. Jankos has shown himself now.
There was a big minion wave in the bot, so Splyce were looking to try and set up a dive onto Odo. Jankos, again, read the play, quickly moved down to the bottom half of the map, and is there to support his top laner. But in terms of a good start, this is exactly what Splyce, what H2K wanted because of the rough matchup. But you can see even after the gank, Odo is struggling to trade back with this Olaf. And there's still a big CS advantage for Wonder. But this is one of the risks that you have when running Ghost against someone like Rek'Sai, because it's quite easy for him to get the flash knockup. And when you're not 6, the Ghost doesn't do you very many favors. So you're a little bit more susceptible during the laning phase, which is what Jankos was able to punish. But in terms of the 1v1, it's still not something going to turn it in your favor. Jankos needs to apply more pressure to keep this up, to try and help Odo out as much as he can.
Yeah, needs to go down there a couple more times, really. Mid lane, Ryu is getting the upper hand over Senkux. Over time, he's managed to get away most of that mana pool from Senkux, so he's trading health for that one.
So in the mid lane, often what you'll see is Senkux trying to match the wave clear will have to burn a lot of his mana, because if you last hit the creep... Oh, hang on. Bit of a trade in top. As Kobe even, sorry.
Kobe!
It's because he's got 2 Bs. That makes it Kobe other than Kobe. But bit of back and forth. But yeah, in the mid, what you have is very much Vladimir doing what he normally does, just wave clearing a lot, and because of his sustain with the Crimson Rush, every time Senkux punishes him for overextending, he then just sustains it back up. Just keeping my eye on Jankos right now because he's aggressively putting wards down in the enemy jungle, gone for a very early Sightstone, and he could look for a gank in the top given how much poke damage that Kobe has taken. And you can just see his pathing. He knows that Trashy has just gone back to base. He could, if he's going to go for a gank, top lane would be a prime target for him right now.
I really like how proactive Jankos is being early, but this is going to be seen out by Splyce. But definitely controlling the early game. And if you do control the Splyce, then you do control the universe. So he knows what to do here. 6 minutes into this game, Velius. Slight advantage for H2K. They just need to keep it up. And actually, Oduwame has caught up in farm as well. So that initial gank did help them out in the bottom lane.
Well, bear in mind that there is a big minion wave pushing towards Wonder, so he still holds a pretty decent advantage. But Trashy now posturing around the mid, looking to try and punish Ryu.
Gonna step up. They're gonna walk past each other. Trashy shoots out the cocoon. Not really where he wanted it. So Ryu's gonna walk that one off and walk back into mid lane. Also, Jankos was right around the corner just in case something happened.
Just a bit of crosswind, Pulse. So he threw the web out and then a strong breeze blew it in a different direction. You know, it happens to the best of us, you know. Can't control that sometimes. But Trashy, it was a little bit risky to go for a gank onto Vladimir, especially level 6 Vladimir, because his damage, when you combine that with Jankos as well, can be surprising onto an early game Elise. But I think his intention was more to relieve some of the pressure onto Senkux, because as we were mentioning earlier, a lot of Senkux's early game is just trying to clear out all the waves that Ryu was shoving underneath his turret. So he will go low on mana, and he just needed to pick up his tier. He's also gone for the double Dorans, just for a bit of extra trading power, and also to help a little bit more with the mana sustain. So,
wow, 59% to Splyce actually in this game. A couple of weeks ago, I mean, it would have absolutely been reversed. See both the junglers here in the bottom lane. More specifically, Jankos. But in this one-on-one, Oduwame. I mean, that was a Preyseeker to get the assist, but Oduwame just straight up 1v1 Wonder.
And he should not be losing that matchup. That is actually pretty crazy. I hope we get a good replay of that, because I want to see exactly how Wonder just gave away his life. I mean, I would understand it if Odo had completed the Sheen, but he's only got himself a Ruby Crystal. He even has a dagger, and Wonder going down like that. That should not happen, Pulse. That is typically not how the matchup goes. So,
I mean, we saw how well Wonder was doing in the early game. I mean, that's how the lane goes. He throws axes at Irelia, and Irelia has to deal with it and cry on the tower.
But then every time she tries to go in, I mean, sure, he loses health, but then he can just sustain back up with W. Right. Then his Relentless Swing, or his Thunder Swing, the thing that draws lightning and does a lot of damage. That's the one, Reckless.
That's the Badger. Ooh,
Actually does a
Kobe.
chunk. Speaking of
Mickey
chunk,
X is going to have to body block a lot of this, and Kobe walks back into it. Freeze got so much value from that cutting, forced him against the wall, but stands still, farming up the minions. Kobe hits him with the headshot. Freeze now has to back away.
so a lot of back and forth trading. Freeze hit the level 6 much sooner than Kobe did, so he tried to take advantage of that, push them back, and Kobe has been eating a lot of poke from this Karma, which Mickey has not quite been able to reciprocate on the other side. But very back and forth lane, you can see all across the board, farm is pretty even except for in the top lane, which is why I'm so confused as to how Wonder ended up dying in the 1 versus 1. But now, Yanko's posturing around the top half of the map, could look to try and get a dive down onto Mickey, but still very risky with a full health Kobe who still has his heal.
Mickey getting tagged by the Soul Flare as well. Here comes Yankos once again. He actually spotted over that wall. He must have been as he tunnels in. Here comes a TP as well for HGK for the backup. Mickey X, great exhaust onto Yankos. May save Kobe's life. Odoame is looking for him though. Does manage to get out of range, but not going to be so lucky for Mickey X. And Ryu actually rotating in from the middle lane. Kobe getting dope underneath the inner tower. He'll drop 10 cooks. Missed timing on the ultimate. Ryu will just walk off. 4-0. H2K starting off the game.
H2K with the hyper proactive early game. Mickey had taken so much damage from the trading back and forth. Odo was struggling in the farm department, and so H2K felt like they needed to force a play. And I mean, what an opportunity that they were able to take advantage of. The fact that they put the ward down, Odo then teleported into the ward as well. Just great setup overall from H2K. They get themselves 2 kills onto the bottom lane that really should have had a dominant factor in this 2 versus 2, and what should have been favorable lane matchups for Splyce has quickly been turned around from H2K. So you can see Yankos cutting off the escape route of Splyce, forced both Mickey and Kobe to split away. Vladimir comes in from the flank, seeing if he can get something onto Kobe, who sticks around just a little bit too long, doesn't expect this sort of an engage. Ryu is easily able to dive him under the turret, and then Sengox misses everything. A little bit too soon on the ultimate. Misses the miasma, puts it on top of the pool rather than in his escape route, then misses the Q. He just doesn't have the damage to continue the chase, so Splyce just being pushed around by H2K in this early game.
Yeah, in matchups that really should not be winning. 2-0-1 Irelia coming out of laning phase against an Olaf. Now Splyce are going to take the top tower, but that's going to be traded for bottom. Meanwhile, while that trade was happening in top, Splyce did take the bottom lane tower with Trashy. So they did have that 1 tower advantage and will maintain that now as H2K push down the bottom lane. But still, H2K with a pretty good advantage, and more importantly, have the gold situated on the places they want it to be. Like Odoame having a lot of that gold, getting closer towards the Triforce for an early pickup is really vital. We've seen firsthand what an early Triforce Irelia can do, Vedius.
Oh yeah. I just think back to Alfari 30-minute Trinity Force, literally 1v9.
Yeah, quite literally. It was the Alfari show.
I will never forget through an exhaust how he one-shot a Twitch.
That was disgusting. So Odoame need to stop giving him kills.
I mean, he's very close to that Trinity Force. Another wave or 2 of farm, which he's going to pick up in the top lane, and he will be a pretty happy Badger. But all across the board, I think H2K can just be pretty happy with how the early game went. Right now, the gold is pretty even because Splyce picked themselves up 2 turrets, simply because with the teleport play, Odo went to the top half of the map. Trashy moved to the bottom with Wonder, who already had a wave pushing in his favor, so they quickly took that tier 1. And then they rotated Wonder back up to the top half, along with Kobe and Mickey, which then enabled them to take that second tier 1. So in terms of map control, it's still in favor of Splyce, but H2K have garnered themselves a stronger early game lead. They have the kills on the right targets. They've gotten through this rough laning phase that they should have experienced. And a lot of that is off the back of Yankos and his proactivity. And now Wonder is really struggling in this 1v1.
Oh man, Irelia beating up an Olaf here.
But this is what happens when you get such early Trinity Force. It's supposed to be quite an expensive item. You get delayed during the laning phase, so you hit your spike later. But now, because Odo is level 9 to the level 8 of Wonder, because he's already pretty much completed his Trinity Force, he's now really starting to struggle up against this Irelia. So H2K doing a great job.
I'm really struggling against Irelia. Irelia is literally taking his tower, like 1v1. I mean, he had the assist of Yankos, so he couldn't step up, but like, that almost hardly ever happens, especially in something like this. Cannot stress that enough. But H2K with his lead in early game, plus that Dragon, Splyce are going to take the consolation prize of a red buff. Almost stolen away by Vander, actually, there. But generally very impressive by H2K. Definitely on the upswing in these last couple of weeks. I'm going to hold that for a second as Ryu is holding down the fort mid lane as Trashy is coming in here as well with the rest of his team. And Jankos also going to defend this tower. Splyce don't even want to push here. Because I was talking to Vander yesterday, and he was saying, well, yesterday was kind of one of the more easy games coming into the next 4, of course, in terms of strength of schedule. Splyce will be one of the biggest tests for them. Because it is top of the table now, not facing those middle of the pack, bottom of the pack teams. And so far, they're doing really, really well.
Well, as you rightly said, the beginning of this test is going well. You know, you get a couple of easy questions normally, and they've just powered through them. They're already halfway through very early on.
But will there be that annoying question on the last page?
That 8 marker.
The 8 marker.
I mean, that's where the real quest comes in, you know? We've got to proper evaluate, you know, the evaluate question, Pulse.
There's always that tilt question as well on the back of the test. But sometimes they put it there and you assume you're done with the test. But actually there was a question there and you lose like 8, 9 marks or something. Really annoying. Well, hope that doesn't happen to H2K in this game.
We'll have to keep their eyes out on it. Moving forward, though, because we're approaching the 50-minute mark, we have to remember that both teams do have quite good scaling compositions. I would give the late game in favor to Splyce because they have the Caitlyn over the Lucian, who has decided to go once again for the Ghostblade into Black Cleaver build. Wonder against Aurelia, because Aurelia, she typically has a good, decent early game, I would argue, and then into a very powerful mid game, and then it sort of extends to about the 30-35 minute mark, and then past that, she just falls off because the Trinity Force isn't as effective. You have 4-item AD carries that would just shred through your Aurelia, who's now considered squishy. And then you've also got Wonder, who he will also slightly fall, but he's going to have so much more power because he will be naturally tankier thanks to his ultimate. And it's going to be so much easier for him to stick onto those backline targets thanks to his CC removal. And then Cassio, I mean, 6 items, you know? She can literally have 6 damage items. So the late game is going ever so slightly in favor of Splyce, so H2K need to take advantage of the powerful mid game that they have. Trinity Force is done, Ghostblade is done, Spirit's Visage done, H2K really powerful, and they might force a fight right now.
Mickey looking for the engage, Tempered Fate comes down, flash over it by Freeze though, he'll get to safety, maybe. Wonder and Trashy are looking to come in and close the noose. Vander gets called out, Jankos and Freeze are going to come in here for the engage. They lose Vander, Mickey X dropping low, Kobe looking to back off as well, and all Splyce looking to disengage now, but Wonderwear coming in for the back lines along with Trashy, takes down Freeze, chasing after Jankos as well. Ryu trying to get in range to try and salvage the situation, but now he's caught under the undertow with Trashy. He goes into the Sanguine Pool, but Mickey X with a re-engage along with Kobe. Jankos looking to back up, but this is their 4-0 fight for Splyce.
Splyce had a rough early game, and after one fight, have rectified it entirely. 4 kills picked up for Splyce. They've gained control over the gold lead. They've gained control over the map. And how could we ever doubt Splyce, Pulse? They just seem to know how to play these fights, and everything just went so well for them.
I mean, this is exactly how the game went yesterday for them in Game 1 versus Fnatic. Lost the early game, lost a bunch of kills in the lane swap. This time we had standard lanes, but then they just won a fight really, really hard, and the game just swung. Kobe, that was the wrong way, but I'm going to forgive you because your positioning was good. But still, Splyce coming right back in this game, now have the goal lead, now have the tower lead.
So many impressive things went down in that fight. Fortunately, we're going to have a replay to properly break them down. So the exhaust gets used very early on onto Freeze. Now that AD carry's flash is gone. Keep your eye on Wonder. He's coming in from the flank. H2K is still sticking around to fight. Freeze comes back in to try and support his AD carry. H2K think they can win the 3 versus 3, especially with Odo doing so much damage to Mickey and Kobe, but then Wonder on the backline in the bottom of your screen cleans up the AD carry. Senkux is there to provide support. His single target DPS is enough to shred through Odo Omne, and then Wonder can just be left to clean up the rest of H2K. Just everything went so well, and I mean, I want to praise Mickey because that magical journey was a big part of what enabled Splyce to separate H2K, and then once they were divided, it just felt like Splyce were just so much better at cleaning up the fight.
I mean, I underestimated the power of Wonder and Trashy there with Olaf and Elise. I mean, they were like 2-3 and just destroying them. So much damage coming out there, and yeah, splitting up the fight with the magical journey. Yamano enjoying the ice cream. Pretty chill right now. He's almost done. This game is not almost done though.
Yeah, he's going to have to get another one.
Yeah. Still. H2K going to start off this Mountain Dragon. Has been blue trinketed. And Jankos will make his way out. I mean, teleport is up from Wonder, so don't really want to full commit onto this one. whereas Odoamne has to stay with the team. And he was not. He was in mid lane, so they would have been outnumbered.
So this is actually really smart from Splyce, because HTK were like, hey, you guys, come fight us at the Drake. Woo! We don't have TP. And then Splyce were like, no, because we do have TP, and we know you don't. So we're just going to force you to make a decision. Commit to the Dragon, where we're just going to poke you down, where you are going to be forced then to make a decision between fighting 4 versus 5. Or we're just going to take your tower on the other side of the map with Wonder. So HTK had to go, okay, you wouldn't take our bluff. So we're just going to have to back away from the Drake. And now they've had to send Odo to the top half of the map. Now Splyce have the numbers advantage, and if they want, this would be a great opportunity for them to force the Dragon. Ryu may have been caught out.
Will Sanguine call the Q coming out? I wonder where it's just going to charge towards H2K. His team is a little too far behind him. So it was a zoning Ragnarok. But Splyce have full control over the Dragon now. Odoamne still doesn't have TP, so this will be a Mountain Dragon to Splyce. They will have to send someone to top lane to deal with the Aurelia threat.
Wonder may even teleport to the top, or they might just try to force a fight. Tempered Fate is not going to land, but this does mean that that top turret is going to take quite a lot of damage from Odo. He doesn't have the minion wave to quite take it away from Splyce, but not bad for H2K. They are going to lose a Drake, but they were able to get a bit more control over the top half of the map. Do want to echo how close this game still is. Only 1,000 gold separates the two teams. Right now, H2K do still have a big spike in the mid game. It's only going to get stronger once they complete that second item, and so Splyce can't afford to be lax just yet.
And Splyce, of course, as you mentioned, have slightly better scaling. Freeze getting caught there by the Cosmic Binding, but the engage coming out here. Odoamne destroys Kobe. mikyx will jump over the wall. Senkux now coming into the fight, but meanwhile, in the backlines, no one is defending Freeze. No one can defend Freeze. Wonder finds one. He's looking for the second. Goes on to the third. Jankos goes down. mikyx finds the kill. Vander is the only one remaining from H2K. Another 4-on-1 trade.
Wonder just Ragnarex through the team of H2K, cleanly picking up a double kill, cleanly turning the fight in their favor, and what looks so promising for H2K is going to end in disaster as Splyce pick themselves up a Baron at 20 minutes.
This Baron is just dead. I mean, whether we're not even taking any damage there, 4 kills again. All these fights are going so well for Splyce. And we're talking about these mid-game spikes for H2K and the late game of Splyce, but they're just punishing so well.
I mean, the setup from H2K is good because they realize, hey, there's only 3 members of Splyce, there's 5 of us, we have a good tower diving team, but then Wonder comes in from the flank once again, easily gets onto Freeze. His flash still isn't up, he's already used the heal, he quickly drops. Odo, he was tanking the turret, and that meant that Wonder had another easy kill because of the setup from the flank. And this is something that we did not highlight earlier on. Splyce's composition, the only real way they can engage is with the Tempered Fate. If they don't have it, then there's no easy way for them to actually start a fight unless Wonder gets the flank off. And what H2K are doing right now is they're making it super easy for him to get the flank off. He doesn't even always have to TP in. In that fight he did, but in the fight previously, he just walked behind them. Yeah. And so many times it is H2K being in a position where they think, hey, we have the numbers advantage, we have good item spikes, we can force a fight, and Splyce just say, okay, maybe you get initial kills, maybe you get the initial damage, but then Wonder comes in from the flank, he gets the cleanup, and there's no way you're going to escape that Olaf when you have 0 summoner spells to help you get to safety.
That was the worst thing. They had nowhere to run after engaging underneath that middle tower. They didn't even take the middle tower. Splyce killed them all before that happened, and now have a pretty significant gold lead, over 4,000 now. And literally a couple minutes ago we were just saying very close, only 1,000 gold in it, but Splyce really have this advantage, plus the Baron. We'll see how much they can take from this one, but they are immediately onto the map, immediately splitting up, and pushing in all of these lanes, trashing Senkux, zoning away with the Miasma. I don't even know if anyone can stop them here. This tower is going down. They're going to try and defend the mid lane. H2K will do that for now, but yeah, this is not going well.
No, it is not. Right now, Splyce setting up the 1-3-1, having Cassio sitting in a side lane, Wonder sitting in the other, and they can just have Kobe cleanly sit in the mid lane that set up those traps for a lot of zone control. They might even just set up for a dive in the bottom lane. They have a big minion wave, they can force Odoamne back, and while Vladimir's wave throw is decent, and Jankos dies.
Senkux, the 1v1 kill in the jungle. Jankos because it just died. He just keeled over and died. Vedius, that's what happened there.
Oops.
Yeah, Splyce onto the bottom tower. This bottom inhibitor tower. There's no one really to defend. Odoame caught up in the binding. He instantly goes down. Wonder is unstoppable. Ryu coming in from behind, trying to do a Wonder, but doesn't really have the damage, doesn't really have the team there, and Wonder just had to be covered from Freeze stepping into the cocoon, Trashy with the punish. Vander getting caught up in the Tempered Fate. He gets knocked against the wall, stopped in place. Everyone from H2K dying one after another, and Splyce may just look for the win.
Splyce, after a convincing teamfight win, have just walked into the base of H2K, and they're looking to close this one out 23.5 minutes in.
They're onto the second Nexus turret down, they're onto the Nexus, and Splyce gonna close out game one against H2K in 23 minutes.
Great game from Splyce. We wondered about the early game, Pulse.
Yes, we did.
We said laning phase, this is not good for H2K. I was much more in favor of the draft from Splyce. I felt like, hey, they're going to win every single lane. There's no reason why they shouldn't. You know, they have the Olaf, they have themselves the they have the Caitlyn Bard, really powerful laning phase. They have the Elise as well, so much damage in the early game. And then not only did Odo die 1v1, he gave away the first blood, which, in fairness, I can understand, like, it's not entirely his fault. When you have Ghost, you're a little bit more susceptible. But then also the dive in the top lane from Yan, because everything was going so good for H2K in the early game. They'd got through the rough laning phase. They were going to hit their mid-game spikes, and this is where they needed to force a fight. But a lot of the setups, and a lot of the reason why they lost was because they got separated. They weren't playing as a 5-man unit. They weren't anticipating the Olaf. And while initially things looked so promising, whenever Wonder joined the fray, he was just like, Olaf smash now. Like, he literally just came in and cleaned up every single one of those fights.
The craziest thing was that was the fastest game in the split so far, actually out there from Splyce. And with that start as well, you do not expect a game to end so quickly. It was just continuous like errors and really good punishes out from Splyce throughout the game. And that, as we said during game, was very similar to the game yesterday, where they lost the early game, they got picked up a couple times, but then they had one massive punish, which managed to turn the game. Well, we're going to send it now over to the analyst desk to take a look at the fastest game so far in the split.
Thank you so much, Pokemon Master Pulse. Wow, what a game from Splyce. Let us track back to yesterday. One game versus Fnatic. Splyce was down 3.3k at 20 minutes, but turned it around. Things were going in the same direction for them early game versus H2K.
Yeah, and I feel for the same reasons as why they fell behind yesterday versus Fnatic. They make some individual misplays, and then also they don't respect the potential ganks that can happen from the enemy jungler. First replay, pull it up. We talked so much about how Splyce had winning lanes all across the board. The only one you can really shut down early is the Olaf into Irelia, because you can kill the Olaf very effectively. Like, he's pretty squishy in the early game, and he will push early on.
Yeah. The reason we start this replay so early is because we want you guys to keep tracking the jungle pathing here. Look how Trashy is near bottom side and Olaf is pushing. This is where Trashy, in our opinion, makes the mistake of not pathing to bot lane.
Yeah, I think Trashy needs to be here. In case the enemy jungler doesn't show, you push out the lane with the Olaf, and you just reset the wave. Olaf recalls, he goes back to lane, and the wave bounces back because he has Ghost. He has no flash. If he ever overextends like pre-level 6, easy kill.
More importantly, because it's such a swingy matchup, and also if you look at the draft, you know, there's a lot of individual skill matchups with a slight edge to Splyce, Karma, Lucian. But the problem is, like, the Lucian to Caitlyn, they both play at max range. You know, you have Cassio into Vladimir, they play at max range against each other. It's really hard to get the ganks off there. Olaf Irelia was the only influential lane. But this game is kind of summed up by all the replays too. Before we head into the next replay, we get the Splyce cam, because we don't always show the coach. These are the players too here.
Yeah.
They deserve their time to shine.
I even couldn't remember what Yamato's face looked like before I just saw that video there.
Great.
I guess this is the...
Yeah, so this follows up from the bot lane shenanigans. Wunder dies twice, so he loses teleport, and teleport advantage goes to H2K.
Yeah, twice Oda Wonder TP's back. This obviously is Oda Omni just not getting the reset on the minion, but still get the kill on Mickey. It's just great use of TP advantage, and here we get some of the mechanical misplays. I feel like we see from Splyce in the early game. This is unacceptable.
This is similar to yesterday. Splyce have some nice openings that and then they fail. You know, they had the potential to gank bot against Fnatic too. They fell behind with Kobe overextending top lane, for example, and getting picked off here. They should have been a kill trade. You know, Senkix could have easily picked that one up, but he fumbles a little bit. But then somehow they find that magical fight where they turn it all around. Their team fighting prowess is honestly almost unrivaled. Maybe G2 can challenge them in that regard.
We got to see it against G2 before we can say more about it. But We talked about Fnatic making a mistake in a big team fight in the mid-game yesterday. Well, now we saw exactly the same for H2K, but once again, I feel like Splyce are just playing them extremely well, and that's why they can win these fights. We can just pull it up as well. Because
there's so much going on in the next few
Yeah, but it's such a good setup from Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey takes the portal to close the gap, exhaust to then get a good angle on Freeze, to then forces gap closer, follows up with Temper Fate, which forces Freeze to flash. Here, he gets the edge stun on Vander despite him flashing. Senkux is kind of overextending, but then he gets also, I think Kobe takes the portal, no, Kobe actually just flashes out. But such great kiting here, he keeps Odoamna busy. For me, Mickey is like the MVP of this fight.
Yeah, and I feel like H2K does overchase a little bit here. The problem for them is they have two members appearing behind them. One of them is an Olaf, who sits on a black cleaver, versus an AD carry who has a Karma shield as his protection. It's a very unfair fight. So every single team fight, Freeze went down very quickly. Not because of Freeze, but because his team is rushing forward. He's left behind, and an Olaf with Ghost shows up, and he can take him down in just 2 seconds. And there's nothing you can do as an AD carry. Worst position ever to be in. So Wonder showed up in fights because he got the perfect opportunities, but it was all set up by Mickey and the rest of Splyce.
Very interesting discussion you guys had here on the desk about Mickey. You were, of course, saying, wow, we know his Bard is great. Like, that's no discussion there. But you were really calling out some of his plays, and you said, well, actually, it wasn't that crazy.
So basically, the discussion was that the mid fight,
the next fight.
We don't actually have the replay. Do we have the replay of that?
No, I don't think we have. So it's basically, just a fight where Mickey gets a stun, walks up, kind of gets caught, but then he uses the presence of mind to take a portal over the tower to then flash out.
That's
other
a bot
players
statement.
would just kind of instant flash out, and that I like that. And he's landing everything, frame perfect, good ultis. I think he had only one bad ulti, and he just changed his team so much. And like just having the little bit of playmaking in your support enables the entire team, as opposed to the Fishio, who's a Wunder fanboy, and is like, this guy literally has to walk up, press R on Olaf, and kill Freeze. I'm like...
So the point is just like, Mickey is absolutely fantastic. No one is ever going to disagree on that one. That fight was actually Mickey overextending at first, getting caught out, and then...
Overextending, baiting. I think
there's
a fine line between this.
That was the only fight we were just discussing.
I'm going to make one of you two really happy. Our player of the game...
Yeah, it's gotta be Mickey.
It's Wonder.
Oh, Casting, please.
I don't know what happened.
Said Mickey.
I know he did. I know he did.
Okay,
That's something we're gonna have to fight out with other people later because they saw the wonderness as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wonder in every team fight, it was a buffet. He could literally walk in, eat whatever he wanted. It was often Freeze he would just start with and just take him down super quickly.
He starts in bot lane with all you can feed, and then
why not? Really nothing Freeze could do in this game because the rest of his team is kind of chasing after Mickey due to the bait master.
Yeah, really fancy
bait.
I mean, we wanted to talk about EULCS2 as well. Giants versus Vitality. We wanted to give you guys a live look in, but it seems like we're just too late because Giants has just beaten Vitality in also a mere, I guess, 25 minutes. And it was very convincing from the get-go.
Yeah, they were like 4-0 up, a bit like H2K were in this game. Maxlaw was all over the place, part of every single early kill.
Graga's first pick.
Graga's first pick. He showed up on it big time. And then Giants decided not to get caught out and lose a big team fight. They actually played it super slow and steady, got every single dragon, won a big team fight in the end, managed to close out the game at the same time. And I'm happy we see the two teams who were supposed to be favorites going into these matchups, so Splyce over H2K right now and Giants over Vitality, taking game ones, even with Splyce having some issues in the early game. They bounce back and win very quickly. And they have the fastest average win time,
especially
of any team.
For Giants as well, it's good to see them against teams that are ranked lower. You can really see their team play kind of shine because they will close out games like really decisively. It's only when they get challenged by teams that are slightly better that you find some holes in their strategy. But the teamwork is their main crux, and it's really showing in a lot of the ways that they close out games very quickly.
Yeah, fantastic. We'll see if they can continue it. Obviously, on EULCS2, we'll see Game 2 of Vitality versus Giants in just a bit. Over here, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, we will see what happens in Game 2 between Splyce and H2K. Don't go anywhere.
They are making us ready to battle. We're like gladiators and this is crowd and they want us to kill each other.
Gets the stun down, looking for the knock-up here from Jankos. Quick Ghost comes out from Wonder, but a flash and a knock-up. Wonderware's going to go down. First blood to Jankos.
I'm coming.
Oh. You have to stall a bit.
Yeah, stall it.
Me.
I'm going to go on Lucian.
Ghosting.
Aurelia. Lucian or flash. Lucian or flash.
Go for Lucian. I want to.
Okay.
I'm chasing Rek'Sai.
Okay.
Get Aurelia.
Coming.
Nice.
Just have to be careful from Freeze stepping into the cocoon, trashy with the punish. Vander getting caught up in the tempered fate. But Splyce could close out game 1 against H2K in 23 minutes. And welcome back. The second game here between Splyce and H2K is about to get underway here in the arena, and we are still here, Vedius.
Yes, we are.
This one. That was a very fast start to the day.
Yeah.
I mean, like a 23-minute game was very, very fast. I wasn't expecting as well after that early game where Splyce were just getting picked off like constantly.
Two big, I mean, we can TLDR that game. Early game, H2K, they're winning 4-0. One big team fight, Splyce won. Second big team fight, Splyce won, got a Baron, ended the game. That was literally,
that was the TLDR of game one.
That is what happened. Obviously, there were a lot of intricate, small, fantastic outplays. A lot of, you heard on the analyst desk how much they praised Mickey. Personally, I was a big fan of Wonder's flanking. I felt like his impact in those fights was pretty significant, even if it was just press R, hold Q.
I mean, DeFisher hit the nail on the head. It wasn't all-you-can-eat buffet for Wonder in that game, but no, those flanks really did make it for the team. Either way, we are into Champion Select number 2. Splyce, similar bans, Elise and Draven coming out here. Draven, of course, was the last ban last time, and we have this fancy new graphic, so you can see exactly what was picked and banned last time. Gnar will be the final one, aimed at Odoamne in the top lane. Nidalee, once again, taken by H2K, or taken away by, and Fiora aimed at Wonder.
So, the priority right now for Splyce could very well be jungle, or it could be Karma once again. Karma, very well-rounded support. We've seen a lot of priority from every team. We know that Mickey can play it, and there's nothing wrong. You know, it's a pretty much well-rounded support. You know, she fits into a bunch of different compositions. She provides a lot of utility, and she's just something safe that you can get away with. But okay, forget safe. Let's just
first pick Malzahar. Let's go.
In fairness, he is a pretty safe mid laner right now. There are very few matchups that he struggles in. He has a small window that you can punish him in, his 1-5, where he has a very long cooldown on his passive, and his pushing power isn't that strong. But after that, you can never deal with him outside. He's just constantly shoving you underneath your turret. And typically the best way to deal with him is to pick something that scales as well as him, and pretty much can farm as equally. I like Anivia. I think Anivia, it does a good job because she's a pretty big control mage that can split off. You know, Lissandra's another good one that can run into Malzahar because it's very easy to close the gap.
Right.
But, and we know that Lissandra is something that Ryu plays. We'll just have to see whether or not they decide to pick it. They can hold on to their mid laner for a long time. Something that we also saw from Malz yesterday, though, you and I from H2K, sorry, Pyra and I from H2K,
close enough,
was actually Malzahar in the top lane, so they have that flexibility too.
True. Can also be a flex pick. There's the Sivir and Karma picked up, but no Olaf. So what are you going to speed up?
So no, well, everyone, Pulse, funnily enough.
Everyone else.
Really good at setting up for fights, speed up the rest of your team, enable you to close the gap. You can then use whatever tank, or you can use whoever you want to start the engage, or you can disengage, you know. We're scared, let's run really quickly. On the hunt quickly turns to, we're off from the hunt. But they also have a lot of wave clear, a lot of pushing power in the 2 versus 2. Very few duo lanes can really match that pushing power, and a lot of laners often like to avoid playing against that because you really can't match the fact that they are constantly shoving you under turret and setting up for potential dives.
Waiting on those next 2 pickups from Splyce here, and they will lock them in. Rek'Sai once again for the jungle of Trashy, and Shen also picked up as well. So can go into the top lane for Wonder, most likely going to go into the top lane.
So right now, Splyce setting themselves up for a comfortable 1-3-1 play. Very few people can deal with the Malzahar in a side lane, again, because of his powerful split pushing potential. And on top of that, Shen, very safe lane. Very few things that he's going to lose to. If H2K want to go for the Aurelia, then naturally you're kind of dissuading that because you're saying, hey, Shen naturally does really well into the Aurelia. Trundle would be the next best thing to pick up into the Shen because he does scale quite well. Another good pick right now would be the Gangplank because he is allowed to have basically a free lane. You can go Trinity Force into Ghostblade, and eventually you will get to a point where you start to outscale the Shen. You can become this big threat, side lane pressure that the Shen may not be able to deal with come late game.
H2K lock in the Gragas for Yangmas and lock in the Aurelia as well to go up against the Shen. Yeah, so maybe looking for a lane swap. I mean, the lane matchup's okay, but it's still good for Shen.
We've seen it quite a few times. Yeah, you and I even had a 1v1.
We did. Yes. I did end up losing that, but I won the level 2 real hard.
But yeah, we can talk more about the matchup once we're actually in the game. But typically, you should just know that in general, this goes in favor of Shen during the early levels, and he can mitigate a lot of that big Trinity Force power spike that she is so well known for.
Exactly. last rotation in from Splyce, Lucian and Trundle coming out. So where's everything going to go? Shen top lane, Trundle support most likely.
Yep.
And yeah, Lucian for ADC, of course.
So right now, H2K have a pretty well-rounded comp in terms of teamfight damage, late game damage. Now they could go for something a little bit more towards the mid game. Something like, I do honestly think Alessandro would be a pretty good pick right now. It offers good follow-up from things like the Gragas flank. When you also have the Civi paired up with that, it's so easy to set up dives. It's quite easy to also proc Malzahar's passive with your Q. I feel like Lissandra would be a great pick here. We also know that Ryu can play it very well. He picked it up a couple times very early on into the split. But it actually looks like right now that they are considering flexing the Karma down into the mid lane. And I told you yesterday, Pulse, how much I'm not a fan of Karma mid right now.
Well, it's also the build as well.
Yes,
you soak in all the gold, and then you go support items.
Yeah.
And don't do anything.
It was this great explanation where you said it's almost like you get an AD carry and you build it full tank. And it's just like, or it's like you have a mid laner and you go support. Like, why would you do that? Obviously, I understand the aspects of it, but it's not the same way in which people played Lulu in the past, where you'd go full AP and the AP would allow you to provide even stronger utility. People that literally just going support on Karma in the mid means you lose a lot of damage, you use a lot of poke threat, and while, yes, you can provide very solid utility, I just feel like being this bigger threat where you just like go Morello into Deathcap, maybe even a Rylai's just to add a bit more utility, just to be obnoxious, it's just much better for the team as a whole.
I mean, you're putting a lot of stock in like Sivir and Aurelia doing okay, at least. If they go both get crushed, then it's just like, well, who do I buff? I mean, I have no one to buff up now, and I don't deal that damage anymore. But that has been locked in, so we will see the Karma mid lane with Braum in the bottom lane. Haven't spoken about the Splyce comp just yet, so how are you feeling, Vedius?
I actually, once again, really like the draft from Splyce. I think that they have good 1-3-1 setup. There are very few options to deal with the Malzahar. In all honesty, Karma, sure, she can wave clear. During the early game especially, she has good pushing power. But I just think that they have so many options. They have really good team fighting. They have really good scaling. They have so many options, like a number of win conditions they can play towards. And I just think that, again, Splyce have come out ahead in the draft.
We'll see if that is the case as we get into game, because the draft didn't win them the early game last time, did it? But
no.
It did win them the game in the end. But there are the team compositions once again, and our faces once again, as we have a pause to start this one off. So waiting for the teams to see what's wrong, and then we'll get that information to you as soon as possible.
So we can talk a little bit more about the draft, go into it with a bit more depth. So H2K, they have, again, with the Aurelia, a good spike once they hit the Trinity Force. Last game, they tried to capitalize on it. They ended up getting punished a lot because of the flanks from Wonder. He can do the same thing on a Shen, but he's not going to be as volatile.
I mean, he's not going to kill everyone.
Yes. It's not quite going to be the same sort of buffet, you know? Meanwhile, the side of Splyce, they have this just so much pushing power. So many winning lanes once again. But we can now talk more about that because we're going to be getting into game 2,
Yes, we can. As you can hear from the crowd, we are getting into the game now. Technical difficulties have been resolved, and H2K and Splyce will be duking it out on Summoner's Rift for game 2. Here we go. H2K launching out of the base, looking to at least pick up one win here, because this did not start off well for them. Splyce taking that game 1, despite the early game. Looking really good for H2K. We were literally praising them for everything they were doing. It's like, this was a good pick, this was a good play. 2 lost team fights, and GG.
So the difference is, this game, is H2K actually have the stronger 2 versus 2, because Braum does really well into melee supports, and Lucian will not be able to match the sort of wave clear that Civic can put out, so you're going to get pushed under your turret a lot. And if they try to engage, then the Braum is going to mitigate a lot of the threat that Trundle provides, which is very little during the laning phase. So HK do have the stronger bot. I would argue that Splyce have the stronger 1 versus 1, but we said that game 1, and that didn't quite go as we had anticipated. And meanwhile, in the mid, it's pretty even. Once you pass the level 6 mark, Senkux will likely just straight up outpush Ryu. But 1 to 5, Ryu can actually outpush the Malzahar because she has very low cost spells, which mean that you can just constantly hit the minion wave, push it underneath the enemy turret, and Senkux has to burn a lot of mana, and the damage on the level 1 rank abilities is actually quite low. So it's pretty good for Karma early on, but it ends up being very much just a farm lane. So I would say this time it's not quite as one-sided as we saw before, where Splyce had winning lanes in the majority of the matches.
Let's see what will happen in the early game. mikyx is camping in the bush. He is a Trundle, so he's not the best at being as disruptive as, say, a Braum or a Bard, but he will track Jankos and Odoamne as they head out of the jungle. Won't even try and go for the Raptor camp. In the bottom lane, Wunder will be in this 1-on-2 against Freeze and Vander, basically getting nothing. And mikyx will do a drive-by in mid lane.
So something that you will notice top lane is doing is, in the anticipation that a duo lane does a camp, say a Krugs or a Grom, you can actually just soak up a couple of extra minions to get a bit more XP, get a bit more farm, and then you can use your teleport once it hits the top lane turret to then join the other side of the map, and then you don't lose much from it because you're not trying to look to make a teleport play very early on into the game. So now you can see Wunder, he's just going to TP top, he's going to help his bottom lane shove out the wave, and you can see now ever so slight CS advantage, but when in these lane swap scenarios, every little helps.
Every little does help Varius. And Ryu is getting the upper hand in the mid lane for now. He's pushing in the wave against Sankox. Sankox has missed basically every skill shot in the lane so far, which hasn't helped.
But this was something that we were talking about earlier. Malzahar has to burn a lot of his mana to deal with Ryu, who doesn't have to burn the same quantity of mana to achieve the same result. So when you have two doing the same thing, but one costs more than the other, then obviously the cheaper option tends to come out on top. But you also have the split push cam. Split push? That's not the word. The
lane swap cam.
Lane swap cam, that's the badger. And so both towers going down relatively even. No real tempo advantage for either side. Both AD carries going to get to lane at about the same point. And so far it looks like a pretty standard lane swap game as of yet.
Yep. I really feel for Sankox there on the tower. It's just like the tower shot lands, and because all the minions are awkward health, you hit Call of the Void and panic, and it's just like, oh no, I can't believe I've done this, and then you just lose everything.
Also remember that his basic attack range has been reduced from 550 to 500, which means that it's even ever so slightly harder because you have to get closer to the minions to actually help clear them, and against the Karma, that's not what you want to be doing, because then it makes it so much easier to land the poke, which is why Sankox is struggling. And just general, as a mouse, it's actually really difficult to farm on the turret, because the Malefic Vision just does ever so slightly more damage than you wanted it to.
Yeah, so
and
the tower finishes it off, and it's like,
finishes it off. And so you don't really want to be using it. And in the past, the Voidlings were even more obnoxious because you'd use all your abilities to clear the wave, and then you try to get the last hits on it. So you hit the minion once, tower hits, then you hit it again. But then the Voidling's like, I'm helping! And then it would just kill the minion for you. Not quite as obnoxious now because of the changes to W, but can still be quite annoying when the Voidling's just trying to help the master out.
TLDR, not great to be pushed under towers, Malzahar, in the early game.
And something that he's not typically used to, but yeah. Karma, boys.
Karma, boys. Lane swap still going on. The pushing is still happening, and we'll just see another tower swap. Both laners went to the opposite lane, so they'll take the next tower. But it does mean that Splyce do have positioning over the first dragon, which will be a Mount Dragon, so that's a pretty nice prize. Mid lane, Sanko's going to land the combo onto Ryu, but Ryu will do the same. Ryu coming a little bit out ahead there. The Voidlings are chasing him down, though, to even up the trade.
Notice that we've seen very little Cloud Drake since its buff.
Yeah, no real Cloud Drake Appreciation Day, unfortunately. Yep. We were doing a lot of testing on that one, Varius. Yep. And now at rank 2, you get 50 movement speed. Before, if you got 3, that would be 45. Great. So, yeah, you're already getting more on your second Cloud Dragon. And you do move really fast.
Oh, Jankos hit level 6 very quickly.
Forced a flash from Wunder.
Yep. I mean, level 6 versus level 3, Wunder, even if you are a Shen, just the base stat difference that you get from being level 6 was enough to force them away from that turret. This is actually pretty big for H2K because now they will sit on the turret advantage. Splyce were a little bit slow on the trigger because they had used their teleport early on, very early on, whereas Odo had saved it for later on. So when Freeze and Vander then returned to the top half of the map to then set up the push, that is when Odo joined into the top half, and so they had the 3 members strong much before Splyce did. That resulted in Splyce being behind in tempo, and they're not going to get themselves that turret, which is now going to result in an ever so slight gold deficit. So we'll have to see whether or not this affects them again. But a common trait that we're now starting to see from Splyce is that their early game there are still things that they need to work on perhaps.
Yeah, I still can't tell if they're sandbagging the early game. It's just like, yeah, you have this early game, right? You know you're going to win the game. Nope, going to win this next team fight and the next one and the next one, and the game's going to end. It seems to be the strategy from Splyce. Of course it isn't. Jankos is coming down for a gank. He doesn't have his ultimate, remember, he just used it, but he is looking for the body slam flash. Mickey X and Kabi are both low level. Freeze is coming in here. There is the body slam onto Mickey X, but the TP in response from Splyce going to be cancelled as Jankos backs away. But Jankos almost has his ultimate now.
But fortunately for Splyce, they're able to push H2K off of the tower. But this does mean that now Wonder is going to lose his global pressure for a little while. As you rightly said, his ultimate's going to be up relatively soon. He's only 2 levels away from that. But H2K doing a good job of burning those summon spells. Janko's still hanging around the bottom half of the map. His ultimate has just come back up. And H2K, they know that Splyce are in this bush. They could look to force it.
Banner's going to jump on top of Kabi. They will get the concussive blows down. He'll dash away. Mickey X is still trading off against them. But here comes the Gragas. Doesn't land the ultimate. Kabi flashes away from it. But Mickey X is still under attack. Tower shot lands onto Jankos. He's being kited around. Flash comes down. Kabi dropping low. Jankos looking to pick up the kill. But it will be Vander to secure it.
Really good sidestep from Splyce to avoid the barrel from Jankos, but he had bought enough time for the rest of his team to help out. Now Trashy on the other side of the map.
Odoame will be taunted and knocked up from Trashy. A kill in return. Wonder will come in there for the assist. Ryu TPs into top lane, lands the Soul Flare, trying to draw the tower aggro. Senkuk's also roaming in here, and Ryu is cut off from the base. He's trying to pick up the kill, but not quite enough damage. And with the tower raining down hell on Trashy, always picks up another kill, but not going to be quite enough. Ryu also drops the Splyce.
Now they could look to take the turret before the TP gets in. The longer cast time.
4.5 seconds now.
Fantastic stuff from Splyce. They get themselves 2 kills in the top lane. They get themselves the tier 2 to match what happened in the bot. And Splyce responding to the aggression from H2K in kind. Very good play overall. Odo, he's not going to lose too much because he can soak up all this farm. But the fact that Splyce have gotten this early kill lead, just showing that, hey, game 1 we were just warming up, game 2 we're now trying to roll with the punches the H2K are throwing out.
I mean, that was such a good response as well. Got to question the TPs coming out from H2K though. Ryu TPing in the middle of that, trying to pick up a kill. Was very close to killing Wonder, to be fair, but still, that would have been like a 1-for-1
shield that he got.
And the tower shot almost picking up the kill onto Trashy as well, but alas, it was not to be. Odoame also trying to TP into top lane, and then the tower's already dead, so we can see this one again, but Odoame just getting caught in the CC.
Yep. Big minion wave, Trashy moved to the top half of the map. He knew there was no jungle support, so it was a clean dive. Ryu TP's in thinking he can pick up the minion wave or go for the play on the Wonder. But Senkux had already started moving up well in advance. The moment he saw that TP come out, he was already saying, I'm coming to help you guys out. Wonder is barely able to get out with his life. Trashy actually drew tower aggro so that Senkux could stay in the tower for longer. But look, Trashy, he's not done yet.
Wonder, Shadow Dash lands, knock up from Trashy all over again. Senkux trying to get in range for an assist or the kill, but Ryu does walk back to his inner tower, so no kill for now, but it's going to push him out of lane unless Jankos comes in for the assist.
All 5 members of Splyce posturing around the mid lane. Both teams contesting vision around this dragon. Man and Drake, always something you want to try and get your hands on because it helps your tower taking ability, as well as the risk of taking Baron at an obscene speed. You've already got a Malzahar who takes it quickly enough, but if you add a Man and Drake on top of that, then that just adds insult to injury. So a lot of emphasis being put on making sure that neither team gets it for free. And now things have started to slow down just a little bit. Teleport is up for Wonder. He is quite a lot behind in experience and farm because they weren't able to clear out that big minion wave that hit the turret, which means that Odo soaked it all up. 64 to 32. Could potentially hurt him later on, but because of the 2 assists that he was able to pick up, in terms of the gold, they're actually quite far apart.
It was like, I saw you check the goal and it was just like, oh, 700 goal differential.
But it's okay, because mid is ahead for Splyce and jungle is ahead as well, so.
That's true. So currently 2-1 in terms of kills, but the extra tower is what is giving H2K the advantage over Splyce currently in that gold that was the bottom lane from Jankos, in fact. Take a look at these item builds here. Pretty standard across the board. Vander actually picking up the Ruby Sightstone now.
Interesting. We did hear from Crapo earlier on the desk how Alistair's right now had gone from Talisman talisman, into the Ruby Sightstone. So you have a little bit, because it reduces the cooldown on your activatables. So the fact that Vanda's gone for it early, as Ryu getting ganked.
Ryu, the staring contest from Senkooks. Ryu doesn't want to be part of this contest. Oh, Trashy comes in as well, gets the assist. That's all he really wanted. Ryu goes down. Nice collapse from Splyce.
Easy collapse. Very good gank from Mickey. Throws the pillar down. The slow is good enough that Ryu, even with his shield, could not escape the range from Senkooks. Throws down the ultimate, and then that's more than enough damage to get themselves the kill. So Ryu basically getting killed due to his lack of summoner spells and good punishment.
And that's evened up the goal totals without that tower in the bottom lane, which Kobe's probably going to take in the next couple seconds with Mickey X and Trashy around the area. So this will give Splyce actually the gold advantage now, just 12 minutes in. So a little bit of a reversal from the early game in the last game, where 4 of those kills were all over to H2K. Now Splyce actually do have the advantage. And now pushing on the bottom lane. Not sure if they can go too much further. H2K are responding. Prey Seeker, just a warning shot. Ryu is going for the supporty build once again here, Vedius. Thoughts?
I dislike it, but we'll have to see how it works out as the Dragon has been started off for Splyce. Taking that down very quickly, here comes the TP.
Many Voidlings on top of it. Trashy's kind of split out from the team now. Here comes the Stand United onto Mickey X, looking for the re-engage here. Winner trying to get in range. Will knock up. Mickey X, Senkooks drops low, but everyone else from H2K is disintegrating. It's Wonder enters the fight. Trashy getting on top of them as well. Wonder is chasing down Ryu outside of the fight. He's being tethered and he will be snared. Jankos was the only casualty, but Vanda running for dear life away from Trashy. Ryu's there to speed him up and give him a bit of healing as well. So he'll get back to safety.
The big question for Splyce now is, what objectives can they get off the back of that? Malzahar was left to pick up the Dragon. Wonder goes in.
He went very deep and will be punished for it underneath the tower, snared by Ryu. That was just a little too over-aggressive.
Oh, that was a big oopsie in the ninja department.
Yeah, take back the player of the game.
They want to keep going for the dive, and H2K have enough wave clear to force them back. So Splyce, they're going to end up trading 1-for-1 overall, going to pick up the Dragon, but I want you to keep your eyes on the Shen, because he's posturing, he's waiting, he's still pushing up the wave. He knows that a fight is about to break out. He doesn't immediately ultimate, he's waiting for a target. Mickey is the one taking the damage, so he just instantly goes on to Mickey, right? Senkooks gets knocked into the team, and then a big taunt from Wonder enables Senkooks to just get a multi-man Q off into the E, does so much damage. Kobe isn't even touched on the back line. And that was just such good patience from Wonder, identifying when to join the fray and when to effectively use his abilities to gain the maximum output. He then screws up. He tries to get the same sort of taunt underneath the tower. He doesn't have a minion wave to back him up. There's also Ryu, who has a shield to just quickly dodge out of that one. Bit of a misplay as Senkooks. Ooh, unlucky barrel there from Jankos.
Yeah, knocked away. It was very close to the epicenter, so could have kind of gone one way or the other. Jankos instantly going to flash away. Trashy will not get on top of him for the knockup, and he'll body slam over the wall. So he's good for now. Ryu as well in this mid lane. But 3-0 in this game so far. Senkooks has picked up so many of these kills from the setup there from Wonder. And again, Wonder having a pretty decent game. He really just understands when to flank, when to go for the engagers or TPs.
Yeah, I think he has good understanding of when and where he should be joining in these fights, and has been very integral for Splyce's ability to often come out ahead. But Trashy now, perhaps getting a little bit too aggressive, but Mickey has joined him.
Has Vanda being chased down, but they don't really have a lot of damage there to help them out. What they do have is people around for the blue buff. Ryu steals it, went down to 1 HP,
yeah,
and I
saw that, yeah.
Something tagged it from Ryu.
So Jankos actually threw out the smite, and then Ryu threw out the Q, just enough to get the kill. All planned from H2K.
Yes, of course.
Calculated. Great coordination between Jankos and Ryu. I mean, they have been playing together a while now. That sort of coordination is to be expected of them. But here we are, Paul. We're at the 16-minute mark right now.
We are. A lot's happened. A lot of trades back and forth. A lot of picks have happened. No big team fight just yet. Well, we did have one at Dragon.
Yeah, but it didn't result in any big...
A lot of kills. So we had a big fight, but not a lot of kills. Yeah, that's very true.
Something about H2K that we have to bear in mind is they have a lot of disengage. So even if Splyce force a fight, which their team composition isn't the best at doing, there are a number of ways that H2K can very swiftly avoid any serious engagement. But Trashy now, setting up for a flank onto Freeze. TP coming in as well.
Many TPs for Splyce, and Freeze is completely separated. He'll get taunted. Vanna comes in to try and defend him. Glacial Fissure comes up. Freeze is already dead. Senkux keeps the ultimate, will land it onto Vanna. He goes down for the second kill. 2-0, 2 fast kills to Splyce.
Smart use of the double teleport play. Wonder, he joined in with the Stand United onto Trashy, who punishes the overextended bottom lane of H2K. The top lane was already pushed underneath the turret for Odoamne, who did not have his teleport available just yet, and that resulted in a 3 versus 2 collapse. Senkux held on to his ultimate because he knew it wasn't needed to get the kill down onto Freeze, and now with with Freeze, one of the big wave clearers of H2K gone, Splyce are looking to take down this tier 1, but Ryu is actually going to be enough to deter Splyce from committing to that tower.
6-2, gradually just picking up more kills, more objectives, more of everything. Top lane Odoamne trading off against Wonder, but Trashy is here for the gank, and even though the Equilibrium Strike has been used, or rather the ultimate, he'll flash away as Trashy tries to come in for the gank. He gets the Chilling Smite down, and the Taunt Flash out from Wonder may be enough to secure this kill. It's going to be close. Wonderware survives. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Mickey X jumps onto 3 people. He has to try and get out. Vanna right up in the face of Cobb, blocking all of the cutting shots. Mickey X with the pillar, but again, he's separated. He didn't run the right way. Ryu will find that kill.
Senkux, good silence to try and deter H2K, but because Mickey was separated from the rest of his team, he wasn't able to get to safety. They do end up trading 1-for-1 overall, and no objectives are going to be gained off the back of that. So Splyce do a good job of punishing the overextended Odoamne. Let's just have a look back at this play that happened earlier on that facilitated a lot of this aggression. So Freeze, good spell shield to block the initial knockup from Trashy, but without his flash, he was not going to be able to avoid the taunt from Wonder. The follow-up from Senkux and Kobe and Mickey unfortunately joined the party just a little bit too late. And then on the top side of the map, Trashy, he still had his ultimate. So the moment Wonder returned to lane and Odo was trading very aggressively onto him, with that Trinity Force that he's picked up, Trashy was able to back his top laner, and they were able to net themselves a kill. But then H2K, they realized that 2 members stronger in the top half. Wonder was too low to join in with the Stand United, which was obviously still on cooldown after the play that happened bot lane, and so they then net themselves another kill in the mid. So both teams constantly trying to throw out punches, but typically it's Splyce that are the ones coming out ahead.
Splyce is the one who are actually landing the punches. H2K is kind of punching and missing most of the time. Did get that 1 kill mid lane though, but Core of the Void's already starting to hurt a lot from Senkux. H2K do have a couple item spikes across the board, Triforce of course, but as we get to the 20-minute mark and we head towards mid-game, what do you feel like H2K have to do right now to come back? Whether the positioning to be, do you need to go for objectives?
So one of the big things that H2K have going for them is the fact that Freeze will be able to do a lot in these mid-game team fights, especially the late-game ones, because of how powerful she is with the 3 items. But might have to hold that thought as Jankos comes top with Odo.
Wonder is 1-on-2 here, but is doing a lot of damage to Odoamne. It's winning. Yeah, it may not be enough, but he jumps on top of Odoamne again. Jankos will body block him, quite literally. Odoamne is just trying to lifesteal right now. Wonder, he's dancing around him, Equilibrium Strike, and finally the kill. Unfortunately, Shen was not nimble enough to get on top of Aurelia, but he was doing a lot of damage.
Shen was very much going to win that 1 versus 1 if Odo did not have a minion wave to save him. He played very smart, using his Q to create a gap, then hid behind Jankos to act as a body blocker. He then life-stealed off of the minions during the minion wave, came back, noticed that Wonder still had more health than him, and then he was able to land the stun with the Equilibrium Strike, and then pick up the kill along with Jankos. So overall, good play, but you're starting to see why, if the Aurelia doesn't get a massive snowball against the Shen, he is a big nuisance in the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, it really does do a surprising amount of damage, especially in prolonged trades as well, with first item being Sunfire Cave. Like, that damage really does add up.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing about that trade is, for Aurelia, she has to hold on to her W until the Shen's W gets used. Yeah. Because obviously, all he wants, a lot of Aurelia's damage is from that true damage that comes to it, because it shreds through all this armor that he has. But what Wonder can do is just buy time, like, oh, you just used a W, well, I'm going to throw my W down, I'm going to wait for yours to disappear, and then once yours is gone, you now have no damage, I have tons of damage, and I'm now going to win this 1 versus 1. So there is a bit of skill element involved in the 1 versus 1, where there are small windows you can take advantage of, and that's why initially Wonder was able to come out ahead, because Odo went hyper-aggressive very early on, Wonder then just popped the W, but it didn't matter because Odo knew that Jankos was coming, and so they were able to get the 2 versus 1 and get themselves the kill.
Gonna have the 1v1, stay in the bottom lane. Odoalne, I think, knows his place now against Wonder, despite getting that kill there.
But he knows Jankos is top, so he
does.
Afford to be a little bit more aggressive if he wants to.
Both the junglers having a turf war. Freeze and Vander also fighting over vision. And defensive pink wards. Trashy is trying to get in range, see if we can get a engage off or get some of this vision. mikyx taking a lot of poke, but it's good for now. 22 minutes in, Odoalne trading off against Wonder. And there's a Spirit's Refuge. Odoalne getting chased down, and again, Shen is getting the upper hand. Shadow Dash into more auto attack. He's still chasing down Odoalne. He's definitely winning this trade. Wonder is just waiting for the Shadow Dash and the flash. He's trying to get in range to land the combo. Is he actually fast enough, though? That is the question. This is the running contest, but we have mikyx coming in to support. Cobby as well, the culling! Oh, a stylish kill for Cobby. Was not expecting the Lucian to come in there. Trashy, there's the ultimate on top of him. Meanwhile, the TP as well out from Wonder. Shadow Dash, Flash, mikyx also keeping Vander in place with the pillar. He is a dead man. A kill to Senka.
We have a fight in the bottom. Instantly swaps over into the mid using the Stand United from Shen on top of the teleport from Senka. Now with 2 members strong, Odo gone, Vander gone. A lot of damage still available on HJK, but Splyce feel that they can go for the Baron.
Jankos is trying to contest. He's taking away some of these tunnels. Meanwhile, Ryu is trying to poke away, but these Voidlings are doing so much damage to the Baron. Shadow Dash once again onto Ryu. He'll have to flash away. Big Barrel will split up the fight temporarily. Freeze getting a lot of damage down with these ricochets. Wonder will drop to start this one off on Odoalne, looking to go to town, but nice exhaust in from Mickey will keep him at bay. He'll have to back away. Have the Malefic Visions on top of him as well. And everyone so scarred from the battle will all back off.
HJK can be pretty happy with that play though, because they get the kill onto Wonder, they force Splyce off the Baron, and they might even be able to pick up this tier 1 in the mid. Mickey does still have a lot of health. The farm alarm does signal from Trashy to tell HJK, I am still relevant, I am still nearby. And that is going to deter HJK, so both teams just going to back off. Overall, if we take the full play that happened, that was a 2-for-1 in favor of Splyce. They got the kill in the bottom lane down onto Odo. They got the kill in the mid lane onto Vander. And I mean, how crazy is it that you just instantly go from bot to mid in less than a minute, and you force plays all across the map. This is what's so powerful about the Stand United. But then we transition over to the Baron, and Splyce, their intention was to try and get themselves a kill, but Ryu being so pseudo-tanky with her shield and still having flash up, he's able to kite back a lot. Freeze isn't really the target because he's low on mana trying to do damage. And then Jankos takes a lot of it, but because of his disengage potential, because he still had his ultimate up, there was no real way for Splyce to hard commit. Senka didn't have his ult, and other than that, there is no hard crowd control on the side of Splyce, so it became very difficult for them. This was something that we highlighted earlier on, where if you don't have the Mals, if you don't land the multi-man taunt, it's actually very easy for HJK to just kite back and forth and disengage any fights that don't work out for them.
25 minutes, Splyce with the advantage in this game, ever so slightly in terms of gold, but also that tower, and just generally in terms of map pressure. I mean, Splyce literally in the jungle taking away buffs right now.
That annoys me, because
annoys you?
They had the sweeper, they could have used the sweeper to clear out the vision. That means the Jankos wouldn't have been able to see the red buff, and he wouldn't have been able to steal it away. And instead, they used the sweeper after he steals the Baron. But, Baron, red buff. But there we are, slight misplay.
Yeah, I actually thought that Cobby picked it up because he had a red buff already, but no, Jankos did get the smite down.
Yep. Just a small pet peeve. Use your sweepers, because that also denies vision. You don't actually have to clear out the ward, you just throw the sweeper down, and that denies the vision of the ward.
Yeah. But that is not what Splyce did, unfortunately. Trashy sitting in a ward's bush. Jankos will find him. He doesn't really do much damage against Rek'Sai right now. Freeze and Vander playing defensive in the mid lane. Vander split up. Fantastic pillar in from Mickey. That will be a kill. Trashy with the kill credit. And now mid tower is being sieged in. Good barrel from Jankos to clear out the minion wave, but unfortunately, Wonder's too tanky. He'll Shadow Dash on top of Jankos. Defensive or maybe aggressive ultimate from Freeze. Trying to get on top of Trashy and Senkooks here. Trashy will flash away. And now HJK out of combat range.
The big problem with HJK right now is they just don't have the damage to win a lot of these fights. And because many members of HJK kept getting picked off around the map, it's enabling Splyce to just constantly move up with their vision line, constantly seek out where HJK on the map, and then just further get themselves more and more picks. Mickey has been great with setting up these pillars to deny a lot of the escape routes that H2K are trying to use to disengage these fights. And that's enabling Senkux to then walk up through the ultimate down, and when you're being held in place for that long, it becomes easy for 4 members to get a kill. So they get the pick down onto Vanda, they get themselves the tier 2 in the mid, and Splyce looking very strong in this game once again. Bit of a slow game though.
Bit of a slow game. 15 kills, 26 minutes, 27 minutes now. H2K, last game they had the early game pretty much down to a T. Oh, gonna hold that for a second as Trashy finds Ryu in the bottom lane, gets the knockup. Mickey's here, so is Kobe. Culling comes across. Pillar will slow down Ryu. That's just another kill shut down for Kobe there.
Clinical kill once again from Splyce. The flank comes in from Trashy, and this was something that we were just discussing earlier on. So much pressure, so many picks, enabling them to extend their vision line, and then that just results in more picks for Splyce.
Well, the point I was trying to make is that H2K generally having pretty decent early games. I'm not sure if I'm going to get the chance to talk here, Vedius, but H2K, what seems to be going wrong for them? Because is it just Splyce winning out in these team fights? Is it just their competency in these fights, or is it something more? We may revisit that as Baron has been started off by Splyce here. Jankos and Vanna over the wall may have to come out for a potential steal. They do have the vision though, so that will make it a little easier. It is very much a vision battle right now. Baron down to half. Vanda is still positioning. Freeze and Odoame on the front lines. Mickey X is taking a brunt of this damage. Jankos taken off behind the pit, and it's secured by Trashy. Meanwhile, Odoame will go down to Mickey. He was trading blows. Kobe will flash aggressively after Vanda. Jump outside of Tether range. Vanda will jump onto one to finally get the snare down, or get the taunt down. Get the stun down. I'll get the CC right eventually. Ryu is still kiting around the outside. Mickey X was keeping him in range with the pillar, chasing down with the culling. He's not gonna fall, but that was 2 kills and the Baron to Splyce.
So many things going in favor of Splyce this game. Now with 5 members strong, with the Shen still alive, he can TP to join the rest of his team, but I don't think it's even needed, because with the Baron empowered minions, Splyce are going to net themselves the first inhibitor of this game. 29 minutes into this one, and such great execution coming out from Splyce.
Yeah.
They get themselves the pick onto Ryu, they set themselves up for the Baron, and initially things looked pretty risky because remember that Ryu, he still had his teleport available. It was very easy for him to actually join the fray and look to contest this Baron along with the rest of his team. But initially, numbers advantage in favor of Splyce. 10 seconds still left on the Karma. Splyce have this window that they're trying to take advantage of, and with the Malzahar, it goes down pretty quickly. H2K go for the engage on the Mickey. Jankos gets locked up, and meanwhile, another fight is happening on the bottom half of the map. Jankos isn't able to get himself the steal, and because of that, H2K immediately tried to disengage. Irelia ends up getting left on the backside to Kobe. Good little sidestep from Kobe to avoid the tether to continue his aggression, but they then can't follow it up with any further kills, but it doesn't matter to them because they just want to get themselves the inhibitor using the Baron that they've got. So overall, really good fight from Splyce. They prioritize the targets that they need to guarantee themselves that objective, and now they've extended their gold lead significantly enough, and on top of a Cloud Drake, they should be able to just glide into the base of H2K and close this one out.
Do you think it is actually just the competency of Splyce in these team fights? Because it generally does seem like they win most of their fights against most teams that we're seeing.
Honestly, it just feels like Splyce, I don't know how their communication works, but it's very much like
telepathy.
They just seem to know exactly what they need to be doing. It's like, okay, in the Baron, Gragas is the biggest threat. Whoever can, focus down the Gragas. Meanwhile, I still want the Baron to be going on. And so they had Trashy on the Baron, Kobe was helping him out, Mickey on the side, and then you had Senkux and Wonder, just such good target allocation. But the fight starts once more.
H2K going for the Hail Mary here. Wonder and Trashy immediately jumping on top of Jankos. Senkux is under attack, but the Spirit's Refuge will keep him alive. He's still not dead. Wonder with the ultimate is enough time, not quite there to keep him alive, but Odoame is being chased down by the rest of the remaining Splyce members. He cannot get away. 4 kills to Splyce. Only Senkux goes down, and Kobe is just in the base. Like a bull in a china house, he's just killing everything, and this may just be the game here, Vedius.
Splyce, in commanding fashion, are looking to take this series in a 2-0, and I think they're going to get it, Pulse.
After another team fight, Splyce finishing off this game against H2K, 17 kills to 6, and Splyce will go 4-0 on the week.
Another great game from our top 2 team in Europe, and I think at this point, no one can dispute it.
Nope.
They took down Fnatic. They cleanly take down H2K. The big questions that they even said themselves were, this week is test week. Can we pass the exam? You know, we believe we're a top 2 team, but we've got to graduate into top 2 school.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've graduated with flying colors.
I mean, Splyce have. But H2K, this was one of their big tests to see if all the improvements that they've made have paid off. And I think it did for the first, like, 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
All from there, it was really downhill. Splyce were just getting the better of them in the second game in terms of rotations. But in the first game as well, it was all about those team fights. And as soon as they just got into them, they just completely wrecked H2K.
You do have to critique H2K, though, because the big problem for Splyce's composition was that they had no hard engage. What they did have was a lot of globals. They had a teleport on their mid laner who had very hard crowd control. They had the Shen who had not only the teleport, but the Stand United. And they also had the Rek'Sai who could join in whenever she wanted, using the farm alarm. So if you overextend in your lane and you don't have adequate vision, Splyce found every opportunity that they could to punish you for it. And this just happened over and over and over again, where H2K was just giving away kills. This was then allowing Splyce to deepen their vision in the enemy jungle. That made it even easier to punish you when you even only slightly overextended.
Right.
And it was rinse and repeat for Splyce. And every time they had the numbers advantage, they knew they could force an objective. They didn't have to hard engage onto a team fight because H2K would just come to them and make their life even easier.
Well, what was the problem in game 1 then? Because that wasn't the story for game 1.
That was just Splyce being really good.
Being really good.
I mean, they just
because they dropped kills in the early game.
It was very much about. I mean, this is the thing that we're seeing from Splyce. Game 1, it was very much about, hey, can you guys team fight? Well, our early game still kind of shaky, but our ability to team fight is still fantastic. Game 2, we're just seeing a completely different style from them, where they still had very good team fights. I just want to highlight back to Wonder with his multi-man Shen.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they know how to play these team fights, but they were also very good at punishing the enemy's mistakes when trying to set up around the map.
Well, that's enough from us for now here, Vedius. We'll see what Cobby thinks of the result as he is standing by with Pyrotechnics.
Thank you very much, Pulse. And test indeed passed. Cobby, congratulations on your big 2-0 victory. Well, the results are in, but I also want to hear a little bit about the proof. Let's talk me through some of the team fight comms and how you guys actually execute, because it looks just so instantaneous.
Okay, so here in the second game, we played with Shen. So we know on bot side, even if we aren't stronger, we can always force because we have Shen who can come and back us up. So we know we have number advantage most of the times. And then I think just like we played some really strong champs. I think Malzahar is super obnoxious, and also Shen is like really good in the meta. So
yeah, you were able to get in and interrupt just about every what looked like possibly a bad situation across both those games. Very quick results as well. And you guys have kind of done this to just about every opponent you've faced. In the last 15 games, you've won 14, only dropping a game to G2. What do you think that says about your place in the region and just the relative strength of EU?
Okay, so I think it's like a mix of different things. We've improved so much through the past few months, and now it's just finally paying off. We're comfortable playing on stage now. Yamato has helped us so much with in-game stuff that we finally got down. So like it feels so good to play right now.
Certainly, not just from the results, but the way you guys are playing is looking oh so good. Heading ahead into playoffs, you still got 1 league left on the board. You're not officially locked into second place, but it's looking surer and surer every day. How are you taking the last couple of games before you move into that postseason?
Of course, we're taking them as serious as other games, because our win against Fnatic, it was super important, so we can get second place, but it just means that we cannot drop any other games, which should on paper be easier, but we need to keep full focus in those games too.
I like it, keeping everything serious. So thanks again for joining me. Congratulations, a big 2-0, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys are able to accomplish after this split ends. For now, though, we will send it back to the analyst desk to break that big series down.
Thank you so much. 2-0 on the day, 4-0 on the week, 6-0 winning streak for them, 6 games in a row that they take home. And I love how Cobby says it's just so fun to play now. And you can do, you have to respect the project that is Splyce and the people that made it happen, I think, and how far they've come.
I'm just so pleasantly surprised by Splyce. Like, there was no indication that this trend was going to happen, where Splyce were finally getting like everything together and started playing well, because like pre-split rankings, everybody had them like borderline playoffs. I had them, I think, 9th in my rankings. Like I'm ashamed right now, but there was nothing that indicated that this would happen. and they're playing so clean, even despite falling behind twice. Like, I think we can't say that HK just like played super badly this game, because their lane swap was actually fantastic. And like that's our first replay where we want to really highlight on how Jankos steps into kind of an alteration in this lane swap. Here we see Wunder being cancelled by Vander, and Wunder greeted for CS multiple times in his lane swap. That means because Wunder shows and gets cancelled without teleport on top lane, Jankos is actually going to hold here 2v1. Walk in, he gets so much experience here. He'll be level 5, way ahead of his counterpart. He'll actually walk back later here as well and cancel another wave, you know, with his ultimate and propel HTK forward. They had the map under complete control. They had over 1,000 gold lead very early in the game. And it was just beautiful to watch how HTK was reading this lane swap like a book and finally punishing Splyce. But then again, the same thing happened. Splyce kept turning it around.
Yeah, we see them there very happy after their win, and I've also some of their players have their family here supporting them as well, so that must feel good. But as you say, it goes well for H2K in the beginning, but it gets turned around on. And how much of it is H2K faltering in the same instance, or Splyce capitalizing on something they now kind of know when they fall behind?
Before we get to the next replay, like we have to set up like the fouling phase from H2K is pretty textbook. They force something on tier 2 bot, and then Odoamne feels safe in the top lane because the cross map by Splyce can get countered by Rio's teleport. So that is it in theory. Now we can look at the clip and see what actually happens here. So they have a force in the bot lane tier 2 where they want to get Kobe. He manages to survive. Eventually he'll get baited later on by Mickey, because Mickey actually does a really great flash here. Like, they flash out of Jankos, great. They juke the body slam potentially here. He flashes out of the body slam from Jankos too, but Kobe is actually one that pays the price. So Kobe dies. But this is good from H2K. The counterplay here is Splyce must dive Odoamne, but he feels safe that he can outplay with the teleport from Ryu. But again, instant flash knockup from Trashy. Follow up here, they kite Ryu. Senkux joins, and now H2K loses everything. Like this massive wave that Odoamne wanted to soak up. That's 3 waves of minions that get denied here because they stalled out the dive on the bottom. They did the right cross map, and somehow they creep back into the game. And
they
it's
even
all,
it out.
Yeah, they definitely even it out, and then they get ahead with Trashy again in a beautiful fight.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at that dragon fight, and the knockup by Trashy was
I literally
so
jumped out of my
you
seat.
looked at it like 5 times.
It looked so bad here for Splyce for a second, because the Shen ulti kind of gets wasted on Mickey, who is out of the fight. Key thing to watch here is Vander's ultimate, which will be a complete miss. But look at Trashy. The frame that Senkux gets thrown into the fight, it is 3-man flash knockup. Look at how much time he buys. Senkux was knocked like back by Gragister, so he couldn't operate his own character. But Trashy bought time because he flash knocked up 3 people on that exact frame, and he simply won the fight with one single move. Yes, if there was a Braum ultimate on Senkux, he was guaranteed dead. But in that space, he made the...
Could there have been a Brahmin?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, I don't know where Vander was aiming at, you know, maybe at his base, but like that was a complete miss. I mean, it's really harsh to say that he maybe had another idea, but like the Braum ulti was a complete whiff. It went on Mickey, who was no longer part of that fight and had already used his ulti. So that was a horrible Braum ulti. But the fact that like at the same time where Senkux flies into the team, Trashy finds like a 3-man knockup is super impressive, and he completely turned around that fight. And then Splyce started playing the map, you know, they push out top, you know, they go to bottom lane, 5-man, as Kobe said in the interview, every time they have a play, Shen ulti, they get the kills, they control super clean, and it looked like H2K was getting stomped.
Yeah, they're masters at playing with a lead when they eventually get it. Our player of the game is Trashy. So 2 games in a row though, we see Splyce getting behind. We also saw it versus Fnatic due to maybe Trashy not reading the enemy jungler or the enemy jungler being a step ahead, but he's fantastic in team fights and the moves after. Is that fair?
I think game 1 it was Trashy not reading that he should be bot, or it was the Wunder Trashy communication. Like either Wunder backs off or Trashy helps him. In this exchange, it was more of a lane swap situation. This is where Trashy needs to work on the hover hand too. No, this is where I think
Life of a pro player.
Yeah, this is the whole family thing with the camera. Gets really nervous. I think it was more of a lane swap mistake game 2, but I think Splyce as a team need to look at their replays though from both Fnatic and this series, because they keep falling behind, making small moves. Like I remember Kobe was overextending once in their games. So it's individual players making minor slip-ups, but then as a team, they manage to come back every time.
It seems that any team but G2 isn't good enough to even beat Splyce when they're ahead of Splyce in the early game.
For now.
For now, exactly. So 2-0 for Splyce over H2K, and meanwhile over on EULCS2. Once again, we're going to show you a bit of the game there, but Giants closed it out and has beaten Vitality 2-0, even though it was a good start for Vitality. But we were saying during the segment that it would be good for the favorites in the roles to get 2-0s and clean wins, for them at least, for the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And the cool thing here from this result is that Giants is now 4th place over H2K, which is honestly a complete surprise. And I think they're exactly where they want to be. The Giants organization was aiming to maybe make it into playoffs, but they've now proven that they've consistently deserved to be into playoffs. And that's honestly remarkable.
Yeah, they have not locked yet, but it seems to be on their way. Splyce, of course, was already locked in playoffs, but is now fighting to keep that 2nd place. And it looks very likely that they're going to get that. Fantastic. Now, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have Schalke 04 loading onto the Rift against G2 Esports. We'll be back in 3.5.
Noise, on the way. Hello. Cut. Okay. That was horrible, man.
Tower shot lands onto Jankos, he's being kited around. Flash comes down, Kobe dropping low. Jankos looking to pick up the kill, but it will be Vander to secure it.
Do Gragas, flash again. Use a flash out.
I'm on cover.
Okay, I'm silencing them.
I heal you.
They're all dying, they're all dying. Look, Aurelia, no flash.
He'll get taunted. Vander comes in to try and defend him. Glacial Fissure comes up. Freeze is already dead. Zenkutz keeps the ultimate, will land it onto Vander. He goes down for the 2nd kill.
Yeah. If you can taunt the Gragas when we want to finish. Like I can look to ult him as well. Okay. But I need vision, I need vision. I ult him, finish. Nice.
Splyce finishing up this game against H2K, 17 kills to 6, and Splyce will go 4-0 on the week.
Beneath the city, the beast stirs, tormented by hunger. That fearsome appetite, once kindled, will not be extinguished.
Welcome back to the EULCS Arena, where I am joined by Andy Vettiesday, who just came off casting. And just a reminder for you guys, the tickets are on sale now for our Summer Split Finals in Krakow, Poland. Hit up your friends and head to LOLesports.com for details on how you can join us. Of course, we're still a little bit wary of who we're going to see there. Obviously, Splyce is good on the way. G2 will definitely be there. But if we look at the top 5 now, G2's in first, Splyce in second, Fnatic is in third, hasn't played yet, Giants is in fourth, and H2K is down to fifth, Vetti. What do you make of that?
Yep. Well, I don't mean to brag, but I might have said a few weeks ago the Giants could very well make top 4.
It's on the record.
But they still have a long way to go. They still have another week of games. They do have the easiest schedule, which is why that's the big reason as to why I think that they could climb into 4th place, because HK still have a couple of tough games ahead. But I also know that Giants are going to be looking closely for this game because they definitely need Schalke to lose.
Yeah, definitely. So G2 versus Schalke is up next. And if Schalke lose 0-2 versus G2, that locks Giants into the playoffs. And that is looking quite likely as we look at yesterday's performance from Schalke. They were up against Roccat, and no offense to Roccat, but that should be a win for the teams that played them, or they should consider that a win and do their damnedest to get it.
Given as to how Roccat have performed throughout the split, they should be considered one of the easiest team to gain at least one win off, at the very least one. And Schalke, who were praised so highly early on into the split, this should not have been a difficult game for them, but there were so many individual misplays, there were so many just team misplays that it was surprising as to how underwhelming Schalke looked yesterday.
And I wouldn't say just surprising yesterday, but it's just been intense how they've seemed to have fallen off for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they've just been on a gradual decline, and they need to rectify that quickly because they are fortunate that right now Vitality have gone on a 0-4 week. And if they can net themselves a win, then they will separate themselves a little bit from Vitality. But right now, they are looking very easily like a 0-4 team. And when you think about their opponents for today, it seems like that they're going to struggle to get any points on the board.
Yeah, it is looking scary. They're up against the league leaders, G2, who yesterday dominated the Unicorns of Love. We had Chachi as a guest later, and he said, well, you know, it's not a shame to lose to G2, but the manner in which was quite huge, I should
I mean, look at that goal difference at 20. The fact that at 10, you're 261, you think, oh, that's not a big deal, that's reasonable. But then 7,000 goal difference on average at 20 just shows how dominant G2 looked yesterday. And something that Pyro and I discussed on cast was very much about, while they have Expect joined, there were still a couple of communication issues, especially during the early game, because something that we heard Mithy mention was that he had to micromanage a lot. And now Expect was having a better understanding. He knew what he was supposed to be doing, but now he just seems to be so much more comfortable with the team. He's making his own individual plays. He's super proactive with his TPs, and that's enabling G to be super dominant in the early game.
Yeah, we do see IT micromanaging Expect there for a little bit, just making sure that everything is in order before the players get into picks and bans, but the atmosphere does look good. You casted G2 yesterday. How much of a chance, or where is the chance, basically, for Schalke to take the game off them?
One of the big mistakes the Unicorns made was giving Trick Nidalee in game 1. Don't do that. Don't give this man Nidalee, because he is very good at that champion, and he really did run away with a lot of the early game power that he was able to have. But other than that, I mean, you just have to go even. It's a really tough one to call because G2 looks so strong on so many different avenues, and Schalke looks so weak that Schalke just have to turn everything around. And I think the big one will be something that Kreppa mentioned earlier, mental fortitude is something that you have to take into consideration. G2 look like a strong team, but you just have to come in with the belief that you can at least get 1 point.
But if anything, it would, to you at least, and to me actually as well, it would be a wonder if Schalke gets a win here off G2.
I think it would be a very big upset. If
All right, we'll see what happens. As we head over to the caster desk, let's hear why G2's Perks thinks Schalke is struggling in the race for playoffs.
They got a very good start, and they were ahead of them. They were not really ahead of the meta, but they had pretty good drafts, and they just knew how the game works. But then, like, patches, I think, kind of screwed them over a bit, because they don't seem to adapt that much in draft, and they're playing worse right now. So I don't know what's the deal with Schalke, but maybe they will go playoffs, maybe they will not.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. What I know for sure is I'm Richard Polscam, and this is Martin de Vischer-Lunger. We're getting ready for this next game here between Schalke and G2. How do you think this one's going to go? Any predictions coming into this one?
Ooh, it's a tough
I know it's
one
a hard
to predict.
question.
Yes, we have #1 right now against technically a team tied for #7, but they are down in the bottom. A team, if you look at Schalke, who's been losing everything the last few weeks. So I dare predict G2 as the favorite. I do have a confession, though, Paul.
What's that, Deficio?
I was going to bring a Danish flag today.
Okay, what happened to it?
I forgot it at home. It's just on top of my closet. I just forgot it completely. But we have a lot of Danes in the crowd now. Do. Taking the trip down from Copenhagen. You can hear some of them. I got a white shirt, so I got half of the Danish flag, and that's basically what I'm going to bring.
Yeah, I mean, you tried, right?
Yeah, it's kind of lame, right?
Effort.
I'm sorry to all the fans who showed up. I forgot the flag.
Rest in peace. I mean, you were dealing with your tongue as well. I heard it was bruised. How's your tongue today?
It is still
bit shaky.
So I asked the catering guys for a potato I could put in my mouth to talk like season 4. Sadly, they didn't have any potatoes, so now I'm just gonna.
Yeah, there was no potatoes today.
I'm gonna have to fake it. I'm sorry. Should we get into the game?
Maybe we should. Maybe we should do that. We'll take a closer look at the rosters. I was starting on the blue side of the rift with G2. That means top lane Expect, jungle Trick, mid lane Perks, ADC Sven, with support Miffy, and of course their coach Youngbuck.
Yeah, I like the way you say it here. Introduced them very calm, quiet,
sensual.
On the other side, Paul,
an M&S lineup.
We have Schalke. Maybe they want to show up today, maybe not. But they got Steve in the top lane. They have Gilius as the jungler. Fox is the mid laner. Rallis, you guys are too late, by the way. Rallis is AD carry. Spraddle support. Nif behind them. Another person where you could yell his name, but he used to be like, Nif, and it didn't really work too
very
well.
Very high pitch, yeah. It's kind of like a guttural, like strong Steve.
Steve is like very, very strong. Very manly, to say. And Steve himself, while he had a great start, you know, the first few weeks, I don't really feel like we've seen a whole lot from him. Couldn't be said for every player.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could say that for the entirety of
that was an
Schalke
easy one. And like, just pick one of the 5. It doesn't matter which one. You can always say we haven't really seen them show up the last few weeks.
I mean, that's exactly what Perks was talking about. Like, they came in super prepped, started beating everyone. They were, like, ahead of the meta. And then since then, since playing so many games, it's just like that's gone out of the window, and now everyone else are just beating them.
Yeah, I feel it's because when you come into the first few weeks, every team has terrible macro.
Right.
Because every team is trying to get back in shape in Europe, because almost all the teams are like just go on holiday before the split even starts, where the American teams were like boot camping in Korea and all that fancy tryharding stuff we don't care about.
Yeah, not in Europe.
No. Instead here in Europe, they were like all on holiday. And then when you come back, terrible macro for the first few weeks. So when a team has very good mechanical players like Schalke had, also because they were ready, they were practiced, they were in top form, they could kind of win a lot of games just by brute forcing their way, but not actually by playing beautiful League of Legends. So now these teams have caught up to you, and that's why Schalke are suddenly losing a lot of games.
Yeah.
Look like a relegation team.
They do, and it doesn't help that in recent weeks they really just genuinely look tilted in-game when you look at the player cams, and like Spraddle just kind of suiciding at level 1 yesterday. Like, things aren't just going well for this team.
And we do have bans, even though you guys can't see them. We are hiding them.
Yeah.
But it is Malzahar, Elise, and Jax on the side of G2. Pulse, do you want to take Schalke's?
Indeed I can. Nidalee and Karma so far from Schalke. We are waiting, as you can see, the timer, which you can see. Waiting for that one as the final ban. But Jax aimed at Steve. And Olaf will be the final ban. Being banned a lot, being picked a lot as well on 6-14.
Yeah, so Shen is available as a potential first pick. But in this meta, guys, there is nothing you have to 100% lock in. You apparently cannot even see the picks. So now we can actually tell you Teemo has just been locked in.
Whoa! Is that a Karthus? No, I'm kidding.
No. Why, does he even exist? I haven't seen Karthus since...
No, I know.
We've
actually seen a Teemo recently.
Hey. We're like, nerf him. No one plays him anyway. Let's nerf him again. And no one's seen him ever since.
Yeah. So we still have Champions League going on. You just can't currently see it. So we're going to do a radio cast now.
Yeah.
First pick was that Trundle coming in for G2 so far. And
if
now
we
waiting
hadn't
on Schalke.
if we hadn't like trolled around with the picks, I think Trundle would have been one of the predictable ones. Something G2 has done before, just because it's a really good flex pick. You can take it top, you can take it support, and actually counters a lot of the current meta picks.
Yeah.
So if you play like Shen top, well, you can take Trundle into it. If you play Aurelia top, you can take Trundle into it. If you play Braum support, well, you can pick Trundle into that as well. So it's a good flex pick, very safe pick that also works well against a lot of the common picks. I like to see Sivir here coming in as a first rotation pick. I think Sivir is super good right now. But maybe Steve wanna show something in the top lane.
Yes, he does. Fiora also super good right now. Yesterday was undefeated. So will be picked up by Steve here. Don't break the record, don't ruin the stat. And now Gileas will also pick up the Rek'Sai, so that's in the first rotation. Does leave up the Sivir we were just talking about.
100% pick rate for Sivir. Won a lot of the games as well. Really is a power pick at the moment. Obviously even better when there's a Karma. So I think Sven is going to take it now. There we go. Trust in the Danes.
Prediction.
Trust in the Danes to pick the right champions.
Got
So
that hype line going.
Sivir getting locked in. No real surprises. Trundle first pick, we talked about it. Gragas, fantastic jungler when there are obviously like Nidalee and Elise and Olaf removed. So suddenly you have like this, you actually have like a 5-6 jungle pool right now where Nidalee is kind of the queen. And then underneath it's Elise, Rek'Sai, Gragas, Olaf, all very, very strong, but it's just a different role.
Yeah.
Obviously, when you ban 3 of them away, it becomes pretty predictable which 2 junglers remain. So that is locked in from G2. And now they're going to play Lucian, surely, for Rallis against this Sivir. That's a bit of a no-brainer. You guys can't see it in case he's actually hovering it. But I did say it before he hovered it.
Yeah. Well, and now you can look super smart as well, because you can just say, I think there's going to be an Alistar pick up here.
Not bad. Here we go back to radio casting here. It is actually traditional shout casting. Was without anything on on screen. Well, the game was on screen, but you can hear the casters then. You would never see them. So Alistar's been locked in for Spraddle, and Lucian, as we talked about, been locked in for Rallis, because it is the traditional counter pick to Sivir at the moment. So it's a lot of counter picks in every role. Mid lane has a lot of counters, top lane has a lot of counters, AD carries their counters in this current meta, but a lot of champs are very balanced.
Yeah.
I feel like there's nothing right now where you're like, bonkers, you gotta get rid of that every time, except maybe Malzahar, but that's it.
Someone's going to screen cap that into a soon GIF, I know for certain. But Alistar, yeah, what's your thoughts on Alistar currently? Because Crepper had some thoughts early on today talking about like build paths, but he's definitely come back in recent weeks.
Always liked it against Sivir because you can combo and Sivir can't spell shield. Because if she doesn't spell shield early enough, she gets headbutted, which means she's actually flying in the air and then you can kill her after. So you can't really delay it when you do double combo. And if you spell shield instantly, she blocks the headbutt for just the damage and you get knocked up anyway. So that is pretty effective. But yeah, it's come in as a hard engaged support pick. Obviously the new build path makes him better. But a lot of teams also just join into lane stops very, very often. Right now, Ryze is being hovered. You guys can't see it from Schalke. It is a champion that's been reworked again for the 100th time, I guess.
But this time, maybe he's not good, because in solo queue, he is not doing so hot. But what we do know for certain is G2 have locked in Vladimir and Tahm Kench. So Miffy saving that one until the end, but it could go into top lane for Expect. They have Trundle as well. Vladimir will definitely go in the middle lane.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can actually take Tahm Kench top here if you want. You can technically still flex both of them.
Yep.
Both supports also does fine into Alistar. Alistar is not a super strong laner. Against Vladimir, though, we often see Kassadin or Cassiopeia as the 2 counter picks to it. Right now, Schalke is locking in the Kassadin. So, again, don't feel like there were big surprises, except maybe the Alistar. Maybe Alistar's a little bit of a surprise, but this is a traditional 1-3-1 composition from Schalke. Fiora in the top lane, Kassadin as well in the mid lane, who moves to the other side lane, and you have fantastic snowballing potential.
I'm just going to read out these compositions, and you can't currently see it on screen. We had the Tahm Kench going into the top lane here that has been locked in. Gragas, Vladimir, Sivir, and Trundle in from G2. And then, as you just mentioned, the Fiora. Also the Rek'Sai in the jungle. Kassadin mid lane with Lucian and Alistar in support. So couldn't get it on your screen, so apologies for that one. But you'll see it soon enough.
Blame the casters.
Yeah, it's all our fault.
We normally have to manually type them in.
That's true. That's our other job. We have to talk at the same time while doing all that. But no, we should be getting to this one very shortly. Luckily, the players and the game, it's all good.
Hopefully. If you guys can't see the game either, we will still cast over it and make it super exciting.
The camera will just be on us, and we'll do that good old radio cast. But coaches, shaking hands, getting ready for this game 1, sitting off in the sidelines, watching their teams.
It's what they do.
It's what they do, and then they'll be talking to them.
And apparently they eat ice cream as well, like Yamato did in the last game.
Yeah, I need to find out if he got a second one, because he was almost done by like 5 minutes in, man. He raced for that ice cream.
It's a big mouth.
Yeah, Tam Kench also has a big mouth.
He
That's been
does.
drafted by G2. Look at that transition, bring it back on the
And
transition.
there was a swap here. Trundle actually went top lane, and Tam Kench has gone support. We talked about it. Both of them could technically go top lane and support in this. I think it's another smart pick and ban phase from G2, where they have so many options, and it's really hard to then counter everything because they keep swapping around.
Indeed, they have down to 20 seconds, and they swapped up at the very last second. But as you can hear from the crowd, we are getting into game finally between G2 and Schalke here for the first game between them in this best of 2. G2, of course, the favorites in this one by a large margin, but Schalke looking to fight back.
At least we hope so. I like 1-3-1 comps, Pauls. I think right now they're very, very strong, mainly due to a lot of the picks in the meta because they've been nerfs like Azir and Victor. So we used to see just control mages every game, and it was 1-4 compositions with control mages stuck in the mid lane. But because they got nerfed, and also then suddenly they could get counterpicked a little bit easier by things like Kassadin, well then it's kind of moved Victor and Azir out of the meta slightly, and now it opens up for a lot of different picks. Cassiopeia, Kassadin, Vladimir. Well, Vladimir's always been here. Malzahar came in because of his rework as well.
Yeah.
So I really think the current mid lane meta, while Perks
says the opposite.
He says it's very boring and nothing is going to happen.
Very passionate about that.
It's very, he really does not enjoy the current mid lane. I think there is definitely room for a lot of snowballing from your mid lane champions. I think especially when you play stuff like Kassadin, a good early game for your team, from your team, sets you up for a side lane, split push for basically 20 minutes, where you can win the game.
I mean, we've seen really, really cool plays coming in from mid laners and indeed Perks, but he just generally finds the champions boring, which is surprising because, like, Vladimir is a very dynamic kit now.
He just wants Zed back.
Yeah, he just wants assassins, I mean.
But Zed...
Bring back Zed.
Poor Zed.
Bring back LeBlanc.
Nerf. Sprattle tried this yesterday.
It didn't go so well.
It was on a Janna, though. He's a little bit tankier now. Problem is, whenever the enemy jungler already hits level 2, he gets obviously access to a little bit more CC or damage.
Yeah.
So when you're at this level 1 support, oftentimes they like to just turn around and kill you if you stay for too long. This time around, he was just checking what was going on. Not cool enough to join the party.
Keystones, nothing really out of the ordinary. Thunderlord's Cow. Further, pretty much standard coming out of pretty much everyone in this game. Do have a lane swap to start up.
Strength of the Aegis from Perks. Get a bit more HP in here. Could have been through Storm Raiders. Something we see quite often when you run Ghost as well. One of the funny arguments I saw when Riot announced the changes for the next patch with their lane swap. People were like, damn, you're killing Stranger of the Ages now on laners? How dare you? I'm like, guys, we see it like what, once every 20 game, and it's not even like game breaking or game changing. It's not even that strong.
Sometimes on supports, sometimes on Vladimir's. But yeah, it's not like it's just destroyed the meta game.
It was definitely not where my brain went when I saw the change. Like, oh yeah, that one keystone. Damn.
It's just because someone has some like crazy cheese and solo queues where they run like strength of the Ages. It's like, damn, destroyed. I was really sad about the Leona nerf to base damages. But she just get extra damage on ultimate now with the new passive. Ruined mid lane Leona for me.
Was it ever a thing?
It was in my elo. Good old Diamond 5 retirement home.
The retirement home,
Yeah.
caster, it is Diamond 5. If you ever want to be a caster, just get into Diamond 5. Never get a buff. Stay in there. We don't want people getting cocky or anything.
That's true.
No. You
Also
stay
very
Diamond
difficult
5.
to drop out, which is the best thing.
Yeah, definitely. I had to play like one game recently because otherwise I would actually drop out of it.
Yeah.
I was decaying out. It was like, warning, please, you have 7 days, play one game. And I did, and I won, so it was great.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great story.
So
Carried the entire
got that
game.
one on lockdown. Not shooting for challenges, split the official.
Not this split. I mean, it's hard to cripple already in there.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I would always be competing against him.
He's already taken a spot now, so I mean that just reduces the chances even more. Right?
Exactly, yeah. He's actually filling that spot.
Nothing to do with like skill level.
No. Also, like, with the amount he talks about being in Challenger, I feel like we don't need me there as well doing the same. You guys would just...
You don't want to be
annoyed.
that guy.
No, you don't
right?
want to be that
Like,
guy.
yeah.
I get that. Face all the time. Anyway, lanes up on the boards. Surprise, surprise. No one is dying. They're just TPing.
Yeah, I mean, is a lane swap differential. I want to look towards like mid game though. That's really where things will start to heat up. How do you think Schalke are going to win this game? Is it going to go through the mid lane, or through the mid game, or through the mid lane with Fox?
Well, basically, 2 items on Steve and your Cassidy, and suddenly Schalke can take over side lanes and actually have full 1v1 pressure if you get Steve ahead. So I think a lot of it, once we get into standard lanes, after these towers have gone down, if we get the 1v1 between Steve and obviously Expect, we can see a lot of focus around that lane. If you get an advantage on Irelia, on Fiora, she can really survive. So I honestly believe on 3 items, she can 1v1 anything.
Yeah.
So if you get it to that point, you win that 1 lane. If you get the Castle to the same point, he wins the other side lane. Problem is your pure team fighting right now as Schalke in the mid game is not very strong. It is honestly pretty bad compared to what a Vladimir can offer.
Right.
So G2 is looking to obviously 1-4 way more and actually just try and get fights around objectives. Because you see, they don't have a comp that's gonna siege with Vladimir. No. They have a composition that wants to set up around a dragon, a baron, and then just take the team fight, hard engage with the Gragas, follow up with Vladimir with Ghost, and win these fights. So Schalke definitely... Man.
You don't see that very often, that combination.
Did he actually get it?
He did, yeah. He laughed it, devoured, and just spat it out into lane, and that was enough damage. Yeah. Completely destroyed. And that's one of those rare opportunities where that combo was actually really useful.
Instant tilt.
Instant tilt, yeah. What's Gillis gonna do now?
He worked so hard for that Grump. You smite on it, use the last 5 seconds, and then...
At least he got the buff.
2-bit support shows up.
Gift of the Toadstool.
Eats it. Good for Mithy. Always great as a support to get just a little bit of extra experience, because in a lane swap you tend to get almost nothing.
So nowadays we don't really hit the item builds too much early, but Gillis has picked up a Tiamat to start off the game. So what are your thoughts?
So this is actually something I've seen over in LCK a few times. I won't say all the time, but a few times, where you don't instant upgrade your jungle item and you don't instantly go sidestone, but you put focus on being stronger in the early game in terms of duels, but also just do a clear speed. And you just power farm, because in this game, Gilius is against the Gragas. Gragas is not going to kill the Rek'Sai in the early game, so you're trying to match farm with farm, and then you try and use that to scale into late game, but also see if you can put some pressure on the Gragas in the start, because you have a bit of extra damage now with Tiamat, obviously compared to going just pure Cinderhole, gives you almost no extra damage. So this is actually something I've seen a few times before, but a lot of Rek'Sais. Quite boring. You're like, nah, Sidestone, Cinderhole, go Tragger's Knife.
Just go tank.
Straight Cinderhole, just go straight tank. He doesn't have to go Titanic now. He can actually keep it at Tiamat and then start building normal.
Right.
And just use the Tiamat for extra clear speed and a little bit more dueling potential.
See if that pays off early. We'll be tracking Rek'Sai through the first couple of minutes. Mid lane, Fox versus Perks. I mean, Cassidy versus Vladimir. This is what you were talking about in Champion Select. Usually we see like a Cassidy pickup or a Cassiopeia pickup. He's going to jump on top of Perks though. Decent amount of damage.
Yeah, and Vladimir will always push down the Cassidy first 5 levels, because Cassidy can't do anything. Once you hit level 6, you can start trading. So you can see the lane shift a little bit in terms of pressure. Once you go Spirit Visage on Vladimir, though, you're not going to die. It's more just like Cassidy can actually jump you. And we're still in a lane swap, guys. Yeah. Side lanes are still pushing in. They have traded tier 2 towers. They might do it again. And just keep taking down earlier objectives. Schalke are trying to rush towards 2 items on these carries. So getting a lot of global gold is great. But what happens in the next 10 minutes if you suddenly find yourself unable to farm lanes because there's no towers to protect you? Well, then suddenly getting that farm can be difficult for your big carries.
That's been upset a little now because only Sven is in the bottom lane for G2, while Schalke pretty much all situated on the top side. Growlers can just do a bit of chip damage to the tower. Gillis is taking away this blue buff, and let's see if G2 can contest. There's the TP coming into top lane, or the bottom lane rather. Sven is pushing from the top lane from Steve. And that will stop that push as well.
Yeah, one of the things I really like about matching there for G2 and stopping the push is that you tend to force a TP. Because the enemy team has invested everyone on top side. Trick might get caught out.
On Trick, Gillis gets a knockup. Rallis is chasing after. Oh, he's going into a bottleneck. He flashes in a straight line. Culling will pick up first blood from Mr. Rallis.
Tiamat, Rek'Sai paying off. Spraddle.
Combo in from him, but...
fakes it.
Oh, Hemo Plague, Tides of Blood. Gillis is coming in with the help of Rallis. This will disengage the fight.
This will not kill the Alistar, but Trick went down. As you said, he flashed in a straight line. But also phase trick straight into a Lucian and a Tiamat Rex side. Took a ton of damage. You can see this trading. Now the Kassadin is not afraid of the Vladimir anymore. Vladimir doesn't have insane amount of damage when you go Spirit Visage as the first item. Just even better sustain. I've actually seen certain Vladimirs shift the build. Go Abyssal first item and just skip Spirit Visage completely. You go Abyssal into Rylai's. Just for a little bit more power in the early game. Not today.
Not today. But really that is just 101 of League of Legends. Never dodge in a straight line. Remember...
I think a certain character in Game of Thrones could learn something from that as well. Without spoiling anything specifically. But if you run in a straight line, I'm sorry, you deserve it.
That's true. I mean, just do the zigzag, man. It's not hard.
It is really easy. Also, someone could have maybe yelled to him like, don't
run
zigzag,
in a straight line.
run to the side. No one did. No one did.
Or he could just look up. I mean, that also helps, right?
Well, he technically didn't. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, technically we can't spoil stuff now.
No, we're being vague. Yeah, it's been, yeah.
It could be anyone.
Exactly.
Could be anyone.
Speller walking down the river, looking for another roam onto Perks. Last one, that didn't necessarily work out. Perks is level 9 and he has Spirit Visage, so he's not going to die in a hurry. Someone just placed down another pink ward to delete the old pink ward as Alice was taking it away, but he probably wouldn't have died anyway because Perks was defending it.
I like the play-by-play pink ward.
It is. That's one of those things you can do in solo queue though. You see someone taking your pink ward and you place down another one to deny that bit of gold. Look at that worth. The value.
Shows domination as well.
It does.
I have so many pink wards, I don't care. Put them anywhere I want. Yep. When you get enough money, you can just throw them around, you don't care.
I mean, the best tactic is to wait until it's 1 health away from dying, and then you take it away. Like, hey, where's my gold? There's just ways to tilt your opponent, just like taking away the Grump from Gilius earlier.
Or by having a very long lane swap that is technically still a lane swap despite them not pushing towers anymore because there's been no laning in this game at all. No one has matched 2v2 or 1v1. You can see both top lanes went opposite sides. Steve is going to go pick up the wave on top side. Does mean G2 can put pressure mid, and this is what we talk about. G2 is the 1-4 composition. If they can sit together as a team, they're strong. Schalke, it's too early in the game to really start split pushing, and because Steve has been set behind from the lane swap as well, it really slows down Schalke. And makes it very, very effective for G2 to opt into the lane swap in the first place and just keep trading until they knew, okay, now we can force a teleport, match what's happening. Infernal Drake has been alive for 12 minutes. It almost never happens.
Yeah.
When Infernal Drake is on the table, you almost try and rush it. Like there used to be a strategy, Paul, back in Season 3. I believe it was actually Gambit who introduced it, where they would rush Dragon before even showing in lane. Because Dragon would spawn very early and it was so weak in the start, you could actually take it down like 2 or 3 champions. I don't remember if the jungle did 1 camp and then did the Dragon. But I remember playing against it like at the start. It's like randomly, no one is in the lanes. You just like get a few minions down and then they just run into lane from river. You're like, what happened?
Yep.
And then suddenly you realize that you took the Dragon.
Yeah. You didn't get an announcement back in those days.
You did not. And it was with Countess. When Alex would play Countess, they would actually do it to spam Q on Dragon.
Lots of single target damage, yeah.
Yeah, it's something we don't see anymore. Also, you get an announcement, and if randomly no one shows up in your lanes,
hang on.
you're like, wait a minute. What could they do?
Yeah.
5-man jungle? Probably not.
Yeah, just clear out all the jungle camps. Yeah, not in this one. But this has been definitely a prolonged early game. And in terms of farm, everyone's pretty much the same as well. So, do you feel like this benefits Schalke? You were talking about Schalke wanting to get later into the game so they can power up their solo laners.
Yeah, I mean, definitely everything for Schalke where they don't fall behind early and get punished for having only Lucian wage is great for Schalke. Now Mythy is trying to make a move.
Abyssal Voyage, he'll find Sprout. I mean, he is level 6, but he's going to get gobbled up and spat back towards his team. Perks is also closing in as well. Sprout doesn't really have anywhere to go, and Sven is just kiting him around. He walks into Dragon, who just annoyed to try and put a bit of damage down, but G2 are going to take it anyway.
And this is where Schalke makes some of these mistakes, and we see it quite often from them, where they're slightly overextending on the map, not respecting that you don't have to be in the river right there as a support. And then he gets collapsed on, and
yeah, easy Dragon.
I assume couldn't Sprout have just splashed over the wall like when he saw the Champion ulti in the first place?
Probably.
He was right next to the wall anyway.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
I'm gonna go back so we don't.
He did save his flash there.
Yeah.
Oh, Steve, the TP has been disrupted and he'll have to flash away by Mythy, or from Mythy. He was about to land the auto attack. I mean, that is the reverse Steve chant. I mean, he didn't do a good thing there, guys.
Yeah, this is going back to check. Yeah, Splyce is right next to the wall. He could just flash over the wall and he would survive.
Yeah, I mean, Gilius was there, man. Really weird.
Strange, strange.
Yeah.
And Steve got interrupted as well in his recall. So I think it's gone a little bit wrong now for Schalke. And we just talked about how he was actually looking okay. They traded towers. They were able to farm. You know, Cassidy is sitting on a lot of ages now. He needs a second item. You have obviously your Fiora as well, trying to farm up. Expect is only level 9. So is Steve. So these top laners are not very strong at the moment. That's why you just want to buy time, because against the Cassidy, you want to punch mid tower every time. So the problem for Cassidy, when he's really weak, and you push in the lane against him in the side lane, he's stuck in that lane for quite some time, and you just go 4-man mid, and then Lucian can't really do a whole lot with his very low range. And you just instantly pushed away, rushing to tower, and chip away on tower.
Right.
And then eventually you will take it down while Cassidy is still sitting in that side lane, sipping his tea and doing whatever Cassidy decides to do. And you're not really afraid, like G2's doing right here. They're just rushing mid, push it in. Sadly for them, they didn't get any hits because calling was used, but then you can do it on the next rotation.
Yeah, 2 ultimates were burnt to defend that tower there. I feel like the Gilius tilt must be intensifying as another camp was taken away from him. This time, the Spec literally just walked up and chomped it to death, so... Those invades
done for the farming build.
Not really working out. No, he went for that team out first. Hasn't even got the Cinderhawk yet. He has the Balmy Cinder.
Can Schalke maybe TP on mid?
And Spraddle will engage, and Spraddle will back up. So no TP for now.
They're not strong enough.
Both of those solo laners actually converging on mid lane, just walking down there.
Because they pushed it past the river now. And you need mid lane control before you start pushing further towards the enemy towers. Then you need mid lane control first, but they couldn't get mid lane control before because they were 4-man G2. So every team is just kind of waiting for the small chess moves. Steve is dying right now, guys.
One-on-one, but he's not doing so hard. Fox will come in to try and assist. He'll dance around Expect, and that should be enough to keep him alive.
Oh,
Trick of Expect. Trick will stop him with the body slam. Not a range for the force pulse. Gilius comes in to try and kill the but he missed the Q. Now he's still running to try and defend. He's running for dear life, but Spraddle finds them. Thunder Cow finishes them up. A 1-for-1 trade.
But Sven just took bot lane tower because Expect survived for such a long time. Schalke couldn't TP mid, but they could TP top lane. Sadly for them, they trade 1-for-1 and lose the tower. Can they get more?
Oh, they've maybe found Sven in rotation. Miffy is going to waddle to victory. Can he get out?
But now you're losing mid tower.
Coming in here. He's going to flash. Abyssal Voice. See you later, nerds.
And now mid tower goes down. Schalke just... No, wait!
Oh, he's still there. He's
baiting. He's baiting.
He's currently bait mid lane. Perks is dropping low, but he has that Crimson Rush coming up, followed by the Times of Blood, getting all that health back. Boomerang, he'll to flash away from it. That would have finished him off on the second swing. Meanwhile, he's actually just trading off against Steve. He misses the tongue lash. He's going to exhaust him. He's Tam Kench is trading off against a Fiora, and now with the help of Trick, they should be able to finish him off. I mean, Trundle's now coming in for the fun. Lands the pillar, and that will be Trick finishing him off with the barrel roll. Oh, man.
Tam Kench, early Ruby Sidestone, 500 extra HP. Great HP as well against a underfarmed Fiora. Basically, Amithi was staying alive forever. So this is a TP play, trying to force something if you're Schalke. I don't think they have to force anything here, but they are expecting to basically one-shot Expect. Steve is really weak at this point, gets destroyed by the Trundle first, so he can't chase further. Trick shows up, Expect is still alive. Probably like, what, half a second on the ability for the Cassidy, and he kills him. Gilius actually tunnels behind him as well.
Yep.
And meanwhile, 2 members on the bottom side from G2 just playing the simple game. Let the kids fight. Take it out.
Exactly.
I like this flash from Mithi, and then he actually only holds it down here, the river. He's still alive, look at him.
Now he's trading off against Steve, who isn't doing a lot of damage to him, honestly.
No, he's so 50%, but he has gray HP.
Yeah.
So he runs back because Steve wants to join the fight up here. Then he realizes Mithi is behind him, still chasing. And he eats him again. And Steve ends up going down. So while Schalke are not too far behind to win the game, it is certainly not easy for them.
Just these small mistakes as well. These small, like, kind of hilarious plays when they happen, but are really bad for Schalke in the long run. Yeah, the Spraddle getting caught, Steve as well. But Spraddle did land that sick combo, the pulverize and the headbutt. That's really.
Is that a sick combo?
I mean, that is the joy. When you kill someone with it, that's the joy of Alistar. That's why I love AP Alistar so much, because the joy of just finishing someone off is so satisfying.
It is really hard to mess up the combo now after Riot.
Now you can buff it.
Yeah, Riot was so kind to help every Alistar player out there who couldn't do the combo.
Makes me sad, because before it had a little bit of skill to it, but now it's a true combo.
I agree. So if you're no longer able to do the combo, you should feel bad. Just saying.
It's actually probably impossible to mess up. I mean, if you just don't hit the key, then yes, that can happen.
Or if you're so slow, you W, and then the time takes you to move your finger over.
If you only use one finger.
If you only use one finger, and you're really slow with that one finger.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, even if you use one, you should be faster than now with WQ. Then again, no one uses one finger to play. Like,
I'm sure there's
you
someone
need
out there.
You have 4 fingers always on like Q, W, E, R.
Yeah. It's actually true. I actually use like 3 fingers on like Q, W, E, and then I go to R with my index finger. I don't know if that's optimal though, if you want to do like an ER combo. Probably not. That's probably why I'm not good. 3-2 currently in this game.
Right now, a lot of people sitting at home being like,
it's like, wait a minute.
But I'm only using one.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
You can judge a player's skill by how many fingers they use. Fox is going to get called out by Perks. He's got the Rise now, so he'll chase him down. Tides of Blood and Transfusion. He's a caster, so he'll Rift Walk.
But Perks managed to push him away, meaning Cloud Dragon.
Cloud Dragon hype.
First time I get to cast a new and buff Cloud Dragon.
Got another one coming up as well to Fischio, and the next one will mean that they'll have 50 movement speed, which is more than having 3 on the previous patch.
Did you guys talk about how good the new Cloud Dragon is just
We didn't go into specifics.
No?
Didn't have that many Cloud Dragons.
Okay, not into specifics. If you run from bot lane to mid lane, before it gave you a little bit of extra speed, you would reach the mid lane half a second faster, roughly. Now, it is 0.6 seconds faster you're going to reach that mid lane from the bottom lane. Massive buff.
Cheer for that one, guys.
Right there. Obviously, once you get more Drakes, it gets even better.
Yeah.
But the big one is when you run from Fountain, so when you recalled or you died, and you run back to the mid lane, you actually appear 2 seconds faster than the other guy. And that's enough for most champions to like clear the wave and then be ready to leave the mid lane and actually go impact somewhere else on the map. Yeah. So it is pretty big. I like.
It is. I mean,
first Cloud Drake is good. Second is much better.
And third is just mental. You get
30
so
is too
much
fast.
speed.
But the problem is that you still kind of want Infernal Drake instead. Like
Yeah,
you can
of
have
course.
3 Clouds, 1 of 3 Infernals.
There's less situation in which it's just amazing. Fox is going to try and Rift Walk to safety, but Perks is putting so much damage down on top of him before that happens. He'll manage to juke him over the wall. Tam Kench, he's on the way. He finds Gilius, who actually comes into the fight. He's going to jump after Perks. But actually, he's just trying to get to safety. He doesn't want to be tongue-lashed here. He's being slowed down by the Rylai's. A flash, another stack will slow him down, and the exhaust as well. Mr. Rylai's getting caught up in all of this action as well. He just walks in and instantly dies. Gilius will die.
Wait a minute.
What?
He had flash and heal and everything. Doesn't matter. Schalke didn't manage to survive the early game as we talked about. They needed time for Fiora and Kassadin to scale up, to take over side lanes. Well, as you guys can see right now, G2 didn't give them any time.
No.
I feel like Schalke forced things as well where they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Played impatient, which has been a big weakness of this team.
Steve, run for your life. Okay, he'll flash away.
Middy's everywhere.
Yeah, he's the arch nemesis of Steve this game.
But can you give play of the game to a Tam Kench?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, he's done a lot. Like 004, he set up a lot of kills. He's been really disruptive. This was all set up by Perks.
This was started by Perks. This is what happens when a Kassadin is not ahead in winning side lanes against a Spirit-based Rylai's Vladimir. It's a pretty one-sided fight. Mithy shows up, forgot to bring a friend. Rest of G2 have to run to the top lane.
Rylai's saying, I'll be your friend.
Rylai's like, I will join G2. And then they kill him instead. So he was a terrible, terrible member. Yeah. Or G2 are terrible teammates, I'm not sure.
Maybe. I just don't know why you do that. But Schalke are making a lot of individual mistakes, and G2 are making a lot of proactive plays, and that's just resulting in a massive goal lead.
To be fair, Pulse, we're not really surprised. We're #1 in our region, the great European region, is playing against a team who's been struggling for the last 3-4 weeks. We expect G2 to kind of have full control. Yeah, there can be a few fights here and there, but overall, G2 should always be in charge, and they are. Like, this game, Schalke have not really been able to do a whole lot other than that first blood. Everything else has always gone in favor of G2, one way or the other. So they are playing as expected, and it's something I really want to talk about now. I really like, I'm going to say our top 2 teams now because Splyce is in there.
Yep.
G2 and Splyce have become a lot more consistent in the way they're playing. They're consistent in making good moves, winning games, if you look at the last few weeks. And I even want to say like a team like, talk about Africa, now the Kassadin is...
Can he get away? He'll flash over the wall. Expector's coming after him.
No,
no. Chomp down.
Vladimir's coming.
Vladimir's coming
Right the Rift Scuttler.
Oh, he's going into the pit. Does he have the Rift walk in time?
Jump.
He's trying to get over the wall. Makes it just in time. He's ticking down. Oh, Perks will flash after him as well. You're not getting away from me, Fox.
So the point, I'm going to say instead the top 5 teams versus the bottom 5 teams have actually become consistent in Europe. Like Giants, 2-0 Vitality, didn't really have any issues. H2K beat Vitality yesterday as well. You know, G2 are beating Schalke right now. So the top 5 teams become more consistent in beating the bottom 5, which is what we saw last split. And I think it's good. It shows that some of our teams have really improved a lot.
That's true. Decisive victories now.
Yeah, no one's like throwing it away.
This is your time to shine.
Come on, Gilius.
You need to get this steal. He goes
Stop
to the
your
2K.
failures. Steal it.
It's going down to 1,000. He's being knocked away. Trick will secure it. Down goes Gilius. Down goes the hopes of Schalke coming back in this game. Perks is just on a rampage in mid lane. He's just going 1-on-2. And 7-2 in this game in total. I mean, G2 just all over this game this year.
Do we have any top lanes in this game? I guess they're both 0-1.
Yeah.
And then one has 1 assist and one has 4.
We've seen a lot of Steve getting 1v1 by Tam Kench.
That is fair. That happened. But I feel like both top laners never really even loaded into the game. Because they were in a lane swap for such a long time, they never got to one-on-one each other, so they never got to snowball against each other, and then it's just been like that fight in the mid lane, where Schalke were too weak because they had a Kassadin who had to farm up in the side lane, and G2 just wanted to play 1-4 to Vladimir Sivir. And it was very, very, very effective. So top lane has not really been impactful, can't blame them. Instead, we have G2 sieging on mid tower, G2 towards bot tower, and have Superman in top lane.
So, if you were Schalke right now, Deficio, and you're in this game, and it's not going well, we can't face them on equal terms, we can't even make 1-3-1 work. We're going into game 2. What do? Do you just go for a bit of Wednesday, a bit of cheese? You try and cheese them out? We're going to have a fight, so you can have some time to think about that question. And Schalke going to come in for the engage, but this isn't really a fight. This is just G2 running all over Schalke. Fox goes down, Steve died, Spraddle trying to get away and trying to limp back home, but he'll also go down. Gillis is trying to escape, and Miffy is going aggressive, almost under the fountain. And G2 are just looking to close up the game here.
Such a good game from G2, and a Trick, he wants to take down Gilius.
Had those stats.
Get the
4-1
KDA.
right now, there we go. Make that 5-1-5. Good KDA to finish off the game. And the Nexus is falling. Sven's the only one on the Nexus, because G2 just want to make the highlight reel. G2 take a commanding victory over Schalke in game 1.
Almost too easy for G2. Lane swap. Went fairly even until G2 make the good move to go defend tower. Got a teleport from it. Put the Fjord really far behind. And Trundle needs way less resources compared to Fjord to be useful. Like, Fjord is one of your main win conditions. Like, get her to 3 items, she will win you the game.
Yep.
But getting to 3 items take quite some time. You got to farm quite some pitches and Rattatas before you get up there. Like, it costs a lot. It's a lot of time spent. And no one wants to walk around outside that much.
No, they don't. Apart from me. I'll do that. But unfortunately, Steve, he only managed to get up to 2 big items and didn't really have a fun game, honestly.
There's nothing he could do with the lane swap.
The lane
then
swap happened.
I'm surprised Schalke tried to force in the mid game, where I actually felt like they did an okay job defending mid with the Lucian, and then constantly put the Kassadin to push out to river, and then once he pushed to river, move him into mid, wait for G2 to push it back, and just keep like buying time. Yeah, you will always lose the dragons. You will probably be under pressure around the first Baron, so it's never easy. But that's what happens when it's a lane swap and you play a 1-3-1 comp, and your top laner falls behind, because he's very key in this 1-3-1 to buy time for the Kassadin. Sadly for them, they didn't really manage to do anything, because then they forced a fight, they lost the fight, because they lost the bot tower at the same time. And
yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just Schalke being outclassed in everything, right? In terms of like what they're trying to pull off in-game, how they're just like playing out the fights, how they're playing individually. So what do you do as a team in this situation? Do you try something new? Do you try and just like test it against one of the best teams in Europe? Do you just try and cheese them? Do you pull out like an Urgot like Unicorns? I mean, that didn't work out very well. So like, what do you do in this situation?
I think what Schalke does really well is try and snowball mid. It's how they won games before, but now it's too predictable, so it no longer works, every game.
Yeah.
But whenever they play scaling comps, I feel like they try and force things in the early game, often backfires, and then they fall really far behind and lose. So I would actually like to see them just draft like early game, super strong lanes, try and camp mid lane, and see if we can shut down Perkz, who is known for playing very aggressive and could overextend, and try and surprise G2 in the early to mid game with an early game composition and not like 2 or 3 items needed.
Yeah,
first.
just try and snowball it. Well,
Yeah.
either way, for a closer look at G2's win over Schalke, we're going to check in with the analyst desk.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Pulse. Welcome, Trashy, to the analyst desk.
Thank you.
And congratulations, 4-0, and you've won now 6 games in a row, and you've actually won 14 out of your last 15 games you played. Do you keep count of that whatsoever?
Not really, honestly. I'm just happy that we keep winning, and I don't even think we played like super good today. We played like normal, I would say, and that's kind of weird that we just can roll over games that I wouldn't say I'm gonna say easily, even though it might sound a bit BM, but yeah, I don't know, we're just pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, you're playing really good, top 2 teams, and you got behind in some of those games, and similarly here in this game of G2 versus Schalke, they also got behind a bit in the early game.
Yeah, G2 played very well. Is a nice summary, but we had a long discussion, Trash and I, about how the draft went initially, because we could see that what Schalke had done is actually set themselves up for a good 1-3-1 split push. And this was something that Trash was saying his team has practiced a lot, but G2 have practiced a lot against it. And this is something that they understood very well, and they knew that there were clear areas in the game that they needed to take advantage of. And initially, we could see that Schalke tried to set themselves up for success so they could get those side lanes rolling. But the way in which they set that one up didn't quite go the way they initially
Yeah, let's take a look at one of those replays, because as you said, there was promise in this play from Schalke. You said actually it wasn't set up that good, or?
I think the play overall is okay. They're proactive. I like that, and they're trying to snowball their the two carries that are gonna win the game for them, which is the Kassadin and the Fiora. But I think the execution is kind of bad. Like if you force this, where you have 5 people against 3, and you go even, then it's really bad because they are losing CS on the other side. They're losing a tower as well. So I think the play overall from the beginning is fine, but the execution is just really poor.
You have really good eyesight. You looked on the tiny monitor.
I see very well. The glasses are helping.
Yeah, with 3 people with glasses here. Yeah, there we go. So initially this could have been better for Schalke, but G2 came back in the game.
Because the thing is, after this play, Schalke kind of gave up trying to do things. They realized that, okay, at this point in the game, we're too far behind. We don't have the items. We need Fiora to be on 2. We need Kassadin to be on 2. And until we get to that point, we can't force anything. So you have to play passively. And Splyce were in a similar situation yesterday against Fnatic, where they struggled early, but then Fnatic didn't push their advantage, which is what G2 did. Trashy predicted that they would try and force a play around Baron. They didn't need to force a play around Baron because there was a big fight up in the top lane, which then they quickly snowballed and transitioned into a Baron where they were in there.
I also think it probably helped G2 a lot that, I mean, it's obvious that we played a lot of Kassadin and Fiora this week, and we also practiced that obviously in Scrim, so they know the limits of these champions, and they played very well against it, because the thing you want to do is that you don't want to just let the Kassadin and Fiora scale up to 2 or 3 items and get level 16 on Kassadin for free. They just pushed their limits a lot, and what you could see is that in the mid game they got a lot of the mid push all the time, and then they rotated to the side and put pressure on the side towers, where the Vladimir and the Trundle could actually beat the Kassadin and Fiora in the early mid game. So they're just very good, and it's hard to see Schalke beating them, especially with a scaling comp like this, I think.
Do you recognize this much of G2's play because you scrim them a lot, or because you feel like you're both at the same level and you understand the same things?
I think right now we are thinking, the way we think about the game is very similar, and the way we think about drafting is very similar. So it makes both teams very easily understand each other. So I understand G2 a lot when they play. Like I can understand their thought process when they do things. Where other teams, I'm not so sure about like what some of their decision making. So maybe that's just because we're better than most of the other teams. The standings kind of
so?
seems like that. So Yeah, I want to see Schalke maybe try to pick something more early snowball and just try to take over the game. I don't like their I don't think that their macro play in the mid and late game is good enough for them to play these kind of comps. So I want to see if they can play some more early game. Maybe Gilius on his Elise pick, which I think is very good. So that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. Player of the game we decided here is Mythy in this one. Of course, Trashy's here, so he didn't want to give it to Trick, so he still had a chance of winning. That's not true. That's not true. It's not true.
No.
It's
I actually wanted. I think Trick. The thing
lie.
with Trick is that he always plays consistently well, and he does the right things for the teams, and that's why he always gets a lot of MVPs because he's doing the right things. And when your team is playing correctly and your jungler is playing correctly, then you're obviously going to look good, and that's why also I a lot of times look good because my team is doing well as well. So
I would say Mythy also has that on G2.
Yeah.
He always looks good.
Yeah, like the role of jungle and support will always shine on teams that are doing well, and that is the beauty of those roles, I think.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, that is 1 up for G2 as we see our player of the game there, Mythy. And then over in the studio on EULCS2, the Unicorns of Love are playing Rocket, and UOL is doing really well, or has even finished that game and won.
Have won.
Yeah.
Just as we were discussing, funny enough, there seems to be a trend today. We were going to do a live look in and see how the game was going, but it did end up going over to Unicorns of Love, and things really started to go horribly wrong very early on into the game for Rocket. The most interesting thing that Trashy did notice was, that's strange, Rocket have gotten themselves a Nidalee, and somehow their early game is being pushed around by a Hecarim.
I guess I don't think Nidalee. I think the perception of Nidalee being really, really good early game is not 100% true. She's really, really strong when she gets to her first item, the jungle item, where she can kind of outpace the enemy jungler and control her. So that is where I think Nidalee is really shining. But I'm not too sure about this Hecarim Nidalee thing. Like it seems like you all want to give a Nidalee to the enemy. They did it against G2 yesterday, I think.
Yes.
But they also picked Hecarim. I don't think it's a counter at all. I think Nidalee can win. Nidalee can win any jungle matchup if you are just playing smart and your team is playing well around you. And that is the strength of Nidalee, I think. But obviously, UO is just better than Rocket right now, I think.
Yep, and that was a large part of why they were able to snowball. They ended up ending the game with 14-1. Chachi went crazy on that Aurelia in the top lane. Their whole goal was basically to set him.
It was Aurelia against GP, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a really, really snowball matchup, and if Aurelia gets rolling, then GP can't do anything.
Why did I write down Fiora?
Fiora was banned, that's why.
Right, yes, okay. My brain. In any case, that also means that Rocket is out of playoff contention. Obviously, they are more looking at where they're going to end up in the promotion tournament. Maybe 7th would be the best they can do.
I mean, for someone that has been really low in the standings before, what you're looking for is just daily and weekly improvements and feeling like that you're actually gaining something on a weekly basis, and then just looking at relegation. And I'm just happy that I'm not playing relegation again. So
no.
Well, the rate you're going, you're going to get a bye into the semi-finals.
Might do. Well, we need to step away, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have the second game in the arena between G2 and Schalke 04. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Youngcons today no MVP. I don't play for MVP.
Okay. Nice. Today I'm MVP.
Okay.
And that should be enough to keep him alive. Oh, Trick! Expect Trick will stop with the body slam. Not a range for the force pulse. Gilius comes in to try and defend, but he missed the Q. Now Pete's going to try and defend. He's running for dear life.
Let's go.
Come here.
I have a complete advantage.
Nice. Go Baron. No, top. Yeah.
And Schalke going to come in for the engage, but this isn't really a fight. This is just G2 running all over Schalke. Fox goes down, Steve dies, Sprout trying to get away. G2 take a commanding victory over Schalke in game 1.
And welcome back to the European LCS. We're about to get into Game 2 here between Schalke 04, Northia, goddammit, and G2 Esports.
04 is okay. I mean,
Yeah,
you are English.
I'm kind of right.
I think that's easy. Or Schalke.
Yes, or Schalke, of course. But yeah, honestly, we're looking at Game 2 here, and it's not looking too good for Schalke right now. I mean, they're playing top of the table, and G2 just completely destroyed them in Game 1.
It is looking like another 0-4 week for Schalke. Honestly, after losing to Rocket yesterday.
Schalke Northia, indeed.
That was kind of the joke.
I'm just ruining everything today.
Pulse,
Hashtag
sit
ruined.
down.
I am
and
sitting
let's
down.
look at this champ select instead.
All right, I'm looking at it. Olaf is going to be the first ban.
We can see the bans.
Yes, we can. Everything's fixed now.
We can no longer see the future.
Malzahar is a first ban as well from G2. We're seeing that more and more as like even an early rotation pick coming in from
it's
from
broken.
teams. Yeah.
Like there's not really any hard counters to it. And one thing I've noticed about picks like Fiora and Malzahar, while some teams feel like they have certain picks they can pick into it, if you make one mistake, one of those picks will just snowball out of control. So you can't really make any mistakes, and that's a problem. Maybe not so much Fiora against really good teams, but obviously we have a Sivir ban.
We do.
Which I like, because I think Sivir is the best AD carry right now.
Oh, really? Good to know, good to know. Gangplank will be banned out, and Kassadin as well. So taking that one away from Perks. Fox actually played it in the last game, though, as a response to Vladimir.
Yeah, when Kassadin is meta, you always got to consider banning it on blue side because of the last pick option for G2. Obviously, G2, as Trashy was saying on the analysis, have played a lot against 1-3-1 comps in practice because they scrim Splyce so much. And they knew exactly what to do with the 1-4 comp. I really like to see it. You push out with the AD carry on side lane, you move him into mid lane, you 4-man the mid against the 180 carry defending, and you just push it in over and over. No big surprises in terms of bans. Karma first pick is something we see very, very often. But now Fiora is open for expect.
I mean, Steve took it last game, and he picked that in first rotation to try and get some snowball going, but did not happen with that lane swap. First pick of that Karma, as you mentioned, and now seeing what G2 will do, if they'll deny the Fiora or go somewhere else.
Yeah, you can still early Trundle. Doesn't have exactly the same value that Karma now has been shown, because Trundle into Karma in the bottom lane is not the greatest. But it is still a flex pick. Ashe is another great AD carry. One of the reasons Lucian is being used so much right now is because Sivir is being used, and Lucian is kind of the counter pick to Sivir, especially in the laning phase. So other AD carries like Ashe and Jhin can now actually be used with a lot more because Sivir is banned. But Shen is S tier in the top lane. Doesn't really have any terrible things about him. Even some of the tough matchups, he can go at least even in them. So I really, really like Shen. And when you have, again, multiple jungle bans, early picking jungle is great. And I think G2 right here, remember what we just talked about, Pulse? I say just, it was like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
We talked about what Schalke could maybe do. And like, pick very strong laners. Karma is guaranteeing you a strong lane, either in mid or support, because she's a fantastic laner. And trying to snowball early. So by early picking Elise on the side of G2, they're like, no. We're going to take the best available early game jungler to make sure Gilius doesn't get it to snowball, and we can now try and match what you do early on.
Gilius will respond with a Gragas this time. He went for the Rek'Sai last game with that Tiamat first, but didn't really work out. And Fox will pick up the Vladimir, so there's no longer a Kassadin to pick into it.
But there's a Cassiopeia, which is also a fine matchup for Perks to take in the mid lane. They don't have to show mid laner here, but they could because they like to last pick support. Very often have that pocket pick Tahm Kench. They like to play so much, and it is fantastic against a lot of these single target compositions. They like to like dive one guy, and then Tahm Kench denies it, and he gives you better rotations, which is really, really, really good with his ulti. I like Ashe. I think she is great, so I would like to see it here from Sven. And in this case, they're just saving the mid lane pick for last.
That's fine.
Definitely fine.
There's the lock-in, Braum and Ashe. Fraujord lane in the bot lane. Yeah, it will be the last pick as well for that mid lane.
But this does give Schalke a chance to pick an AD carry like Caitlyn or Lucian and win that 2v2 lane. And, you know, get back to what we talk about, strong lanes. Don't try and play the late game because your macro game is not strong enough right now. Really try and win the early game. So you can pick Gnar here into Shen. That's a winning matchup for Gnar. Pick like Lucian or Caitlyn here for Rallis. That's a winning bot lane 2v2. And try and see if you can match G2 here. If they're actually locked in the Urgot and you just said, is it Urgot time? I'm like, hey, hang on.
No. Bring out a bit
This would be, in my opinion, not the correct pick going Ezreal here. I don't think G2 even have anything to straight up dive the backline. with what they pick. Like, who's diving the back line? It's Shen. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, Ezreal has been locked in, and the Gnar for top lane, so...
I like the Gnar.
Yeah?
I like the Gnar.
Okay. And we'll get to that composition in a second. We're waiting on G2 for their final pickup here. It will be mid lane for Perks. He has the option of Cassiopeia against Vladimir if he wants it.
Which is the most likely pick right now. There are still some control mages like Victor you can pick here, but the fact that his Hex Core costs more in the early game is actually really annoying. It requires him to take a whole extra wave and kind of slows down everything for Victor. But it is still a safe choice. You just kind of match the Vladimir in team fighting.
Right.
But Vladimir can then go side lane still, which is an issue for Victor to deal with. Okay.
LeBlanc pickup here for Perks, yeah. I mean, he was talking about it. He wants to bring back those assassins. What a better time to do it than now up against Schalke when they have such a big advantage. Just go ham.
It's a little bit risky going.
You could say that.
LeBlanc here against Spirit Visage, first item Vladimir, and also a lot of tanks on the side of Schalke. Also the safest AD carry available.
The window's going to shut real fast, but I mean, there's faith in Perks to make it work.
There is. Otherwise, if he falls behind, G2 might find himself in a situation where they lack damage. Like, Ashe is great late game damage, don't get me wrong, but it's hard for her to keep his stacks rolling.
Sure.
Constantly moving around, dodging around tanks, trying to dive at you. So definitely risky, but it does mean now you have the 1-3-1 setup again. And if LeBlanc ever gets to the side lane with Shen ulti as backup, 1v1ing her is going to be impossible.
Yeah.
So that's definitely strong on the side of G2. I love to see Ghost Vladimir instead of TP, but it's something they've done before on the side of Schalke, run TP.
Right.
Put him side lane to farm and then like TP flank.
Sure.
Just kind of, in my opinion, it's not optimal in team fights.
Okay. So this lineup doesn't seem super snowballing coming in from Schalke here is what we were talking about and what Cash was also talking about, but doesn't seem to be what is on the card for them right now. Either way, jump on Twitter, use the hashtags, hashtag SO4win or hashtag G2win as we head into our second game here. And the final game I'll be casting today between these two teams. You can see us, you can see the crowd, you can see the Fisio, and we're getting ready to get into the second game here. G2 with that one game advantage. Schalke really need this win to at least even up the tables, but it's going to be an uphill struggle for sure to Fisio.
Definitely so, and I'm sorry, Pauls, that was really rude. The crowd was, of course, cheering for the game. Nothing
I wasn't
else.
listening to anything you were saying.
Oh, that's good. Never listen to what I'm saying. Never listen to what I'm saying. Anyhow, Perks trying to spice it up in the mid lane, move past what he considered a boring mid lane meta. Definitely more exciting now than when we had Victor Azir Vlad in every game. Yeah, come on. I mean, he has to admit that at least. With Kassadin, Malzahar.
Exactly, Malzahar's fun.
Yeah, he's pretty fun. He's not fun to play against.
No,
it's fun.
But the guy playing it is having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I like the whole Voidling spam when they're like, when you're ulting a target and just keep spawning more and more. You have like an army of them.
They do so much damage.
That's pretty,
so
pretty
much
crazy.
damage.
Back in the, if you go back in the day again, people tried out Snoopy, especially back for CLG or an EG when they called that in season 3.
Damn, going real far back.
Yeah, again, it was like Gambit, with the dragon thing.
Right.
You go far back again. He tried to make Malzahar jungle because the minions dealt so much damage if you build a little bit of AD as well on it. He had both AP and AD built, but it was good in jungle because you could clear without taking any damage because the minion could always tank.
Sure. I mean, that was when Malzahar got reworked. People were doing Malzahar jungle because they just did so much damage to the jungle monsters. It was changed though, so we never really saw it take off in competitive.
And back in the day as well, you could like juggle the camps a lot more. Which is also why TF jungle was a thing all of a sudden, like the biggest. Sadly that could change. Not sadly, actually it was a good change.
But then we had Kindred come in as a champion who was a jungler designed for it. Sprout just being annoying. I don't think he actually got to steal anything. There we go.
He's got to steal one of the small ones.
Oh, yeah. Miffy being annoying as well.
Miffy just took damage from the ground.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't happen. So, 1-3-1 on the side of G2. Schalke trying to match up with double TP as well. Put Vladimir in that side lane. The risk of Vladimir is in these long lanes against Shen ulti. Obviously, you want to match that with the Gnarl TP coming in. It is much slower.
Right.
But Vlad should be able to stay safe. Might see Perks try and move around and just not go for kills, but have lane pressure being like, I could kill you. So I force you to step back and let me push the wave towards your tower, and then I'm going to roam, which is what often happens with LeBlancs and Zed and so on in professional play. Inside lanes, what a joke, Zed in professional play. Come on, please. If he was actually viable, you wouldn't necessarily go to kill people 1v1 anymore. It's, the game is sadly not at that point anymore because players are too good, they're too smart.
Yeah.
So 4, back in the day again.
Yeah.
You would just 1v1 kill everyone because people just had no clue how to play the game.
Glory days.
Like I was rewatching one of our old games. Holy moly, it was terrible. It was on Reddit because Sergio talked about it apparently. And it was just like, the macro didn't exist. Can we fight this guy? Yes, let's go fight that guy. And then you just keep moving around the map trying to fight.
How did you do in that game?
I was terrible. I had one good hook on Pekka, and then we won the game. Everything else was terrible.
Hero play. It's what people remember. Perks in this mid lane. Gonna try and pressure out Fox. Of course, Fox will go first item Spirit Vision, so good luck killing him after that.
Well, he's actually one of the players who went Abyssal first. Skipped the Spirit Vision, went Abyssal into Rylai's. More damage.
Do you think he'll do that against Perks?
Again, he could do it again. It still gives a ton of MR. So it's not... It just gives you less sustain.
Yeah.
That's the issue, but gives you more damage. So it is a possibility for him. I want to see how aggressive he wants to play it. But that's often when he wins lane, you know, then he goes for the more aggressive route. Surprise, surprise, boys. It's a lane swap again.
It is.
And both teams are taking down tier 1 tower, so go teams. Yay, you can push the tower.
Well, we were talking about Fox a lot being on his shoulders maybe to try and snowball the early game. And if he gets massive, then maybe they can make it work against G2. So maybe he will go for Abyssal, but
against like LeBlanc.
Exactly.
So I think it's more of a quiet early game, and lane swap goes into mid game where we have these solo laners fighting each other in the side lanes. But then you have the Shen ulti on one side, which always gives you a massive global advantage, even with teleport available, because it is 4.5 seconds. I really think globals that are much faster than teleport have really high impact in the game. If Twisted Fate actually had any good laning matchups, he could be played in this meta as well, because his TP is so much quicker than the 4.5 seconds. So yeah, you have the safety, like in your head of being, my mid laner can follow with teleport. But he's so much slower, which means he shows up when the fight is already over.
Right.
Sadly for TF, he gets destroyed in almost every lane matchup, so
yeah.
Whoops.
One day he'll be back.
But Tahm Kench ulti as well, like it has somewhat the same value. GP ulti, because it's instant impact. All these globals here have a lot of power.
Yeah, pretty much if you have a global and you can do something when you arrive, you're going to be useful.
And you're not a terrible champion otherwise.
Yeah.
Like Nocturne. You know, if Nocturne had a longer range on his ulti in the first few levels,
very short now,
he could also be a meta pick. Except for also the fact he needs to like power farm for 20 minutes. But
yeah, there's also that. And then, of course, yeah, Fear as well being his choice CC. Back into the mid lane. Basically just farming up. Perks has a small advantage, but that's because he got the minion wave pushing towards him.
And
no real advantage in any lane.
Of course, he found the chapter he lost before.
He has done that, yes.
It's good for him. It is actually, in my opinion, one of the best items in the early game, because it gives you that mana regen on level up, which is so important. So important. If you want to push your lane, you want to have pressure, you got to spend mana.
Right.
That's how it goes.
Mr. Ryle is picking up a safe ADC in this game, going with the tier. Pretty much standard, both going for the culling, or the cull as well. Sparrow just roaming through the jungle, placing down wards, getting vision, doing support things.
Alright, also, why did Rallis go Ezreal here? When he could have gone Lucian to try and win lane, it's a lot harder. So Ezreal, obviously still double range lane, just much harder to punish. If they had standard lanes, you can, like level 2 Ezreal is fantastic, you could have maybe tried all in, but again, it's really hard in professional play. Maybe because he expected Perks to run an assassin, because they were saving last pick on the side of G2.
Yeah.
Instead of picking like Cassiopeia and put it into the Vladimir already and save support pick, they picked the Braum and saved Perks' pick, so maybe he was like, I need 100% safety instead. Because it's not a snowballing champion. So it's against Schalke kind of playing a little bit more towards the late game.
Yeah, which is not what we wanted, because in late game, that's where they've suffered in terms of decision making, in terms of everything really.
Mid and late game.
And G2 will completely destroy them, like we saw last time. Maybe something will go differently this time. First dragon is a Cloud Dragon now.
G2 contested a Cloud Dragon.
They did. I mean, this is the new patch.
Whoa.
25 movement speed on that first one now.
To be fair, it's fairly easy.
Yes.
We already on bottom side. Sure.
And was warded.
I mean, we need to ward this river anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well just check what's happening at the Cloud Rift.
Looks like Fox is going towards the Spirit Visage. Look at the prediction.
Yeah, he's not really snowballing his lane anyway. He's pretty even right now once he picks up the CS, so not a whole lot happening because it is a lane swap at the same time.
So you're now Schalke, and you've drafted in position.
Why do I have to be Schalke all the time? What if
I want to get into the mind of Schalke. We can do that as well, Deficia. But if you're G2, then you're just having a great time. You're just like lapping on comms. It's like let's go hard all the time. Easy game.
Well, they want to go hard here, Pulse. Perkz sneaking around
onto Sprallo. He's only level 3. Perkz looking to assassinate him. Meanwhile, Guinness will eventually pick up the blue buff, and Fox was also rotating.
So G2 actually realized when they engaged that Expect didn't have TP and he wasn't level 6 yet. Because he was spam pinging on himself. He sits with a big wave on bottom side. He's missing like 2 minions for level 6. Yeah. So if he had ulti ready or TP ready, they could actually commit it. They realized he didn't have it and had to just back out. Didn't get anything, no flashes were used. And now he got his level 6. There we go. But he might get ganked.
He will. This is a level 3 Karma chasing after him now.
Does he snare?
He does. And he didn't break the shield, so he's good. All right, let's change up the question. I'm Schalke.
You're Schalke.
What do I do from here? Because I've drafted into a 1-3-1. Okay, again, I've got the TP on top of mid.
To be fair, you have a team fighting comp, but you have TPs to kind of cover the side lane.
Okay.
You also have a winning Gnar lane on top side. If you get like to Black Cleaver, second damage item, you can push in Shin, but like you don't kill him.
So do I group up? Do I go for objectives, try and draw G2 into fights, try and do that early? Do I wait till late game? Because I have a lot of problems right now in late game in terms of decision making.
Well, with your composition, you have to wait till late game. So you have to ignore your problem for now.
Okay.
You have to just think that everything is great. So if you're Schalke, yeah, they're gonna use the Vladimir to match their LeBlanc in side lanes, and if you can just keep it even around river, you can actually buy enough time and then push it out and then go to mid yourself with the Vladimir and just team fight. Like you want to team fight against LeBlanc every single time. LeBlanc in team fights and Shen in team fights even are not the greatest champions. Like it's really hard to execute them properly, especially LeBlanc. Like jumping in, trying to one-shot on Ezreal. Well, it's really hard, he can arc and shift out. There's going to be Locket and Shield coming in from Karma, so it makes it even harder to one-shot someone. So if you are Schalke, you want to use your double TP to defend your lanes, not to like instantly force anything. And just try and get teamfights around objectives. Because then you can actually beat G2. That's why the LeBlanc pick is so risky for Perkz. It's very hard for LeBlanc to snowball lane by killing your opponent. It almost never happens. It's more about you need skirmishes. Like him and Trick together. Sets up a play against the enemy jungle or enemy top lane, they go dive him. And that's how you pick up kills as LeBlanc.
Yeah, lots of tanky targets as well on Schalke. Fox, still farming. He's doing fine. I mean, farm's basically even with
G2 stopping again.
Yeah, Schalke will actually start it off. So Miffy and Sven are here. There's the arrow, or rather the hook shot. So they see Schalke, and again, Schalke will just back away. They don't want to take the Cloud Dragon if it's being contested. So G2 have thwarted their problem, their attempt again.
Yeah, if Schalke wants to really take this dragon, you need to push one way further in the bottom lane. They kind of gave up halfway, like, nah.
I mean,
all the way to tower? I don't know, man.
Seems like a lot of effort.
Yeah, it's like one more wave here. Against Shen ulti, don't really want to risk it. Classic teenagers. Do it right away. It's always like, maybe tomorrow.
Do it later. Yeah, maybe
2 hours. Just do it, man. Get it done. Yep. Schalke, push it even further in there, then commit for that dragon, because you have 5 members on the bottom side. Otherwise, don't even start the dragon in the first place, because all you're gonna do is start it and run away.
All right.
Gonna gank Steve.
Really sneaky.
This is where Perkz can move up and actually get a kill on LeBlanc. There's a pink one in the river. Look at your minimap. He's moving. He's sneaking his way through the river. Steve, you are so dead.
He's. I think he's seen them now on the minion.
He's running.
Perkz is coming up through the jungle. Looking to cut him off.
Wait.
And
they
he's coming in.
See him. They don't know where he is right
Solid
now.
snake his way out of the jungle. He needs to.
He didn't see him either.
He needs to make sure he doesn't alert the guards. He makes his way out. Steve, ladies and gentlemen.
Sneaks his way out.
No, don't go that way. Had to burn the fire.
Still, it's fine. He's alive. He's alive, everyone. What a move from Steve.
Solid
Sneaking
Steve.
around in the jungle of G2. You didn't want to fully commit and keep chasing in case he'd move all the way up to like inhib turret. And been like, no, we don't want to keep chasing. And now we might get a fight here. Perkz is trying something.
Right, Trick will get a cocoon onto Gideus. He takes so much damage. He'll manage to get away, but Sprout not going to be so lucky. Rala's going to try and back him up. First blood for Trick. Gideus is still kind of trapped trapped in enemy lines. Fox is here.
Behind them now with the Vladimir.
We've swapped up sides.
Yeah, they just TP'd in after they actually got caught out here. So sadly for Schalke, they lose a kill and use double TP at the same time. After a hero escaped from Steve, his team dies. It must feel bad. You're like, you just chase entire enemy team around. And then you look away for 5 seconds and your support is dead. Classic solo.
Classic solo queue. And that's a lot of resources just down the drain for Schalke. Sven is able to push mid lane. 2 members from G2 are just taking Dragon. Trick is just 1v1ing Fox.
And this was Schalke's Dragon, at least they thought so, for the last 5 minutes. Like, this was their Dragon. Now G2 steals it away from them.
Yep.
And suddenly, Perks is teleport. Schalke does not. Perks also just completed a row straight out versus Vladimir. So now you can actually put him on bottom side, and wait, before we talk about Schalke defending, it's going to be difficult now against TP. So we talk about with Elise and LeBlanc together, great burst combined. Interesting that Schalke was in the jungle in the first place to set up vision. But it's because this time they actually did what we talked about. They actually pushed the bot lane all the way out. We're going to set up vision and then start Dragon. But then they got caught by G2. So it's hard to blame them there because we actually told them, hey, come on, do it now.
Yeah.
Do your homework, push it out.
Followed their advice. We did it when we told them to, and then they paid price. So, yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
14 minutes now. G2, another advantage in this game. 200 gold, completely destroying Schalke, but they have that Cloud Dragon, and honestly, the way the game is going, they just have control. It's a hard stat to measure.
An extra movement speed when you're not in combat is actually great for G2, because a lot of what they're going to do is going to push lanes and then rotate and like set up tower dives.
Yeah.
That's where the movement speed really kicks in.
Trick gets the red buff as well from Gilius. He's not had very many successful engages or invades in this series. That's like the third time that we've seen where he's just gone in and lost the camp he was taking.
They'll get a Rift Herald.
They will. They'll get the consolation prize. And this time, GC will not be contesting it. So they get something in this game at least. And they'll give that to Steve, so he'll be happy with that in the side lane.
Have you always been a big follower of the perfect game?
No.
No, not specifically. It's obviously something a lot of people care about. And I wonder, does Rift Herald count in that? Like, if enemy team gets Rift Herald but no towers.
Within like League of Legends. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, yeah. What else is perfect game? Is that a...
I have no idea. I think the...
You thought maybe it was.
Yeah, that's what I was
hey,
like, I have zero idea, but no. I think you have to like lose no towers, you can't die.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Herald counts, because that's the same
count.
kind of... Yeah, Dragon counts, Baron counts, because they're like epic objectives. Maybe Herald counts, but like, just in terms of how the metagame is, I don't feel like it should.
Okay. I mean, it's tough. No one really makes the rules.
Yeah, so we could decide.
We could take decide for Europe what a perfect game is, but then someone else might change it.
Already don't have a perfect
game. Yeah, no. This game is not perfect.
Yeah.
Just for the future. In case we get a perfect game. So now we talk about this. Look at the bottom lane. Perks pushed in the wave past the river. Then he leaves the lane because, guys, remember, it's not about kills. It's about putting pressure through minions and then leaving. Because then when you then go into the enemy jungle, they don't know where you are, so they can't defend mid. They're like, oh, I might die if I'm going to wait for here because I'm in Ezreal with the Trinket Force. So I'm basically doing absolutely nothing and taking me forever to push the wave. And enemy LeBlanc might show up, so you have to leave, and that means your tower goes down. And it's always the power of 1-3-1. Mind games all over it. I could be there.
Yeah.
Could be right behind you.
Starving Schalke of information as well, so could be anywhere, anytime. But G2 just know exactly what to do. Seems like every point in time in this game. Like Schalke, honestly, a lot of the time seem lost, or they're on the back foot as well, so they're never able to make like the proactive moves. Finally, Ralaz has his Triforce, it's a spike, but are they still looking towards late game? Like, can they do anything in the mid game?
Well, as long as Vladimir can hold against LeBlanc, they can do something. Because that means they can still start like trying to groove around, but they gotta be ready to fight.
Ash Arrow lands onto Spraddle. Perks is coming in for the flank as well. Spraddle's already dead. Sven chasing after. And Gilius trying to zone away. Expect he's moving on to Steve. Perks will come back in onto Gilius. It's a TP out from Fox. But 4.5 seconds is a lot of time now. And he only just joins as the fight is already over.
Very late teleport. He wanted to push another wave. Still Schalke are healthy enough to try and get some damage on tower. Minions are dying.
Schalke's still pushing up. Perks will jump in, get the distortion down. Trick is dropping low himself. Clone dies. Miffy slammed against the wall. Steve will pick up that kill. Fox looking to back away here. Expect jumping onto Steve, looking for this kill, looking for the highlight reel play. He needs to be careful, backing off, has the shield on top of him. Gideus jumping in once again, doesn't really have anything else to offer in terms of damage. Many blinking red health bars, but only one kill into Miffy.
So Schalke managed to turn it around and get another kill. We mentioned they can still team fight, like this is where together as 5 they can do something.
Perks blows up Gideus.
Not sure if he didn't see him around the corner. Because Perks literally just clicked Q and R.
Yeah, and he just killed him.
Hey,
Hey, got him. LeBlanc mechanics. But yeah, Schalke step up to try and siege the tower.
Right, first fight, TP in behind from Perks here because you have double TP, you can always force something in mid if the enemy team is pushing. Good setup onto Rylus as well after killing Spraddle, but now Schalke can escape. TP comes in very late, but it is still a very strong Vladimir joining. And then what happens? Because G2 actually trying to defend by going aggressive again. This is where the wave play is going to suffer from G2 on the tower. Dive in, Perks goes low, doesn't get Rylus. And Steve gets a good ulti onto Miffy. And they get a 1-for-1 in the end. Almost losing more.
And expect.
Well, then actually Gilead died.
Well. Yeah.
So 2-for-1.
2-for-1. So
mid tower went down.
Mid tower went down. Not a terrible play. Still leading in gold. G2. Next dragon is going to be Ocean. And G2 do have control over the area. They have actually wards all over the bottom jungle of Schalke and also the river.
Want to see more pinks? Oh, come on. What is this? One pink one on the map. Everyone has actually room for it except for your AD carry. But AD carries never buy pinks anyway.
I mean, to be fair, 4 people do have pinks in their inventory. They just haven't placed it down yet.
That's very, very true. Oh, I only see one pink on the side of G2.
That's true.
Oh, you look at Schalke.
Yeah, I am. Total in the game.
G2 here. I'm glad we're picking sides.
Yeah.
Schalke, I'm G2.
I'm playing both sides, you know? Just looking at holistically.
You know what I realized? It's so easy to stand here and talk about pink wards. Pink wards are always like, buy wards here, you know, place them. And whenever you play yourself, you actually forget it so often. Like, do I have to sell my Torrents Blade here? Yeah. I mean, I'm only 40 minutes into the game, and the 8 attack damage is pretty useful for me.
Hang on. Did Steve get it? Steve got it!
Got the red buff.
You know, the one time Steve does something really, really good, and that was like the weakest Steve chant I've heard all day.
Are you encouraging the chant? Do you want to do it?
I do when he does something good. Very chantable name.
I think people also sometimes should pay respect to the rest of Schalke. Because they actually have,
of course,
have had, especially in the start of the split, very good plays.
When they make a play?
When they make
a play.
Time. Because you can actually yell Schalke, kind of.
You could.
See?
Yeah.
This guy gets it.
Yeah. Alright, let's wait for them to make a play now.
Well, still, we're in a situation where this LeBlanc hasn't really snowballed out of control, so Vladimir can still hold her 1v1.
Oh.
And Gilead, nice engage.
Then we'll have to back away. Nice unbreakable. We'll knock both of them back, but here's the re-engage from Sven. Trick comes in. He'll be finishing off Gilead. Instantly getting that kill. Steve trying to back away now. Fox coming in from the sidelines. Blood onto 2. Perks also looking for the flank. Fox goes down into the pool. And Trick does not land the cocoon. A lot of health back from the Hemo Plague. So that was just the one kill onto Gideus. Perks jumps in once again. There's damage onto Spraddle. That was just 2 sigils.
And Mithy on point before here, putting up the shield, meaning the Gragas ulti will always explode in front of him and knock him away, and not the Ashe back in towards Schalke's team. Hard to really fault Gilead for the engage he tried. Problem is, you play against Shen, so instantly things can just get turned around. And Schalke, they're trying to be proactive. Sadly, it feels like G2 are always ready. They have information on the map, so like Gilead goes in, Sven is fast enough with reaction time to flash out, and then because the shield comes up from Mithy, he will always take the damage from it and then get knocked back himself instead of the AD carry.
Yeah.
And then they can just turn it around. Braum passes it down, rest of the team coming in, Perks joins late, but at this point the fight is already over. Mithy stays alive as well.
Fox just gets most of his health back with ult, but that's all they really get from that fight. Yeah, I mean, the engage was good from Gilead, but unfortunately, the reactions and some of the spells were there from G2, so they get the kill. They did burn a lot of summoners for it, though.
And we need to see just a Schalke team who keeps trying. You got flash available now for Gilead, and Ashe has no flash. So if she's pushing up mid, you move your Gragas to the mid lane, you body slam flash on the Ashe, and you just one-shot her with the rest of Schalke, and that's the way for you to now create a pick, potentially win a following team fight, and then maybe rush a Baron, and that's where you can get back into the game. They gotta be able to create that one pick. They gotta keep forcing the picks. If they just play slow, split up like this, well now Perks and Trick together gonna find Vladimir.
Oh, 2v1, not fair. Fox gonna get caught by the chains here as well. Trick so much down. Protobelt as well. He's already dead. Please, he's already dead.
But Shen has no ulti now. You were 4 members from Schalke in the mid lane, and yet Sven is still standing and just hitting minions on the tower. To be fair, he did move to the side lane, or he moved into his own jungle when he saw Gragas on the other side. But you got a hard commit there to something. Like 2 members from bottom side, Shen had no ulti. You're not gonna get better chances than an Ashe with no flash. It's the easiest target for you to kill.
Yeah. Gotta loop back on that. Managed to burn those summoners.
So Gilius is moving towards mid again.
Okay,
if they can stop the recall, they stop the recall. All right, go Gilius. There's the Ashe killer.
Arrow goes wide as well. This is the opportunity. Body slams in. He's looking for that ult to land. Miffy brings up the Unbreakable, buying some time. Good Glacial Fissure will block off this choke point.
Kill the Ashe.
Coming down, but Shen has joined the fight. Fox jumps on top of Sven. He doesn't have flash right now. There's the body slam. There's the kill for Fox as well. Trick following after. Protobelt into the team. Pose off to the side. Nice exhaust on top of him. He'll jump in. Doesn't get any damage off just yet, but finishes off Spraddle. Meanwhile, a kill off to the side. Gilius goes down. Trick is being chased out by Steve. He's looking to go into Mega Form. 3 for 2 trade. Advantage Schalke.
There we go, Pulse. Suddenly Schalke find a correct team fight. Yes, they do lose 2 members, but they won the fight. Can take a mid tower as well. Everyone tried to kill the poor AD carry with no flash. Sven did go down. Mid tower will follow. No minions really to kill it. They can tank it up. It's fine. They're gonna get it. Get some more minions anyway. Did use flash for Gilius, which will hurt them for the next engage, but this is what Schalke needs to do. You need to be able to get a team fight. You have to do 5-on-5. So the reason Gilius doesn't commit now is because he knows Miffy with his perfect shield and block the ulti. So you can't really try and ulti the Ashe here. But because they flank around with TP, great setup with that ward from Schalke. They all get onto the AD carry, take her down. See what has happened. Perk in from the front.
Instant exhaust.
Gets Spraddleized, so you can just one-shot him. The classic. Oh, is that a support killer?
Yeah, and off to the side. Actually, both died, both the Shen and Gragas, and that finished off the fight.
And right now, Rallis Pulse, he's in a massive power spike.
He is, 2-0-2.
Trinity Force is much better for overall DPS. He has fully stacked his tier. He's ready right now. And Perks will, further we get into this game, run out of more and more targets to kill. Like, there's gonna be Locket soon. Shielding from Karma, there's QSS already. They're starting the burn. I like this play from G2 to keep forcing because they know they don't want to go like full late game with the LeBlanc. And they're actually gonna get it for free.
Trick's taking a lot of damage, but now with Perks is in here to tank. And they've got the rest of the team collapsing. Baron just taken out. Steve's just chilling down in the bot lane. Really well played by G2.
Yeah, no one from Schalke moving. After taking mid tower, they all recalled, and G2 just put up massive amounts of pink wards. There's a fight happening, but not an interesting one.
No, it's Shen now.
Like, G2 just rushed to Baron area after Schalke recalled, put up a few pinks, and then Schalke just had no way of really doing anything because they couldn't push back mid lane, but that's where you gotta rush through the jungle, stop the Baron, just take the fight. This is huge for G2. Against G2's composition does not want to go late game. So they just lost the fight, lost the mid tower, but they get their Baron, so they're still in the game and still able to push the advantage.
Try and make something happen now from this Baron buff. All of those inner turrets are still alive, so they have plenty of targets to try and rush down. Top wave is pushing for G2. Bot lane looks like it's kind of even. We'll find out in a couple of seconds.
Well,
no, it looks like it's going to
push
push
slow anyway to really use it. You don't want to wait for it for that long. But Perks has no TP, so he's staying with the team for now. Just moving together. Remember, Schalke can still win fights. The key thing to highlight, 80 carries in a power spike. Vladimir is always strong in fights. He actually got to use the TP to get behind the MP24, which is the value of it.
Yeah, kind of stalling out G2. They can't really push in here with 4 members in the mid lane. Fox is taking blue buff and he's also able to flank if necessary, and kind of just waiting for Expect to push up the top lane. Now Perks will go into the bottom lane now and push that one out as well.
Again, it was too slow.
Yeah.
Waiting for the minions alone. Still hard for G2 to siege or dive with their comp. Not dive, but siege and take down tower. It's good to dive with this composition. But it requires Schalke kind of to have one member out of position so you can Ash arrow him. I didn't like one-shot the guy. But it's QSS for Rales, so he's not going to die. He's not going to get caught out. Perkz now setting up this tower dive. It's onto Rales.
Onto Rales, flash into combo. He'll manage to get out with QSS. Gilius is still underneath all of G2, underneath the tower, and will die for it. 40 seconds on the death timer.
Another classic 1-3-1 from G2 where you're pushing these lanes, and again, you don't go for kills in side lanes, you rotate into mid, and you just tower dive. Gilius left alone on the tower. Goes down for the 4th time in this game.
However, second Cloud Dragon hype for G2. 50 movement speed out of combat now. 28 minutes in, they have opened up a significant advantage. That will be the last push they'll get with their Baron though, because it will be wearing out pretty soon.
They still realize
that in a tower.
I hope people realize we kind of hype Dragon also for fun now, the Cloud Drake. I mean, it is better, definitely.
Yeah.
It's definitely a good Drake, but it's not like overpowered or anything.
No, it's not like better than like.
I still prefer Mountain and Infernal, but I'm a simple man.
That's true. None of this cloud stuff.
No. I see Infernal, I oppose. That's how it is.
I like Cloud Dragon. It's fun just walking around real fast, getting all the movement speed. But, yep, G2 have a second one up. We're actually going to check what the next dragon is. It's going to be Cloud as well, so we're going to have a third Cloud Dragon in this game. I just want everyone to see how fast you move. 3 Cloud Dragons.
Look at summoners, because it's important for every fight. If Sven doesn't have a summoner, he's going to die. Gilius has his flash ready, Sven does have his flash as well. Perkz does not. It's very hard to get on to this LeBlanc, and because Gilius have had a very tough game, it's not always you see junglers then try. They've had a really, really bad game. Like, when normally he's actually a guy who needs to win this game for Schalke because he needs to body slam, flash forward, catch one of these squishies, knock them back into Schalke and win the team fight, he might hesitate. Because Pulse is making fun of him and he's been struggling in this game. And it gets to you. Like, this is experience from a player who's been bad, I mean, a lot himself. That was for the Danes out there.
Ah, okay. Must be a Danish word I haven't heard of. Gilius stunned on the tower. He's still trying to engage. Okay, Miffy preemptive, unbreakable. Needs to back off while that cooldown resets. That's really big. Do not want Gilius knocking anyone in that team into his own team.
And we know Gilius can do it because he's shown he's one of these playmakers in the jungle.
Go hard.
He's a guy who can really, really take over fights if he has like great engage. But it's hard again. It's so hard for him to do it. He's looking for it. He wants this AD carry here. Trick actually respecting the potential body slam flash.
Preemptive.
Too late. He actually flashed anyway. Played it very safe.
Perkz jumping away from Steve as he goes Mega. And Gilius trying to secure this red now. So G2 can't really take down these towers.
No.
Gilius is doing a good job of just kind of threatening with ult.
G2 can only get to towers if they win like a fight first. A fight around Dragon or Baron, or like they set up this tower dive where they have multiple lanes pushing at once and they rotate. Otherwise, you can't dive against Vladimir, Gragas, all these tanky champions. We might just see them wait for next Dragon, so next Baron. Set up for that Baron again, force a fight around it where you flank in with LeBlanc, because people walk in without vision. And that's kind of how G2 is going to win this game. Which is why it's great to have so many early dragons, because it's another like win condition. Being like, oh, maybe now Elder Drake is another one where we can get a team fight outside of Schalke's space.
And Perkz also picks up the Abyssal Scepter and the Void Staff, because so much Magic Resist is being picked up from Schalke. Pretty much everyone on that team now has a Magic Resist item. Triple Spirit Visage in from top lane triangle. And Gilius just still in the mid lane. And again, G2 will split up. They send Perkz top lane, they send Expect bot lane, pushing out these waves. Both have TP. And the triple setup in mid lane. So just holding here. 1 minute until Baron as well.
Had all the pink wards already at Baron. Problem was they didn't have a top lane and bot lane set up, so they had to surrender pressure mid. Therefore, they lose all the pinks now. Kind of need to reset the whole thing. But it's going to be a big Baron fight, Pulse, and everyone watching. 40 seconds, it's ticking down. We're going to get this massive fight. They can just turn the entire game around. Schalke
hold to that.
Oh, trust me. Like, this is the only way for Schalke to win this game now. Is win one of these fights so they buy even more time to get into full late game, where they can start dictating the pace of the map and can start getting more and more of these fights. If they lose this next fight, G2 should be able to close it out.
Lux finding Fox. Sanguine Paul gets out of the chain and the
Steve's
Sigil.
coming.
Gilius is coming in. There's the arrow right on top of Gilius. Steve is mega form. He's trying to get in range for an ultimate. Pugs deletes Fox off to the side, but he's low himself. Shut down in Morales. Baron is spawned. Pugs is dead. Fox is dead. This is 4v4 without the mid lane, and Steve will have to jump away.
Still even here. Trading carries for carries. 2 mid laners down. Everyone else able to disengage. A lot of summoners used on the side of Schalke. Every single one, except for the heal on Rallis and TP on your mid laner, where everything was basically saved on the side of G2 here. Every flash is still available, except for Trick, but it's already on cooldown. So yes, it is a 1-for-1. Yes, Schalke buy more time, but the next fight you will have a summoner advantage for G2, which can be super important.
Can I get a refund on that as well? Because you were saying 30 seconds, big fight gonna happen.
Well,
it's all 1-1.
Fair enough. I thought it was gonna be a bigger fight.
Okay.
It was setting up for a bigger fight. In another 30 seconds, we might have another one. They're gonna fight the Baron.
Send me a new package. That's fine.
So they go for the one pick on bottom side, and then TP from Steve on the other side. Problem is now you kind of split up. Yeah, you need your Vladimir here to dive into the backline with you. But he flashed into Perks. Got one shot.
Yeah. Picked up a kill in return though, because Rallis was there and is enough damage with Hemo Plague. But from here, it was just Schalke all having to run away because they were losing the fight, but all had to burn the flashes. Not a single flash now for Schalke.
And everything is set up around Baron. For now. Cloud Drake is spawning.
Yeah, that will be the point of contention then.
You can take it away for free. As G2, you have the map control. You had it.
Banana down mid.
Oh, be waiting, folks. Be waiting. Get hyped, everyone.
Okay.
What's gonna happen?
Tension building. First coming back into the mid lane. I really want to see this triple Cloud Dragon. That would be the highlight of my day.
I think whenever we have these games where it's just pushing minions, we need like a riff sound.
Yeah, on the soundboard?
Yeah. So we can just click it every time.
That would be perfect.
We don't have to say it, because it is basically a game right now where two teams are just trying to push the waves to get entrance to either Dragon or Baron. That's all they do. That's basically all they do right now. Cloud Drake is started. Why is he overextended here?
I don't know why Fox is there. Expect is chasing him down. There's the Proto Bell. He'll pop the ultimate, so we'll get some health back. He is very tanky. He has the Q, Crimson Rush. He goes back up to 60%. He's still being chased down, Tides of Blood. He finally gets finished off by Expect. You're off your game, Fox.
Why would he overextend here? Your team wants a team fight. And against the Shen, he's just going to taunt you. Meaning G2 could take the third Cloud Drake, but get some towers down, get the Baron instead. That's the objective you need to win the game.
Go on, Cloud Drake, Cloud Drake.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. It's gonna be Baron.
Yeah, unfortunately more important. There's pink wards scattered all over the place. Makes the Fisher happy. Perks caught out. He'll face plant the wall. He'll go into stealth, jump over the wall. Again, Swippy swap. Expect coming in. TP's out. Does not land the Shadow Dash. Meanwhile, Steve just getting caught out by Sven and Miffy blocking up the True Shot Barrage. Trick coming in as well. Steve will go down. Perks comes in for the assist as well. Expect with the Shadow Dash onto Spraddle, trying to chase him down underneath tower now. He's so tanky, doesn't care about the tower. Gilius and Spraddle will be paying for it with their lives. An ace, a 5-0, 14-5, G2, complete control.
As promised, big team fight. Wasn't really a proper team fight, it was actually G2 catching out Schalke.
That was a slaughter.
Left and right, and just take down every single one. He started in the bottom lane, suddenly shifted to the top lane. Everyone died. One guy's alive now because he decided to die over a minute ago. But
the lone defender.
That's your base, and that was the one fight you had to win to get back in the game.
One Fox. Can he do it against the G2 onslaught? Hemo Plague onto minions.
Yes, he can.
We're out. We're going Dragon. Oh, Baron. We'll see you later. I want them to go Dragon, but they won't. Schalke coming up in 5 seconds.
They will go Dragon after. Baron, Recall, Dragon.
Oh, yeah. That's the hype. That's the hype right there.
You know what else is the hype? Next game is Fnatic Origen.
Oh.
And even though Origen are struggling a lot, Fnatic is also getting kind of shaky lately.
Yeah.
And Fnatic Origen is always hype. And also Peck
regardless.
Yeah,
no
first game.
today.
Toaster is benched for game 1. That's what
could come back.
Been announced. So he could come back for game 2. But I really want to see, I want to see Fnatic bounce back in that one. And play like G2 are playing, against Schalke here. Obviously this game now is getting a little bit closer, but they've been in control. You want to see top teams always be in full control against bottom teams. No room for inconsistency. We're near playoffs now. This fight here is all in favor of G2. Entire fight long. The mid lane is still dead. Comes out of Schalke. decided here to overextend bottom.
Yeah, didn't make a lot of sense. And this was just, I mean, this was just Schalke getting run over by G2. So they picked up Baron, they're going towards Dragon, and they just have everything on the map. They have 4 dragons once they pick up this Cloud Dragon, so there's even an Elder Dragon to wait for if they want it. But
now's the problem, like,
I mean, yeah, there's too much to choose from.
It's great to have all this movement speed, but not when you're pushing in for the inhibitor. Because then the amount of distance you gotta cover is so short anyway. This is why you want, like, Drakes that can help you win a team fight or take down a tower. Oh, they're going for Sven!
Oh, they're trying to find Sven. He's got Expect on top and trying to TP into the fight. He has arrived. Miffy's coming in. Shadow Dash onto 2. He's still alive. He does finally drop. Fox coming in. A lot of damage onto G2. Instant pop onto Rallas, though. Fox is now chasing down Perks. He's trying to get away from Spraddle. Is over the wall to try and cover the exit. Meanwhile, Trick chasing down onto the rest of Schalke. That'll be a kill onto Gilius. Fox is still alive, but not for long, I fear. And Steve is the last one remaining against the triple-man gang squad. Perks are slow. Steve down into Guardian Angel, but Perks, the rest of his team can piss this one off. Expect doesn't even care. He's actually on his way out. He cancels it. But that'll be an ace for G2. And then pushing down mid.
It looked pretty good for Schalke at first, but then Perks showed up and won that team fight for G2. One-shots Mr. Rallas. Then he dances around, takes down Spraddle as well, buys enough time. And in the end, as expected, G2 and expect.
As expected. G2 taking down the Nexus here. I think no surprise to many people. Over Schalke. G2 2-0 on the day over Schalke.
Man, Trick's been drinking like 4 water bottles.
I know. That is the secret to being good. Yeah. Stay hydrated, kids.
Definitely so. Keep winning. Life is much fun. Just keep winning.
It is. I mean,
just win at everything you do. Doesn't matter what you do, just win at it.
That is some Korean advice right there, Deficio.
You clean the dishes, be good at it.
Yeah.
And it's actually a lot more fun. Vacuum your room, a lot more fun if you're good at it. You're fast, quick, and you have a good one.
Okay. All right. I'll keep that in mind. All right. So, who's your player of the game, Deficio? Who would you vote for?
So, I was looking at Trick first. He was everywhere.
Solid.
He was part of almost everything in the early game. Perks had some great team fighting, especially the last one here, where he jumps in. I'm not actually not gonna tell you. I'm just gonna vote, and we see who wins. No, I'm going Trick. Because the early game, Trick was part of everything.
Yeah, he really set people up and went for that proto belt early as well. He was dishing out a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. It's really surprising. Like Rylai's, Runic Echo, proto belt Elise.
Plays a lot of distance.
I've seen like one-shot 80 carries. Yeah. It's a ton of damage as a jungle pick. It does give a little bit of HP as well. So, solid game, honestly, from G2. No big surprise again today. I feel like, as we talked about earlier, the top 5 teams have gotten a lot more consistent in the way they play. So when they play the bottom 5 teams, it is no longer really close. You know, Giants are winning.
That's good, though, for the region.
Yeah, it is great for our region. Like G2 here against Schalke. Yes, this game, Schalke had a few chances to get back in the game. But I felt like there's also G2 kind of testing the waters with the LeBlanc pick, even though it is really risky right now. But they were in full control.
I mean, yeah, that was the final pickup as well. I kind of like felt like Perks wanted to break the meta just a little bit. He wants to have some fun, and he definitely did. Went ham in that game, 8-1 and 5. But for more on that series, let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Paul. Still joined here by young Val Kilmer, aka Trashy, and Betty. That's what a lot of fans have been noticing. In any case, let's talk about G2. In this one, not much more to say than the fact that they were incredibly dominant once again. And even trying some things, you said it's a bit cocky from Perks to come out with that pick, but you also understand it.
Yeah, I think it's a comfort pick for him. And he also showed this game that he is a very good LeBlanc player. And I mean, at the state where they are right now, there's no real, they can test a lot of stuff in games, right? And even though I don't think it was necessarily the best pick they could have gone for, it was good, and he played it well, and they are just a better team than Schalke, and then you can pull these picks off.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just from the damage dealt that we have from our fancy new post-game breakdown graphic, which clearly illustrates really nicely how the game was going, because you did see early on things weren't quite as snowbally for G2. A lot of the momentum swing for them was largely from that Baron play that came around the 20 to 25 minute mark, where they just decisively picked that one up for themselves and they quickly transitioned that into a strong lead.
Yeah, as we see it, their highest damage in the game coming from Perks. That might have a thing or two to do with the end game fights as well, where he picked up a couple of kills, and the Cloud Drakes as well.
Yes, so the problem, Fisher mentioned it on the desk, the problem with getting that third Cloud Drake right at the end of the game is it doesn't really help. It only means that you move faster towards the enemy base. But I guess after that final team fight, they were able to close out a little bit sooner than they would have otherwise.
Also, you can do a lot of damage with Elise if you go full damage, like Trick did. So I actually really like the build he did. I do it too when I have the chance. So it's sometimes surprising how much damage you can actually do. I think in some cases, if you surprise the AD carry, you can actually just kill the AD carry alone, and it's very scary. But it's also kind of risky because you can get one shot yourself, right? So it works both ways. But I like the way he played it.
Talking about both junglers, you were mentioning during the game that Trick has a very good idea of what to do in what situation, and I feel like often in the past we said that more players of G2 and Trick specifically would go in at times where it's too risky for them. Do you see an evolution in him as a jungler?
I mean, I always saw him as a really, really strong player and knowing what to do in game. But specifically in this game, I felt like it was more like they were punishing when Schalke was just overextending and trying to force too hard. And that is kind of the struggle of Schalke. I feel like they just go too ham at sometimes at fights, and then it just backfires, and then it snowballs from there, and then they just take over the game. And a lot of it, this game was on Gilius not finding the right opportunities or the right engages. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his Gragas play, especially on stage. It hasn't been. I mean, we have to call him out if he doesn't play as he should. So I think it's fair to say that his Gragas play hasn't been very good on stage.
And to that, you also said when you play them, also it is an okay strategy to sit back and wait until he overextends, because he seems to make those decisions often.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to say what goes through in their heads when they play, but it seems like they're just, at some point, they're like, guys, we need to fight, and then it's so forced that it doesn't work, and then then it just goes downhill from there. And that, like in our games, we also, when we play Schalke, we're really comfortable in the game because we know that at some point they're going to do a mistake, and that is their struggle.
What was most insightful for me when talking to Trashy was how he said patience is something that he has grown as a skill over time, and it's something that he highlights Trick is very good at as well. Because if you just looked at the matchup of Elise versus Gragas, you would say, oh, well, Elise typically wins that matchup in the early game, but Trick wasn't doing a huge amount. He wasn't setting up like tons of kills, tons of ganks, but that was fine. He wasn't then trying to force anything. He was just patiently waiting for an opportunity, whereas when we saw from Gilius, he saw an opportunity and then he forced it too hard, and then he missed a couple Gragas ults, he overstepped his boundaries, he ended up giving a lot of kills, and this is the difference in junglers, and just being able to just look at the map, observe from a distance and go, okay, I just need to take my time, and you know, there will be opportunities that I can take advantage.
And Trek getting his laners rolling player of the game. Perks in this one, some fantastic plays. And maybe also the fact that he took the LeBlanc and it was quite a ballsy matchup, and then he delivered on it.
I like his LeBlanc play. He's very, very good on this champion. And it's definitely, if LeBlanc is back in the meta, it's a champion you really have to respect when he plays it, because he knows his limits on the champion really well.
You know what this is? This is a sign to you guys. This is a shout out like, hey guys, I also have an awesome LeBlanc if you were to meet me in playoffs
I mean,
at some point.
if he's going to play LeBlanc against us, I think we will just win. So.
All right.
Wow.
He can just pick it.
Okay, I'm going to write that down. Let's take a look at the standings, because we have some implications due to these results. Giants are now locked into playoffs. Fnatic actually locked earlier today because of the head-to-head, so that's an update for us. Now we see G2, Splyce, Fnatic, and Giants all locked, and Roccat eliminated from playoffs.
So, Trashy, I want to ask you, when you came into the split, is this how you saw the standings?
No, obviously no. I mean, every analyst that was predicting the split was like Splyce, 9th place. Then going to next is like 8th place, maybe 10th place as well. I mean, I was hoping a lot to go to playoffs, and I have personally never went to playoffs, so that was kind of my goal of the split. I didn't think we would be this good. But yeah, so I'm just really happy with how things are going.
Yeah, and just like if you want to get to Worlds, you're going to have to win the gauntlet or win the split. Champion points, I think, might be quite difficult, so big task ahead of you guys.
I think if we just keep focusing on every week getting better and keeping this level, then we can go through the gauntlet and win it. But there's a long time till then, and a lot of things can change.
I was going to say, well, isn't your goal to knock G2 off the throne and then go to Worlds that way rather than go through the gauntlet?
I think best of 5 against G2 right now would be really close and would be really fun to watch. I think in terms of understanding the game, maybe they're slightly better than us, but it's very, very close, and I wouldn't call anyone to be like this team is gonna destroy the other one right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Super exciting in any case. And over on EULCS2, another 2-0 UOL. They've dominated Rocket, and they took a clean 2-0. What happened in that second game?
So early game Rocket were putting up a little bit more of a fight. They were trying to force plays around the map, and this is one of the plays that they did try to set up in the mid, trying to force a dive down onto the Unicorns of Love that initially looked somewhat promising because they get a kill down onto Exile, but then the Unicorns quickly return in kind. Chachi being a bit of a monster on this Trundle in the front line, and Veritas' positioning was extremely integral in their ability to turn this game around. This is a Baron play that initially looked very bad for the Unicorns of Love, but Veritas, just keep your eyes on him as he goes throughout this play, because he's going to lifesteal off of Parang, which is going to enable him to come back into the fight. And while Chachi is soaking up a lot of the damage, Veritas is just sitting on the backline doing all this free damage. He's going to result in cleaning up the rest of the fight, securing the Baron for Unicorns of Love, and then off the back of this, they gain enough momentum to slowly close out.
I think this play really shows the lack of a kind of initiative that Rocket has. Like, you saw Gragas was like 1 HP or something, and then the GP decides not to chase him when they can just finish Nash and chase the Gragas out. And instead, the GP is running in circles, and they don't finish Nash, and Rek'Sai is stuck in the Baron pit and takes a lot of damage. And that was like a clear example of why Rocket is where they are.
Yeah, lack of momentum. No.
Good one.
Okay, that was a good one. Trashy, I want to thank you for helping us out here on the desk. I also want to ask you about your Player of the Game award. You're in second now, and I think you might even have moved up. I'm going to check that with our guys in production. You said before you don't really care, but it's getting close.
I actually, in the beginning, I was like, oh, all my teammates get Player of the Game, and I don't get any. And then
we heard that.
At some point, I started getting some, but now I'm like, I think maybe Senku should have had in the second game. Or, yeah, so I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of weird, because a lot of people deserve the MVP of the game, because on the good teams, it's not just one player playing well, like it's everyone playing well, and we win because we play well as a team, and that is our strengths, and that is why the MVP system is kind of weird in a way. I know my...
Look how happy you are, though. Look, look, look. Oh, yes, I got MVP! Woo!
Actually, the thing about it is that I know, like, Wanda and Senkooks, they're both like, oh, it's so rigged, man. You always get MVP. So I can't... I'm fine with getting MVP, but I also think my teammates should get a lot of praise.
Okay, well, we're not giving it to a team or a coach anymore. We learned our lesson. Thank you very much for joining us, Trashy.
You're welcome.
Good luck in playoffs. We're going to take a break in the arena before our next series between Origen and Fnatic. And before we go, Origen's Amazing tells us what makes Fnatic a threat to be reckoned with.
I think their energy level has rose. They try harder in scrims, they try harder in general, and they are really focused on success, and they don't have anything coming their way right now. They even exchanged Gamsu, which probably could risk Spirit maybe performing worse, but they do everything in order to maximize the lineup's potential, which basically shows me that the organization as well as the players are willing to do and go the extra step.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got G2's Perks here with us after that victory to break down the upcoming match between Origen and Fnatic. First up, congratulations, another 2-0. You actually haven't gotten that many 2-0s, considering like you haven't lost a series, but a lot of 1-1s as well. It's crunch time? You want to prove your
Actually, yeah, we haven't gotten a 2-0 since week 1, I believe. I mean a 4-0. I'm not sure, but
yeah,
I think so. So it's pretty like relieving to get finally a clean week, because every week we had like 2 or 3 clean games, and then 1 or 2 games where we screwed up and then it wasn't so clean. Then we ended up losing, so I'm really happy that we actually got a 4-0 week, even though it was not maybe the strongest opponents, but we were consistent through the victories, so that's what it mattered, and we were playing the games pretty clean. So yeah.
Every single match has been a 2-0 or, yeah, 0-2 obviously already that we've seen over the last 2 days. Let's see what happens here. Fnatic up versus Origen. Both lost yesterday, 0-2. And let's start quickly by touching on Origen. Xpeke is back in as starting AD carry, at least in game 1. So no Toaster for this one. Yeah, what do you guys make of that?
Personally, I think it's a bit of a strange decision to make. The only logic I can think of without knowing the inner workings of the team is that they feel that with Peke, they have a little bit more experience. They need the points. They feel that their chances would be higher with Peke. We know that Toaster mechanically is stronger than Peke, but perhaps Peke brings something to the team that Toaster hasn't quite reached yet.
Yeah, I don't really see specific reason why they would put Peke over Toaster, because I think they were like... Toaster is actually like his main AD carry, and he's decent mechanically, so it's not like he's bad. But maybe Peke just like brings leadership or something, whatever in game that makes them work together. So that's my only thought. Yeah.
Yeah, we can only speculate, of course. Yeah. We'll see what happens. They need a win. They're up versus Fnatic, and Fnatic yesterday went down 0-2 versus Splyce in our match of the week. Fnatic Daylor, their coach, tweeted afterwards that they were mentally collapsed on day 1 after game 1, and that it was basically lost then for game 2. That strikes me as quite odd, because Fnatic has been through so much, even with this specific lineup and with Daylor as a coach. So that's a bit odd that in this phase of the split, they are mentally collapsing in these series. What do you think?
I don't know about Fnatic like internal issues, but it's probably that after game 1 they were like 6k up or something, and they were destroying the game. So they had like complete game control, and then they trolled. I didn't see the game exactly, but I just know they were really far ahead, and then they lost a 4 versus 5 team fight. And then they basically lost whole game control, and Fiora and Castling got out of the hands, and they couldn't win after that, I think. So they played like pretty good, steadily and good early game, and then they screwed up. And if you screw up with like Karma and Ezreal and those champs who get outscaled, then it's not good for you.
Yeah, if they got behind, then it was pretty much done for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just surprising with such a veteran roster who has been to the semifinals of Worlds, and with such talented players, and with such an experienced coaching staff too, that this would happen to a roster. Like after losing in such a fashion to a team like Splyce, you would think that they would be able to come back. But
I don't know if it was like completely mental collapse, because I think game 2 they just had a really bad draft, so that's like the reason why they lost pretty convincingly. Because the game 2 draft, Splyce drafted them so hard that they can't play the game.
Is that a pattern for Fnatic?
Yeah, a bit. From time to time, yeah.
So question marks with their draft. We'll see what they go for here, because the players are ready. So we're going to kick it over to our casters and see how it goes down.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shox. I'm joining Deficio here at the casting desk to bring you what is sure to be a very interesting matchup between Origen and Fnatic. Well, if the last time they met, anything to go on.
Interesting is a nice word. I like that word.
Whenever they've met, we've always had some interesting stuff happening. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Eddie Min's the dream again. Why not? Let's take a closer look at the teams, though. On the blue side for Origen, of course, we've got Soaz up in the top lane. That's amazing in the jungle. Power of Evil on mid. Peke is back at AD carry for this game, for this series. Hybrid is on support. And the coach is Aaron A.
Yeah, and today Pyra Origen are facing Fnatic, who's chasing after Splyce up in the top here. And in the top lane is Kikis. Funny enough, Spirit is in the jungle. Febiven is the mid laner. Reckless AD carry. Yellow Star support, Daylor coach, you know them all. No big surprises. Obviously Origen with the surprise, swapping back in Peke. And I feel like, a lot of times people talk about, Origen, this team made top 4 worlds, and now they're suddenly going down to relegation. Yeah, the organization. This roster is so different.
Well, people have role swapped, and there's been so many changes in a short amount of time for
Power
Origen.
Evil in, Hybrid in.
There's a lot
Peck
that they've got to work on. But they're kind of clinging to hope here, right? I mean, they still say, hey, we can make worlds. We have a lot of championship points baked.
That's true, but you need to get out of the relegation zone, otherwise those points are forfeit, and they're very, very close to that. If they go down 0-2 today, their hopes of a playoff run are already toasted.
Yeah, I mean, right now, with obviously Giants winning this week, HK picking up points yesterday, Unicorns just picking up points as well today, getting into top 6 is getting almost impossible, unless you 2-0 Fnatic.
Yeah, so they're going to be looking for that sweet spot 7th place.
Yes, exactly, because Schalke lost every game this week, Vitality lost every game this week, Origen lost yesterday, can also go down to 0-4 today, and then still stay very close to these guys, and then next week is going to decide everything. But man, if you're Origen, just even getting 1 point here against Fnatic would be massive.
Yeah. Well, if they do manage to do the unlikely and take a 2-0 here, they actually start to tie with some of those lower tier teams. It puts them in a much better position to try and contend. So it's obviously a do-or-die situation. Fnatic, you said there are really no surprises with this team. I think the biggest surprise is the manner in which they lost yesterday to Splyce. The whole thing about mentally collapsing against a team that is so clean, so great as Splyce, you have to be able to keep your fortitude in a best of series. This is a different roster, but the organization has long been able to accomplish a lot over best of series.
Yeah, and obviously also an organization picking up more and more coaches and analysts around the team. You know, Nico De Pico, the former Origen head coach, is now the assistant coach of Fnatic, and also the former analyst of Origen also moved over. So, talking about having information and scouting,
I suppose you've got all that in their back pocket.
You now have the former head coach of this team who should know a lot about how Origen likes to play, because even though Origen can change things around with different players, so many things are just like in the minds of the players. Like Amazing, maybe he has certain trends he likes to do. Well, Nico De Pico will know these trends, and obviously now be able to share it with Fnatic because he's working for them.
Yeah.
So it's just,
he's
I thought he was talking to the mouse for a
second.
second, but
you know, if you hold a mouse up to your ear, you can hear the sound of nothing.
Great point.
Mm-hmm. So we get to have that conversation. It's just in case you guys were wondering, there is a slight issue with Amazing's mouse. We're getting that worked on right now.
We're getting so far out that Pyra is explaining.
I only know this because I've actually done it.
Why would you try and hold a mouse to your ear?
I wanted to see if it would squeak.
This is getting damn Pyra.
It's that time of day, isn't it?
It is really.
There we go. We'll get the zoom in on
What we need is a trackball in the LCS so we can get some new storyline.
No. There's only one man who can wield a trackball in the European LCS.
Don't say it. People make fun of us. Do not mention his name.
It's been a while.
Do not mention his name. We
Bonus points if you guys know who we're talking about, by the way.
And that was a joke, by the way, because people make fun of us and saying back in the time.
Back in the days.
Every single intro we had with Millennium
Before my
was
time, man.
always about.
Oh, now you're giving it away. They're supposed to look it up.
Oh yeah, I said Millennium.
Hey man, Millennium might be back in the LCS.
Funny thing is, I remember those intros, and we almost never would mention it because people would make fun of us. Anyway, doesn't matter. Move on.
Sounds like a chicken and the egg argument to me. But let's go back to this matchup, right? I mean, it's obviously, we talked about the mental factor, how important it is for Origen to try to stay alive, for Fnatic to still kind of fight for pole position. I mean, they're fairly locked in, not permanently, but they're sitting in 3rd place. They can't catch up to Splyce right now after the 0-2. But they can still lock themselves in a good position for playoffs.
Yeah, and it's very important to highlight seeding going into playoffs. It means even more than people normally expect, because we have this system where after the quarterfinal, you kind of get reseeded. So the highest seed from the regular season that won a quarterfinal game will now play the lowest of their top 2 seeds. So if Fnatic comes into playoffs being 3rd, and they beat, right now it would be Unicorns of Love, who's number 6, Fnatic would then go in and play against Splyce in the semifinal, because Splyce would be the 2nd seed and G2 is the 1st seed.
And they get a chance at revenge.
Again, you get a chance at revenge, and you dodge around the number 1 team in Europe, which obviously is very important. So for Fnatic, while they're locked in playoffs, first of all, you got to chase for top 2 and hope Splyce will drop some games. Like, that's the hope for Fnatic.
Yep.
And also, you just got to lock that 3rd place, so you also play against the weakest of the 6 teams going into playoffs, which is actually what Fnatic didn't manage to do last week, because they came in as number 6. But then they improved a lot, beat Vitality.
Yeah, they still climbed themselves into a 3rd place. I mean, it's kind of absurd when you think that that's the worst Fnatic has ever finished within the European LCS.
Yeah.
And that is the case. You know, they've always been 1st or 2nd in the time they lost to Alliance, if we're going to go back history lessons. But this is a team that has a lot of pedigree. They're always going to be there. They're always going to try to be fighting for a top spot. And a 3rd place finish in playoffs is definitely not too terrible, considering, you know, how they began, especially in the spring.
Yeah, but it's definitely a disappointment if you are Fnatic that you're not able to secure top 2 right now, where a team like Splyce have kind of ran past you and just kept kept going. They just keep running, man. They do not stop. And suddenly you now find yourself overtaken.
Trying to catch up.
By new team, new organization. Instead of being the good old Fnatic who normally always ends in a top 2 position. But
it's a new day. It's a new European LCS. Things are different now, Deficio. And we're going to pick some bans. That's one thing that hasn't changed. Olaf is banned. Nidalee is banned away. We follow up on the side of Fnatic with the Bard ban against Hybrid and the Malzahar. Ever present these days.
No surprises just yet. A lot of the standard bans here. We have still a few picks obviously really standing out. Sivir has been used in basically every single game here in the EULCS. Karma has been a very solid first pick very often. We know Hybrid likes his Braum, very often banned against them together with the Bard. And funny enough, then Fnatic decides to ban it away. First pick choices. You have removed the S tier mid lane and Malzahar, who would normally be a first choice here. Trundle we see very often because you can flex him, and he does very well.
And there's so many support bans too, his stock in support does go up a little bit.
Sure, that's fair. Trundle first pick is something we see quite often.
Oh, and something we saw a little bit more. No success over on EULCS2 yesterday, but I saw some Sona being played. Yellowstar will take a crack at it.
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit of solo queue games, and whenever Yellowstar was in the game, Sona was picked for him. So I'm by no means surprised that he's picking it. But it's one of these tough spots as a caster, you can't really call it out, being like, oh, I saw he played in solo queue.
I mean, if you saw it in solo queue,
yeah, it was in solo
that's
queue.
Public, right?
It's pretty public, but I'm not surprised he's picking it. This, in many ways, does move the Trundle towards the top, which means Fnatic can actually pick like a Gnar in next rotation or last rotation.
Which has been something they've kind of preferred a lot with
exactly. And just give the Trundle bad matchups no matter what, and you therefore punish the Trundle first pick by actually picking 2 lanes he doesn't want to deal with. The Trundle is very good into melee supports, but not great into range supports, and Sona is a very strong laner. But you can lane swap on her, which might be what Origen is going to aim for. I want to see something for P.E.K.K.A where he can be a playmaker, not himself, but he can set up his team instead. And Ashe is one of those champions because you can make a lot of plays, you can set up fights very, very easily. Follow that up with a Gragas, and you have a lot of engage on the side of Origen. Proactive.
Oh yeah, you can definitely get involved. You can also disengage if you need it. We'll see if P.E.K.K.A is able to shake the rust off once again in the 80 carry role now. Fnatic picks over to them an instant pickup of Sivir for Reckless.
And honestly, I would just like a Gnar pick here, unless you want to go Vladimir as your blind pick mid. But just like you've shown your bottom lane already, you can show your top lane as well. Because then Origen will move the Trundle to bot lane and try and counterpick the Gnar, but then you have a winning matchup with Sona anyway as Fnatic. And then Origen is going to lane swap. So I think they could definitely show Gnar here and save mid lane pick if they want to have that as a counter to Power of Evil.
Right.
Or they go for something like a Vladimir here or a Zilean, which are like very safe picks. And you just wait with the last pick because you want to see where the Trundle is going first.
But there's also the Vlad
to do.
So he does decide to blind pick that one.
Exactly. Like the Vlad or Zilean for him. As
worth noting, that was what they used last time they met against Origen. In the first win, the one that wasn't 80 minutes. Or the first game, I should say.
Yeah.
I know, you don't want to get reminded of that.
Oh, but this, like, look at this comp here. Vladimir does really well if he gets a lot of movement speed. Because then he can just run around the team fight.
Well, look what he's got.
Well, yeah, we're looking at a Sivir ulti and a Sona who can spam her E and give pretty decent movement speed buffs as well to this Vladimir. And he's probably going to run Ghost, meaning you're going to get to that backline.
It'll be music to Febby's ears, that's for sure. Origen on their last rotation. 20 seconds to go. They have their AD carry, they've got their jungle, and they've got the flexible Trundle. Or they're going to take in mid to combat the Vlad. The Cassio's been something we've seen quite a lot of.
Against the Vladimir, yes.
It's also something Power of Evil's pretty comfortable on, but I think we're past the champ pool issue. Gangplank has also been very popular. This gives a lot of firepower to Origen.
Irelia.
It's locked.
Or Fiora for Kickers right now against this Gangplank. Ooh, this is risky by Origen. Now you have losing bot lane. And then Kickers should go Irelia or Fiora here, and he can snowball so hard against the Gangplank, and you have winning lanes from Fnatic. Suddenly, only mid lane can get slightly under pressure from the Cassiopeia, but it's not like Vladimir is gonna die or anything.
Fun fact, Kickers hasn't lost on Irelia this split.
Another good reason
he hasn't
to
played
pick
all
it.
the games, but still.
Another good reason to pick it. I want to see a carry here. Irelia, Fiora, 4 Kickers, take it up into that top lane, use it to shut down Soas, who's on the scaling Gangplank, who's very, very squishy, especially in the early game. You have Elise as well, which is a much stronger early jungler than Gragas. Obviously, Origen will try and lane swap, almost guaranteed. But still, if Fnatic ever get into standard lanes here, they can destroy Origen. This is what I would like to see from Kikis as well. He's a fantastic Aurelia player. You got the early game jungler. You have a fantastic 2v2 lane. Fnatic with some very strong lanes. One of the problems they had yesterday was actually picking fairly weak laners, and then suddenly Splyce could just do whatever they want on the map. Not the case here.
No, this is a lot of power they're packing in. They're definitely giving themselves the counters to be able to deal with whatever Origen's going to throw at them. And for the Origin side, there is a lot of damage they can dish out and a lot of combo ability. We'll talk a little bit more about how they might be able to play that one out into the game.
But man, if you're Origen, if you don't get a lane swap, you're gonna lose like both side lanes.
Fnatic have to know this too.
Of course, Fnatic will know.
I mean, they should have no trouble denying it though. But it becomes that mental game of do you go up, do you go on?
Yeah, exactly. It's always like a chance if you like swap AD carry support to top side as Fnatic, because you're like, okay, we're expecting Origen to be here with the lane swap, so we get standard lanes. And then Origen were like double mind gaming, you being like, aha, you expect us to be top side, so we actually going bot side.
But then they go bot side because they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and then
it
you get
becomes
this
mental
whole
acrobatics for a
weird
little while.
thingy. But if Fnatic gets standard lanes, they can run away with this early game. Fantastic lane setups and early game jungler in Elise. If it is lane swap, Origen might be able to get into mid game.
That's very true. Well, what do you guys think at home? Keep the Twitter fingers going. Hashtag OG win if you think Origen's going to be able to knock one off of Fnatic. Or hashtag FNC win if you think Fnatic will be able to take the win away. Here we are for the last game of week number 8 here in the EULCS arena. We're about ready to load up. Let's get onto the Rift already and find out who's going to take it home.
And let's see, Pyro. Everyone would expect Fnatic to win this game.
They're definitely the favorites.
Yeah,
Origen are, in a lot of times, the crowd favorites. They've always got a good cheering section, both sides.
Not against Fnatic, though.
No, that's
Fnatic
true.
are 10-2.
I don't know, man.
Are they spelling your name?
I mean, you brought the Danish fans.
I did bring the Danish fans here. I'm hoping they enjoy the show.
I don't recognize that team name.
Oh, I think it's because they're just misspelling FNC.
Gotcha.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, the crowd,
Right.
they're not too smart. You know, it's FNC. Maybe next time.
Nice flame. All right, Origen. Go up to the top side. They deny the ward, or they clear it, rather.
Yeah, so now you're
Put that one
Origen.
down.
You invade because you need deep vision.
Yeah, but Fnatic easily able to match this too. Down on the bottom side, Yellow Star. He's going to go get a few deep wards of his own.
Oh,
Ward's
okay.
back. That's fine, too.
Let's see what else we have here. Pyro level 1. Amazing. Showing Kikis, the boss.
First damage.
Oktoberfest Gragas is happening fairly soon.
Yeah, that's a little bit early, but soon enough.
Yeah, fairly. Come on, it's a few months.
I know, you mark it on your calendar.
Hybrid is running Ignite on this one, which obviously is like healing reduction against Vladimir, but you go Marilla Normicon on Cassiopeia anyway, which means you're not running Exhaust against Irelia, and if Vladimir is going to be sped up by both Yellow Star and Reckless. I mean, Peke, he better run fast because Febiven and Kikis, they're coming for that booty.
All right. So Origen moved up to this top side, but look who's matching them. Reckless is about to wander straight into the brush, though, and they don't want to bite on it. They just send a volley his way. So now we got the Australia lanes.
So good for Fnatic.
It's great for Fnatic, but how do Origen deal with this in the early game?
So one of the ways they could have dealt with it was trying to get like a little harass down here to Reckless and Yellowstone, maybe force them to take a long route around, but it's really hard with Trundle, and then get like an experience advantage early on. That didn't happen because, again, Trundle had to just back away, which now means Fnatic already takes over the lane. Like, we're not even level 2. Fnatic is taking over the lane. You have Sona against a melee support. This is where a Trundle starts crying because he can do basically nothing. Like, this is kind of like if we put you in the game, Pyra, as a support. Be like, so, what do you want to do now?
Yeah, I think you give me a little too much credit there. I would have already like just gone bot solo at this point.
You would have just been bot solo as a support Trundle, be like, ah,
AD carry's just like flaming me already.
It's fine, I'm bot lane.
Well, first off, I don't play support Trundle. I don't believe in it.
You don't believe in support Trundle?
Nah, man.
Oh, I like it.
It's okay, because I'm top main.
Are you a top lane Trundle then?
Yeah. But Shen is better.
Shen is definitely better. We can all agree on that one. So, Amazing is trying to save today.
All right, level 3 gank, here we
lane.
come.
Fnatic should have warded already against it, and they are spotting Amazing.
Traffic cone. Okay, quick flash, burned. Amazing is actually quite low on health here. Can't really get anything else done. Not without risk of giving up the blue buff, giving up his life in first blood.
But because Reckless didn't have spell shield ready, clearly, he felt like he had to flash in case it would have been body slam flash from Amazing.
So he gets a summoner out, you know, and they'll be a little bit more cautious here. We'll take a look at what else is going on. Obviously, with the Ocean Drake spawning, teams aren't going to be in a massive rush to start moving down there again, and we don't have the fast push.
But Kikis versus Soaz is already starting to look pretty good for Fnatic.
Irelia is such a good pick into Gangplank because you can just jump him over and over and over. Once you get Sheen, whenever you jump the Gangplank, he goes to 50% HP and he has to run away. So as long as you don't get camped early by the enemy jungler, you should take over this lane. Spirit is on bottom side because he saw Amazing gank top, so he knows, okay, he only had a blue buff, his red buff is still there. Walks in, takes it away. Amazing knows this as well. He knows Spirit is around because it's so predictable. But this is exactly what Fnatic want. They want Spirit to track Amazing. Amazing is the only guy who can save the lanes of Origen. But he's a Gragas against the Lees. As long as he's spotted, Origen are losing side lanes.
Well, this gives so much advantage to Fnatic just because they know the pattern that Origen are going to be forced into, and they can respond to it in kind. You could see Spirit down there getting a little bit of counter jungle on, or at least attempting it, while Spirit moves his way up towards Power of Evil, but he slithers away.
Definitely so, and while you don't really deny CS for Pekka now, Fnatic's bot lane do have to respect the fact they don't have Flash and Reckless. But you have double Trinket Ward. It is much easier for dual lane to obviously spot the Gragas. So we have an early game Origen trying to
That's actually hard to
survive.
see coming through the river.
Definitely. He's easy enough to spot.
Guy.
Origen
Okay.
are trying to survive early on.
All right, Reckless does get slowed a little bit. Hybrid's going in here, but his health is running low. Summoner heal popped. Hybrid's going forward. He wants to go all in. Securing first blood. Gives up his life in the attempt. AD carry for support traded.
Yeah, both supports actually pick up the kill here. Origen knew Reckless had no flash, so they went for the all-in to try and get something in this lane.
What did you expect, Officio?
Yeah, what did I expect? I expected Fnatic to win this lane, but with the flash down from the early gank, Origen found himself an opportunity. Trundle pillar behind Sivir. Trundle is one of the counters to Sivir. You put the pillar, spell shield does nothing, you can't run away, and suddenly you can chase.
Well, let's take a look at how it started again. Or, I mean, Hybrid goes in no fear at all.
Yeah, this again why Trundle is good against Sivir, because you put a pillar behind her. But this is all due to the fact that Reckless has no flash. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Supports picked up the kill. But BF sword for Pekka on his first back, so you can be very happy.
Yeah, to the Caulfield's Warhammer of Reckless right now.
And also, Origen managed to get the swap around now. So they get Source out of a losing matchup. Spirit has not been able to...
Oh, that's a nice move in the downtime, actually.
I mean, Fnatic can just push out top and then recall and go bot lane if they want to. Try and do the same here because it's a big wave pushing, so they can just push out this lane and just recall and swap down.
Yeah.
But it does buy time for Origen.
Yeah, he found himself in the 1v2. Can't really get much back here as he built a big wave. Reckless and Yellowstar will be able to push this fairly fast, but Soaz is denying a little bit with the barrels.
I mean, the other choice is Fnatic dive Soaz. Because you can TP in with Kikis, and your jungler can show up and you 4v1 dive him, but Spirit is on the wrong side of the map at the moment. So right now, Fnatic are not able to pressure and punish Origen for swapping. You see them recall, they're gonna go bot lane. Origen can actually do the same, push in bot lane, recall as well, go top lane. We have this little dance going on where you just keep pushing out and actually doing it now.
Speaking of dancing, that have been stepped out of the Cassio ults.
Well, FLICKR, we're gonna get another swap.
Yeah, we will get another swap. We pay attention to those side lanes. It's just gonna keep going back and forth for a little while now. But back to normal lanes, as it were. 7 minutes into the game. It's still very even on the gold, by the way, and it's just been teams trying to outmaneuver each other.
Now, the only problem for Origen when doing this is against the Sivir, who can push a wave in 2 seconds. Irelia can also just ulti the wave if she wants to, and Fnatic has a lot of ways to push out waves and then recall and swap.
Speaking of ulti,
does go all in.
Defending Blades, he's got Soaz, Cannon Barrage. Will it be enough? I don't think so. Kikis picks it up, but will he get out with his life? Traffic Cone is going to stop him from going the direction he wants, and Peke follows with a kill.
So we get the one-on-one kill for Kikis. We know this matchup heavily favors Irelia. Response from Origen. Kikis knew they were coming. He's like, oh, I'm so close. I can maybe escape.
But he had to flash in to get the kill, and that means he didn't have it to get out.
Yes.
And the Cannon Barrage was still going. But meanwhile, Reckless and Yellowstar down to the bottom. They get free hits on the tower. It's going to be traded, of course, though, with Hybrid and Peke, who earned that for themselves. And we, after all the craziness, are settling into a push.
Into a delayed lane swap. A dragon.
I wanted to call it a fast push, but I'm like, yeah, it's 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's a dragon going down.
Delayed lane
Good job,
swap.
Spirit.
I think Origen made the right choice in trying to swap around, being like, we are currently in a bad spot, especially Soaz. You saw how easy it was for Kikis to kill him. So try and constantly swap the gangplank away from Irelia. Problem is that Irelia and Sivir can push the wave so fast, and then Fnatic can match and do the same.
Yeah.
Let's see the all-in. No damage yet for Soaz.
From the barrels.
It's just like you can't do anything as gangplank because you're not tanky enough and you don't have enough damage to kill Irelia. He sees the kill, he knows they're coming, but hoping maybe if had 1 or 2 more seconds, he could have escaped.
I mean, it goes to Peke. Technically, it went to a minion, but they're not eligible. So they're actually going to keep pushing on both sides right now. Fnatic are a little bit slower to this party, and Soaz is here, but he knows he can't stop this. The threat's just too real with 3, but Origen have actually gotten the jump on it, and they'll push it faster.
Yeah, we'll push it faster. Normally, you see teams then push it all the way into inhib turret and then reset it. You're not really able to take inhib down. It takes too long to kill that tower. So they're just going to push it in, 1 more wave on top side, reset it. Fnatic is going to match on bottom side.
Or
and
are they?
Now one of the problems is which top laner gets to farm. Because Kicks will normally go top here and grab this big wave and push it all the way out. But in this case, because there's still a tier 1 tower, it's now Reckless up here with Yellowstar to try and take that tier 1 top tower, and Kicks is staying bot lane, overextending. The fan vote as well, Pyro.
I'm telling you, man, Origen still got the massive fan base, even against Fnatic. It's pretty crazy to think, but they've managed it. And Fnatic, they have a slim lead here in the gold game, but it is not much more than that. A couple hundred as Kikis and Amazing fight over the wards. Spirit taking away red buff. Pretty heavy wave stack there, but Soaz should be able to absorb it.
Yeah, now Soaz is getting the bot lane farm. He's trying to freeze the wave. Fnatic did not have time to push it all the way into tower like Origen did, so they didn't get the bounce back, which means you can set up this very, very, very slow push. Basically a freeze from Soaz if he chooses to actually keep it there. I think he might just push it out now, because if you freeze waves, ooh, you kind of sell your team on the other side of the map. So I like to see people just push it out. But it does mean right now Kikis are not getting any farm on the map.
Reckless is going to have to on the hunt. Peke in power. There goes the cannon barrage. Trying to close the trap shut. Yellowstar gets turned to stone, and he's going to go down. Or is he? The health, yes! Peke has to flash to get the job done. And Spirit, meanwhile, is repelling in and out of this fight. A double kill for the Snake. And Febiven's going to look to turn it around with the help of Kikis as TP comes in for Origen. It ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, but we're not done yet. Amazing and Hybrid on the retreat.
And we are done for now, Pyra. Soaz cancel his teleport. I know you want more fights. You're gonna get more fights.
Yeah, we got 4-4, man. This game is really even right now.
Teams are so active on the map because Origen is constantly trying to find ways to win this early game, and Fnatic already have a very good early game set up, just with their champions, obviously. Kikis is now on 2 kills, which is key. Like now it's 4-4, it's even a goal. Let's see what happens. So Power Weaver roams up, rest of Origen trying to follow. Yellowstar actually turns around here. I'm not really sure why.
No, he didn't have ult.
He didn't have ulti, so that couldn't be the reason. But they do buy time here. Kikis comes from base, and Febiven is moved behind Origen, so they get a 2-for-2 trade. Obviously, TP cancel from Soaz. Now we saw Kikis right after TP to the bottom lane, so there's going to be an advantage for Origen in a few minutes. But 2 kills for Irelia is massive, because that's a split pushing Irelia that no one is going to stop on the side of Origen at any point in this game.
And it's also, you know, again, it's very, very slim, but Fnatic do have this gold lead right now. It's about 500. They've got the Ocean Drake. And they've got quite a lot of vision invested throughout the river. So they have a bit more of the map controlled, even with none of the, well, even with only the towers. I say only the 2 towers going down. You're not exactly going to push that deep into enemy territory when you can't take the tier 1s on the other sides.
Right.
But it's still very, very close. But Fnatic have a slight edge.
Yellowstar's level 6 now. Peke has no flash. He's
Now
going for it.
Peke is going to go bye-bye. Just like that, Spirit picks him up, and Hybrid was trying to get in everyone's business, but Amazing's coming in for relief effort. Reckless is bopped into the team, and that is a 1-for-1 traded for 80 carries now.
Every single time we have a fight in this game, they always manage to trade kills. Like, yeah, okay, you might solo kill this one guy, but then the rest of the team shows up and kills you. This was Fnatic, knowing Peke had no flash, went for the kill, and then Amazing shows up, turns it around, gets a 1-for-1 again.
No one is holding anything back, and I really got to give some props to Amazing, though, for being exactly where he's needed to be in this early game, as tough as a job he's had to try and save the lanes and then, you know, move forward.
The only problem for Origen, again, is whenever Fnatic are proactive against them, Origen ends up losing quite some farm. Like, look at Peke right now, 91 CS, because it was Reckless who pushed the wave to the tower, and when Peke was about to pick up the CS, they kill him. So yeah, Reckless goes down as well, but he already picked up the 2 or 3 waves. So right now, there is a bit of a difference. 600 gold. It is not game-changing by by any means, but it can snowball into more.
Well, it started with Peke actually getting an edge with the BF sword. Now Reckless is going to look for Peke. The volley slows him down. He's still not got on the hunt, but they just put the ward down in the brush, and Peke is not going to get out of this one alive. But will Reckless? Yes, he will. Sustain is real. Amazing on the chase now, but Reckless is able to get away from him. He's got no towers. Yellowstar might be forfeit here, and Hybrid's going to look to fight. No, they're going to turn around on it, but do they have the damage? It's not going to be the case. Reckless gets clubbed over the head, and down goes Yellowstar. 2 for 1.
A greedy play, Pirate. Just support an AD carry with no summoner spells, rushing in to kill the enemy AD carry. I get it. He's standing there with no flash. It's an easy kill. But Origen have shown in this game they're ready to move around the map just as fast as Fnatic. And once again, they're able to respond. After they lose a member, Origen shows up, they turn it around. Power V was roaming as well. They would have picked up those kills no matter what. Kikis is overextending all alone now, while the rest of the team is doing Dragon. Pekka's arrow, he's going for it.
Yeah, they're going to find Kikis now. He's stunned up, and he turns on to Soaz, flashes the wall, followed over, and Soaz gets revenge.
Origen, once again, able to punish the over-aggression from Fnatic. Mount Drake will go down.
Okay, Origen have a chance here.
Origen's they're going to stop it. They're going to get it.
This is great for him. Origen right now.
Getting everything on the map.
Oh, they got a Mountain Drake. They got a kill answer. Power's got free tower damage.
Yeah, Featherman is on the wrong side right now, so he has to take a long route and pop Ghost. Try and get in and defend tower. Fnatic are trying to take top lane tower.
They should be able to secure this with no one around to defend it, but I mean, this is a pretty solid swing for Origen. The goal's still pretty close to even. That's just about to change with Fnatic, but do they have enough to be able to finish this? Another wave's incoming. Yes, they've got the damage, so Reckless gets the gold.
Origen's going to mirror. Don't worry, Origen's going to mirror it, trade for bot lane tower. If anyone shows up, they're going to kill the guy. That's why Amazing is waiting in the wings as well. In case Kikis moves in to try and stop it. Source going to do the same, but Spirit has put a ton of focus on farming, where Amazing has put a ton of focus on always move when the fight is starting and be there in time. Spirit is showing up now. They could have killed Soas like ages ago.
Oh, and they're going to be able to do it now, but it took take them a little while. He's burning down, but he throws the barrel. In goes Spirit behind the back lines. He does pick up the kill. Meanwhile, though, Origen are already on to second tier tower, and the trades continue.
Keep trading. So Spirit did show up in the end. I would like to see him there instantly, so they take down Source, give him any farm, and then take the tower. But it's another trade. No one pushing for inhib turrets this early on in the game. We have a lot of gold suddenly for both teams because there's so many kills, so many towers. This is where in your mind you're used to like 15 minutes. Okay, you have like 1 completed item. Suddenly these guys are almost having 2 completed items now because we have so much gold.
Yeah, and we got another tower being fired down here. They're going to trade a little bit of aggro, just take a few more chip shots on it. Yeah, this is what you were talking about as far back as last spring with some of these teams. High tempo League of Legends, Deficio.
Very high tempo. A lot of fighting happening right now. If you're a Sona player, you obviously love the new change to it, the new buffs and everything.
What's not to like?
But if you want to know what pros are using as a skill order, almost every time I see it, it is 3 ranks into Q, and then you stop putting more ranks into Q because your laning phase tends to be over, and you start maxing your heal. It is debatable if you take your speed up at level 4, or if you take it actually much later on. A lot of them do take it level 4 because it does give extra mobility. And then you just max your heal now, as I said, after 3 ranks in your queue. Because now it's about team fighting and it's about providing that shield and extra sustain for your team.
But can I play it mid?
You can probably not play Sona mid. Damage is too bad in the early game now.
Yeah, well, yeah, with the change.
Oh, another fight, Pyro, another fight is coming.
Rift Herald, how's it gonna go? Arrow's gonna get whiffed. They take out the Rift Herald, but Kikis now turns to be the target. It's Hybrid or Amazing now that picks him up. Soaz is around the back line and he's popping barrels like you wouldn't believe. But Reckless, Yellowstar, and Febiven are hunting him down. Spirit tried to get involved around the backside, but he's gonna fall as well. Repel up, Power of Evil, gets Reckless, gets Yellowstar, looking for Febiven. Origen are cleaning up.
Such a greedy play again from Fnatic, starting that Rift Herald with all of Origen just around the corner. They collapse onto them, you take damage from the Rift Herald. There's only one way to go, that's running north. And that's where Source shows up. Fabian is still alive.
Oh,
a few seconds.
Yeah, that Vladimir, I don't care how big your health pool is gonna be, I don't think this is gonna go very well for you. Power of Evil, killing spree, 5-1 on Cassiopeia. And Origen has turned this game in their favor.
5-man Rift Held, we don't see it very often because when teams tend to take this buff, it's because they have full control of the map. They know the enemy team cannot contest. When I started it, Origen were ready to fight. Like, I gotta give it to Origen, man. Every time there's a fight in this game, they're ready. They're running there with everyone. 5-man Rift Held started. Good gangplank ults on the multiple members. And now the split. Spirit is in the pit. Multiple guys outside of the pit right now. There's no ulti from Yellow Star. Just a few seconds on the cooldown, so they didn't have Sona ulti for the big team fight. And suddenly Origen able to chase, pick up kills, more and more kills.
Look at Power of Evil in this, though.
I mean
he's
it's
going
heaven
nuts.
for Cassiopeia. The enemy team have no CC right now because it's all on cooldown, and you just run at them. They're stuck around the Baron pit, and you can just machine gun down everything.
Yeah, that's a terrifying snake.
That's
Hyper did a great job. This was Origen really reacting so fast and being decisive. This is the kind of thing that we were honestly hoping to see from as far back in the beginning of the split when things were very different.
Well, one thing again, when you have these rivalries between like Fnatic and Origen, but how the Spirit
Yeah,
goes
Spirit,
down.
he knows.
Not a whole lot.
Nowhere else he can go.
But for players like Amazing and Peke and Soaz, like when you play Fnatic, no matter where you are in the standings, you really want to win. You go in like
But
110%.
take onto that, you need to win the games to stay alive for playoffs in 7th
That's
place
another
here.
one.
Yellow Star, he's going nowhere, and he knows it. He's just going to play a few songs and play himself out back to base. Soaz and Kikis continue to trade a little bit. This is still not fun for Gangplank, but he's able to walk away. Another 45 seconds, there'll be an Ocean Drake up and available to fight over, but Origen have taken control in this game, and they look to start pushing on tier 2 mid.
And the crazy thing here is that Fnatic didn't even need to force all these plays. They had a 2-1 Aurelia who was going to win the side lane against Gangplank. 100%. Look at Soaz. He delayed his Trinity Force to go Sterix as his first item. Because he's like, I need to try and survive this all in. It's not a great first item by any means, but he's just trying to survive all in.
But he's fine, because he's got a Triforce.
Well, now he's been getting tons of assists and a lot of extra goals, so he doesn't get punished for going for these Sterix as the first item. But Fnatic had a fine setup. They were going to win side lane with Aurelia, 100%. Vladimir could even go to the other side lane and go even with the Cassiopeia, and you just had Sivir wave to mid, and you had a very strong team fighting comp. But they just forced and forced and forced. A Rift Held with 5 man with no Sona ulti at the start of the fight. Really, really risky call again.
Yeah. It's definitely starting to look a little bit rough here. Origen picked themselves up.
7-1 Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I mean, and that's 20 minutes into this game. Remember how fast-paced this has actually gone. The arrow goes flying. It's dodged again. Fnatic still have fast fingers there. Thebevin is around the backside, around the Baron pit. The rest of Fnatic are running scared. Meanwhile, Kikis, though, is getting a shove on down bottom. Origen are not falling into this trap, though.
No, but you can see Origen, they don't want to send Soaz down in this 1v1 unless they really have to just to defend the tower. So they want to keep Soaz with the rest of the team to try and force a team fight instead. That's the way for Origen to win the game. It's also team fighting and creating picks. Because look what they have here. Ash Arrow into like a Gragas body slam, into his knockback, and then you have Power Weevil single target DPS to like take one guy down while Kikis is trying to split push. That's how you win as Origen.
No, we've already seen them winning these team fights. Another thing they've got going for them right now, yes, it may only be 21.5 minutes, but that Baron is a great way to force Fnatic into trying team fights. You've got a 7-1 Cassiopeia. You can do this.
Yeah, step 1 is always pushing mid, like Origen just did. And then you can move in and set up for Baron. Kikis, he wants to try and 1v1 this Gangplank here.
Yeah, Soaz was wise to it.
But didn't get the jump this time. If you're Fnatic though, items like QSS and Mikhails are gonna be so crucial because you are facing a pick composition that relies on the Ashe and the Gragas to set up these picks. So it's CC engage coming in. You need ways to cleanse it so you can stay alive, because then Kikis can make something happen in the side lane.
Amazing. It's not gonna make anything happen there.
I like to see when Amazing sometimes moves in and he just body slams forward. He doesn't flash, he just body slams, because then suddenly Fnatic are like, oh, is he gonna flash?
The flash.
Like, oh, okay, and they might have to flash early. This one is a little bit too far forward, so he could do it. But it's something he likes to do as well. It's a bit of a old trick. He's a bit of an old man now, the good old Amazing. He's played for quite some years. Pirate, the starting Baron.
Yep. Yes, indeed. It's 5,000. Fnatic are not moving in time for it. Spirit gets knocked into the wall. He has one chance, and he does not go for it. Would have needed to flash that. Kikis, though. Soaz decides now's the time for the 1v1. The barrels. No, he'll get away from it. The chase is on, but Origen got what they came for.
Suddenly, as well, your gangplank is winning the 1v1 the bottom lane with the Stage here.
That's when you know the game has gone out of your control.
Yeah, the game was getting a lot of extra gold. 2 items fully completed for him. Kik is fighting in the ulti as well of GP. But Origen, great shot calling. Push up mid lane, force Fnatic back on the map with top lane push, and then just rush the Baron with 1 Mountain Drake. And took it down. You saw Amazing was ready. Spirit moved in, knocked him back with the ulti. Spirit were not ready to commit by flashing in and trying to steal it. And suddenly Origen showing great mid-game shot calling. One of the few things we've really been able to highlight about Origen this split is the mid-game shot calling. Early game they have struggled in the past, late game they have struggled in the past, but mid-game it's been spot on.
And if they can carry this to the conclusion, though, they have a solid lead built up. If they can keep Fnatic on the back foot and deliver it all the way to the Nexus, they might just be able to take this game. Very big for them here in the fight to stay alive. When you're down in the depths of the standings, anything you can do to get back into it. But against Fnatic as well, very impressive so far from this Origen team. And see what they can get done. Okay, they'll get squads! Reckless! Just takes him out. He wandered right into a 5-man gang squad.
Oh, he's a wounded sheep. Just
even used heal.
Falling behind, and then suddenly the wolf jumps him.
That's going to be tower. Fnatic, I mean, they've got a big momentum opportunity, but look what Origen are doing up on the top side. They say, fine, that's okay. We're just going to take ourselves an inhibitor, and they're working for it.
Well, they're going to get this one. Going straight for inhib. They're going to get it in time. Fnatic are recalling now, but not in time. They might try and like move up behind. Origen keep on to have Sona to buff up the movement speed and chase it. They're moving. They're going to be spotted. There's so many pings.
Oh, boy. So Fnatic, they want to get a little revenge. Stop the recalls. Power Beam's already out. He stealthed it. The rest of the team, Amazing in hybrid. It was all planned, Deficio.
Oh, but send in the bait. Pick it, go. They're going to kill you. And then we rush top lane. We have Baron buff, faster recalls. Mid-game shot calling, Pyro, right there.
Brilliant plan.
This one is not in the book, by the way. It's an Origen special, I assume. Definitely not the standard one I'm reading when it comes to...
It explains so much.
You know, how to play the macro
hey, to
game.
be fair,
like,
you know, when you're dead, it's much easier to shot call.
I guess. I mean, I'm not saying Peke made the call, but it's not a lot of teams... Not a lot of teams would
stand. Hey man, there's a reason they put him back in the starting lineup.
There's a lot of mispronounced words right there.
Oh, it happens. From time to time. All right, Origen now, back at it in the mid. That's going to be tier number 2. 25 minutes into this game, and who'd have thunk? Origen, 5,000 gold in the lead. They have an inhibitor up top, 15 to 8 in kills. And you know what? Cloud Drake's on the menu.
Cloud Drake's on the menu.
That's the best part of this all, by the way.
But you know what this means, right, Pyro? If Origen wins the first game, they have to win the second game as well, because this week, we've only had 2 zeros. We're trying to break away from
don't jinx this.
Everywhere.
Don't jinx
I'm just
this.
saying,
Don't put that X on.
If you're committing to winning first game, you better commit to winning second game as well.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. They got to put this one away. They got to put this one away right now. See if they can complete out the tireless week. But Fnatic, they're just trying to hold on. Second inhibitor turret being fired down. We've had some really quick games too as well. And they will wait for another wave to come. Soaz does get caught. Fedman's around the side, but he is going to be out. And they've still got damage control to do. Super minions are marching up the top lane. Fnatic, they don't have that much time to be able to defend this. Could very well be another inhibitor tower being knocked down if Fnatic cannot collapse.
Still pushing in with inhib down.
Noise is gone too. He's going mid lane right now.
Peke does a flash in case the fight starts, but he's not even the main target. You gotta get Power Beeple. Like Peke again is a bait.
Until he sends, he's got the Ash arrow.
Yeah, he's gonna arrow.
He's got multiple functions.
And then once he's done that, he can die.
Yeah.
Like these are some
maybe he should get a Guardian Angel, so like he can die twice. He can double bait.
Maybe he should just go full tank.
Yeah, why not? Oh, Thormail Ash, I remember that.
I've seen it. Genji's done it. Randuin's Ash.
Is that what we're back to? Talking about Genji's builds?
I mean, obviously, we've come back.
We've come full circle in Europe. All right, tower's gonna fall. 27 minutes. And Power Beeple keeps getting scarier, by the way. The rest of this team is doing quite solid as well. They've just got AoE damage like you wouldn't believe, and they're gonna make their move to get themselves the new and improved Cloud Drake. Should have the damage to take it out quite handily.
I don't think they're gonna struggle. They've been killing Fnatic all game long. I don't think they're gonna struggle to take down the Drake.
Well, the Drake is putting up more of a fight than Fnatic right now.
especially the last fight. What a surprise, though. Origen showing up after destroyed yesterday.
I mean, these are the guys that said, hey, we know we can still go to Worlds. We know we have it in them. This is
too early,
them backing up the smack talk. I'm just saying.
I mean, step one if you're Origen. Get out of relegation. Okay, then we can talk about Worlds later. Let's talk about getting out
it's the map. 3. It's the map, but they're moving in the direction. Let's take a look at this again. The base.
There you go. This yellow star. He's pressed his.
Oh!
Ouch!
I think you got to practice your instrument more.
Definitely not been the greatest Sona performance of all time. Fnatic supports do have a habit of misplaying on Sona, though. Just to stick to the history part.
Learning a lot today.
The old school ones, they will know what I'm talking about.
History class with the Fischio.
So I remember once it went the wrong way. Anyway, let's see what happens now.
Some things never change. All right. We're 28 minutes into this one. Origen still putting the pressure on. Fnatic have been pretty much relegated to the front of their base. There's a lot of vision here for Origen, but Fnatic, can they get a collapse on? Soaz is not here. He's got TP, though.
But it's so hard for Fnatic now to start a fight because their comp was built around having this winning, split pusher in Kikis, and then you have control in mid lane. With Vladimir Sivir, like the 4-man, the 1-4 setup, and it was like really strong around 2 lanes. But then because you're formed this far behind, you push back now, and you need like flash ulti from Yellowstar.
Origen are walking in.
That's your way to start the fight. Flash ulti from Yellowstar onto Pekka or Power Weaver.
Got it. Can't use it though.
Well, he has it ready. Look for Power Weaver and Pekka. Before they're standing as far away from Yellowstar as possible.
Got to move now. The super minions up top. They've sent Reckless to deal with this. This is another dead inhibitor. Spirit is just trying to hold on as Soaz is now pushing in the mid. They're losing ground everywhere.
That's why you just got to go for it. You can't wait.
There he goes. He got power. Do they have enough? Yellowstar, he gets knocked right into the team, and he's going down. Cannon Barrage signaling his doom. Febivin, Power of Evil would pick up the kill there. Febivin's got to go out. Pools away. And Origen are right back on the tower. The last inhibitor tower to fall. Should be an easy inhib at 30 minutes in. They can march up top. They can keep on taking those objectives out. The newly respawned inhibitor will not last very long for Fnatic. Meanwhile, around the backside, Peke nearly gets caught by Kikis. Gets a volley on, flash forward. Peke, will he go down? The bait again! Kikis is gonna fall! Power of Evil with a godlike kill!
This one is swapped in Peke. It's to bait Fnatic every single time, and Power of Evil can pick up all the kills. 9 kills on this Cassiopeia, and his AD carry is 1 and 4.
Oh, jeez, yeah, Fnatic, they wish they could call 911 right now. This is looking really, really rough for them.
But we saw Yellowstar before. I mean, this really shows to me why Fnatic are struggling. Like, he knows, okay, I need to flash ulti on Sona. It's the only way for us to engage a fight. He ends up doing it when the rest of Fnatic are not able to. Like, look at Febvin, how far away he is. Break this brand from outside of your screen. Who's gonna follow? You just randomly ulti on the enemy mid laner, and your team is really far away. Super uncoordinated. And then obviously Origen just turns it around and wins the fight.
Yeah.
And then Peke.
And then win everything at this point.
Again, ends up baiting it.
I mean, let's not lose hope completely to Fischio. The last time we saw Fnatic against Origen with 3 inhibitors down, it went on a good deal longer than this. I have a feeling this game might be a bit different. Baron's now been started in the bottom of your screen. No contest from Fnatic, and it's going to be picked up while the replay continues to roll. Last inhibitor falls. So they've got several minutes to work with this Baron.
Yeah, and Origen have so many ways of starting fights. Unlike last time. Like, they can... Ash arrow from Peke, he just used it. Where did he use it?
Oh, right on a Kikis.
Right in face.
Fortunately, no one else was there, but in comes Hybrid. They just keep the chase on. And the rest of the team's going to follow. Kikis has got nowhere to go. There's been an ultimates all over the place. This is just style mode.
Good, use it, hard engage. Start the fight, you got super minions coming. You're buffing off the Baron every lane. This should be game for Origen. What a surprise, but man, Fnatic playing so aggressive and getting punished.
Origen followed them every step of the way. They had a reaction, and now it's desperation mode to try and hang on. 5v4 with 28 seconds still left on Kikis to come back up. Half a Nexus tower in one, half a Nexus tower in the other. The super minions are coming. Fnatic can barely hold on. Their backs against their own Nexus here, and Origen just keep two-stepping them every time. Yellowstar is gonna go down. Peke with the kill credit. Soaz doesn't even need to give his life. Reckless Falls is amazing. Is right in the back. The minions doing the work, and Origen will pick up a 1-0. 33.5 minutes. GG!
What a surprise. What a surprise. The third best team in Europe just lost to an Origen team or a Origen team who's been struggling all split long. Funny enough, last time they played each other, it was also a 1-1, where obviously we had the 80-minute game. Origen managed to win that one.
We still have the potential for a tie, that's true.
We do have the potential for a tie.
But this was, I mean, this wasn't just an Origen victory. They kept pace with them every single step of the way. And then they were able to turn it on its head and keep Fnatic from really doing anything with their composition. It's not just as simple as, okay, you've got a Fed Cassiopeia, you win.
No.
They were just following them all over the place. And they made these really crazy plays. Yet you can argue about the whole, like, oh, Peke got caught. But even if they did plan it, even if they did, yeah, he's able to turn it back around and get the top in.
Origen just outplayed Fnatic in this game.
Yeah.
And that's why they won.
All right, well, let's make a little bit more sense of this game. Let's call in some help. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to help break down game 1 for Origen.
Thank you very much, guys. And also just a reminder that on facebook.com/LOLesports, right now you can get a live behind-the-scenes check-in. Just quick shot is explaining everything that goes around that you guys usually don't see. We are going to break down that game, though. OG, that was the biggest gold lead they had at 20 minutes since week 3. Wow. Is it the FLICKR factor? Is it the Fnatic crumbling in this game? Let's take a look at the picks, and you tell me, guys.
So a lot of early game fighting we saw between the two teams, and a part of that was due to the draft, because we saw a very early Sona. Both FLICKR and I were very much like first draft Sona, bit of a risk. But then they shortly followed that up with a Sivir, and something that we've been seeing a lot of into the Sivir is the Trundle. And Hybrid played like a monster this game, landing so many good pillars, really set up for a lot of aggressive 2 versus 2 play.
I mean, they did pick Trundle in first rotation though, so...
Yeah. Oh yeah, so they picked Sivir into the Trundle.
So OG first with Trundle, and then they picked Sona, which is like... I don't think it's even good versus Trundle, like, because Sona is so mobile, and then like Trundle is pretty good versus Sivir, and they picked Sivir into Trundle, so they basically had like free lane to camp, like pick whatever AD carry and camp them, and then that's what I did. And like Hybrid had some really good pillars this game, like he's made Sivir not move, and Sona, and I think like Hybrid and Peke Bates carried the game.
Peke Bates, yeah.
And like Powerl got so many free kills, and then he was so strong, and yeah, I don't know. A really bad game by Fnatic, I would say, but I would not expect that, but yeah.
I said a lot of just fighting in the early game.
Yes. It was quite back and forth because, as Perk said, there was a lot of baiting being done by Peke. Not every bait was initially followed up by the rest of OG, but eventually it got to a point where there was a big fight around the Rift Herald where things really started to snowball in the favor of OG. And I just wanted to get Perks' perspective on when do you think is a good time to actually force a fight around the Rift Herald?
Around Rift Herald? Well, it depends. I don't think it's good to force fights around Rift Herald because it takes so long to kill it, but I think it's good to take a free Rift Herald if you're ahead in tempo and the enemies are pushing on both sides of the map and your top and jungle can like do all the Rift Herald, or the other time is when you push all the waves deep, so you basically push top wave all to their tier 2 and you push mid wave all to their tier 2 and then you basically had a free Rift Herald, but this way they just force it with having bad waves and then they just got collapsed upon about Origen and Chase, and then Cassiopeia got like 4 kills or something in this fight, so it was kind of over after this play.
So, I mean, I asked you beforehand about, you know, Fnatic dealing with the fact that they lost that first game versus Splyce, and then should they be able to bounce back from that? This has to still be some remnants of that, because any other Fnatic should be able to fight back from that early game skirmish, because it wasn't that much of a difference. Or am I wrong here, Perks?
Well, I don't know. I think that they just maybe tilted or something, because this game was like pretty much a stomp after that early game, and some of the players really underperformed. And I think Sona pick wasn't the greatest, so you're gonna have to see if they can bounce back in game 2, which I expect them to, because I still think Fnatic should be stronger in Origen. But right now, I'm kind of doubting that too, so we'll see.
If you tell anyone in another region to watch games from some teams to get an impression of EU, what team should they watch?
Only G2 and Splyce.
Only G2 and Splyce, I thought you would say that. Let's take a look at an endgame team fight we want to take a look at, because you mentioned the Sona, obviously. First pick didn't pan out, and then the play just also didn't pan out.
Yeah, it was an ambitious play, to say the very least. There was no way that Fnatic would really be able to follow up, simply because Febiven was too far away from the fight, Spirit was incredibly low, and also you had the flash engage into Origen when they had the gangplank and it only hits onto one target. The play was just overzealous. They were not likely to get anything, and you could just see Fnatic just being a little bit desperate in that play.
Yeah, this wasn't that good, yeah.
This wasn't that good.
Yeah.
However, However, good news for you. You got the bye now for...
Yes.
I mean, we thought you had it earlier,
Nice,
but that
man.
was our mess up.
I'm happy now.
So with OG's win, that means that G2 is locked in top 2 at least. So we'll see them in Krakow for sure. And they
So
have
now you
the
can
bye.
see me trolling the next 4 games.
Yeah, no.
You mean trying new picks?
Yeah, trying. I'm never trolling. Just testing my limits a bit and trying new picks. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, so player of the game in this one, Hybrid. Was quite interesting that you guys, because I didn't, I had to deal with some other things, so I couldn't see specifically why he was so good in this game.
It was just the way in which he used the pillar, because he prevented a lot of players from really acting in the way in which they'd want to. A lot of the setups, so you have the Ash arrow come in, the pillar immediately cuts off their escape, and his use of Subjugate onto a lot of key targets meant that it was so easy to kill the front line of Fnatic. And overall, his positioning and support was just very impressive.
Yeah, I think it was really close between Power of Evil and Hybrid, but I think Hybrid and Pekka were setting up the more plays, and Hybrid was like actually allowing everyone to get the kills, and Power of Evil got fed and he carried. But I guess Hybrid was like a bit more important, I think, because it all revolved around the bottom. So
Yeah, if you were the enemy bot lane, how tilted are you right now?
I think they can't play anymore. It's over.
If OG, by the way, managed to win this next game and they go 2-0 versus Fnatic, they tie for 7th place. That would mean that they keep their championship points.
Does that mean they can go to playoffs?
Yeah, they can get to Worlds, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they can. because Splyce is now also in 2nd, so they, oh my god, yeah.
That best of the system.
Yeah, but come on. But, okay, let me ask you this. Why all of a sudden do all teams that are higher in the rankings get 2 O's in week 8? That best of 2 system, they can do it.
Because we are so good. And
Right.
Splyce is so good.
Okay, well, things are heated, so we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, we'll see if Origen can turn this Dream Start into a 2-0 over a shattered Fnatic. Don't go anywhere.
Remember, guys, Fnatic is your friend. They're not your enemy.
The best meme of the day, actually.
A little bit Hybrid's going in here, but it's good. It's running low. Summoner Heal popped. Hybrid's going forward. He wants to go all in. Securing first blood. Gives up his life in the attempt. He's able to get away from it. He's got no towers. Yellowstar might be forfeit here, and Hybrid's going to look to fight. No, they're going to turn around on it, but do they have the damage? It's not going to be the case. Rekos gets clubbed over the head, and down goes Yellowstar.
Coming on him. Reckless. He's dead. Lights. Go for it. Fnatic, can you slow him? Can you slow him? That's good. Push top. I got him. I will push top hard. Yeah, you just want everything.
And Origen will pick up a 1-0. 33.5 minutes. GG.
Welcome back to the EULCS Arena, where we're about to get into Game 2 between Fnatic and Origen. And if it's anything like the last time, oh boy, Deficio, we're in for a treat.
Do you mean the last time we had the 80-minute one or last game?
Well,
I agree on the last game, yes, because that was very, very entertaining.
You want to be here for 80 more minutes, man.
No.
I call that laziness. You got to have dedication.
I liked what Origen showed in this game here. I think Fnatic had a better draft, honestly. I think Fnatic should have been able to win this game, but they played so aggressive in the early game.
Heedlessly aggressive, too. That
crazy
was the crazy
aggressive.
Thing.
Like, oh, is that FLICKR over there with no flash? Rush over and just kill him. I have no idea where the enemy team is. And they get punished for it multiple times. Pavio picks up tons of kills. Hybrid was everywhere on the map. And suddenly Origen got a big enough advantage to start taking objectives and winning the game. So they fully deserve to win that game. And Fnatic cannot be happy with how they played.
Well, they're going to have a lot of thinking to do to get into game number 2. Picks and bans starting up here. We'll see if they draft another solid composition, but they'll have to worry about that execution. Now on the blue side, still got plenty of time before they take one away. It looks like it's going to be the Bard, denied again to Hybrid.
I assume the Braum is coming in as well. Remove it from Hybrid. Malzahar, same. So it's funny, we can see which teams have been practicing a lot of Malzahar and are ready to play him, because they would not ban him on blue side. They would just first pick him no matter what. But the teams who haven't really practiced too much Malzahar, they ban it away anyway, or instead, because they just don't want to deal with the pick.
Fnatic also don't want to deal with the Trundle.
Apparently not.
They banned this one away, and they clearly weren't obviously looking to pick it up in the first time. It didn't get punished in OG's first pick. It looked like it was going to be bad, but there was a lot of swoopy swaps going on in that lane.
Braum is available for Hybrid in case he wants it. He obviously plays a lot of other supports. Karma is available as a potential first pick. Elise, obviously, if you want to go to jungle route. Last game, we had the Trundle first pick. Not going to be the case.
No, definitely not. The Nars banned away, so Fnatic first pick over to them. The Karma is available, and it's going to be locked. This also, yes, frees up the Braum for Hybrid. Is that worth taking in the first rotation? I mean, it's not like it's going to be taken away.
Yeah, I don't think you have to lock at the first rotation here if you're Origen. I think you take your preferred jungler, and then we look at something like a Sivir. One thing is when someone picks Karma, you almost have to go Sivir because you don't want to give Sivir Karma over to the enemy team. So I would expect Sivir plus jungle choice for Origen. And in this situation, you pick between Elise, Rex, and Gragas. It literally just depends on preference for you as a jungler. Gragas is the better late game jungler. Elise is the better early game jungler. I am surprised they value Braum this highly because I actually think it's going to be Yellowstar playing this Karma. And I want to see Sivir right now from Reckless. Sivir Karma is such a good combination.
We might see it. The Braum's locked. The Gragas is locked. They've got some tankiness. They've got some disengage on the side of Origen. We'll see if that pays out the dividends they're looking for. And if Reckless decides to go the super speedy route and take the Sivir on this rotation.
Like, you can Sivir Elise here.
Yeah.
And once again, you have very strong lane setup because Karma, as a first pick, always guarantees you strong lanes because she's good in mid and good in support.
You don't even have to take Elise right now.
Yeah, sure. You don't have to take your jungler. It's more if you want to see what Origen is picking in their rotation, you can take your jungle here to kind of... There are two schools, right? Either you match to see what they didn't pick to try and counter it, or you have a high priority pick that you want to lock in early, so Origen could steal the way. I don't think Source would have stolen away the Rumble specifically, unless... No.
I mean, this gives Fnatic, though, I really want to talk about like a pretty potent team fight. They can get positioning really easily, and it's all on Kikis to land those equalizers. Origen, they look very comfortable with Peke on Ashe last game. They will take that one again. Wouldn't be surprised if the Gangplank is the choice, and that's what it is.
I still find it interesting Fnatic value picking Rumble this early. It could mean they have a special jungle pick in mind, and they want to see more Origen's composition before they lock in the jungle. So, like, if you want to run Lee Sin, you don't have to pick him super early. You can see, okay, right here you have an Ashe who can't really escape an insect.
He doesn't have to escape.
He doesn't have his debate, obviously, but Gangplank is pretty easy as well for Lee Sin to target and kick back. So that could be one of the reasons, like, Spirit really wants to take a specific jungler. Otherwise, I'm a little bit surprised we saw the Rumble that early. It is still, like, Rumble is a strange pick in the current meta because a lot of top laners have CC, and it's very easy to gank a Rumble because the way he punishes you is by pushing. Because he Qs you in the face and he pushes the minions, he overextends you, gank him very, very easily. Gangplank doesn't offer that CC if it's Gangplank top lane right here. So it's gonna give an okay lane then for Kikis. Wait, it's gonna be jungle Rumble?
Whoa. Timer's ticking down. 3 seconds. It's locked. Oh, okay, we got a Rumble in the jungle.
See, that kind of explains why Fnatic picked it this early. Not sure why my brain didn't go there and be like,
I mean, it's been a little while. Wasn't this back in spring we started?
Yeah, and it died out very quickly. Even received a nerf as well.
And the Azir, which, by the way, speaking of dying out, has been seen way less this week.
Ooh.
In the changes.
I know it's a lot of physical damage, but you could Varus here if you're Origen, because Fnatic doesn't have a true tank. So even being full physical damage is actually not that bad when the enemy team doesn't have a person who's gonna stack armor. Because Rumble is building AP, Irelia is building Trinity Force into a second damage item 9 out of 10 times. So you could Varus here and play a siege comp if you're Origen, because you have Gangplank ulti, you have Ash Volley and Varus poke, which is really strong against us here, and we know Power Weaver loves to play it. It is a pick that's kind of disappeared a little bit, also because of a lot of the mid-lane matchups. This is another Power Weaver special. He's still hovering it.
And he locked it.
He's doing it. It's the AP
Oh,
one.
AP Kog'Maw.
Yeah, he prides himself by saying he's a
I mean, if you've got one
AP.
thing that can outrange Azir.
This is a poke
level
comp.
6.
This is a poke comp.
Yeah.
They did it because they wanted AP damage. It is very changed, very different from back when it used to be meta. One of the big things, the biggest thing honestly about it, is the ulti now does a ton of extra damage when targets are low on HP. Even more the further you get them down. So it's fantastic to clean up fights, but it's much weaker now when it comes to the initial upfront poke. So getting them low enough for you to then start executing them with ulti. But that's where I guess you can put down Gangplank ulti, Ash Volley, and then you come in with the poke from Power Weaver.
Yeah, it's going to be real touch and go for Fnatic in these fights, but they've got a lot of tools, a lot of damage on their side. I mean, these are two comps that are going to butt heads really hard, man. I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. As Daylor and Aaron shake hands one more time before going off stage.
So I'm not an expert on Rumble in the jungle by any means anymore, but in my mind, I'm looking at the Gragas early rotation, and that's why Fnatic feel they can take the Rumble, because Gragas cannot pressure you in the early game, like the first few levels, especially like an Elise could have done potentially. So they feel like, okay, you're taking a team fighting jungler. We will also take a team fighting jungler, and we're gonna scale with you in towards mid and late game, and then play team fights with our picks. That seems to be the reason behind Rumble in the jungle, but it could be other reasons.
We'll have to find out. You guys think Fnatic will be able to take this one away? Tie up the series at 1-1, hashtag FNC win, or Origen going to complete that upset. Hashtag OG win, and we'll have that result in a little while because the game is paused.
Yeah, not for now. They're giving us more time to talk
more time
about
to hype this. I mean,
all these
this
new
is.
picks
I like to say this is all deliberate, so you can talk about AP Kog'Maw more. So go.
It's hard for me to say a whole lot because no one really plays it anymore. Powerfield is one of the only guys who's still doing it in solo.
He's never been confined to the meta.
Definitely not. But back, when it was played, one of the big things about it is, first of all, you don't need like death cap. You don't need to stack a ton of raw AP because your scalings are not great. Magic penetration is actually better. So, like, I mean, your AP scalings are not that great. Penetration is better for you. I am expecting him to go tier still, like tier into something like a Luden's Echo if he wants like an early spike. Otherwise, follow the more like traditional route, like tier into Rylai's.
Yeah.
As he's built, and then he can add in a Haunting Guys.
Well, you get the slows down, then you can stack with barrels. I mean, there's definitely a lot of power for Origen to start pecking away targets.
This is much more now of a like sustained poke pick, because you need a lot of poke to land to get targets low enough for your ulti to get the extra damage to finish him off. It's not like burst by any means. It was never really burst, but it is definitely not now, because right now, his ulti, Power Weaver's ulti, if the target is under 50% HP, it does 70 extra damage. If it's under 25%, or if it's between 25 and 50, sorry. If it's above 50%, let's start over, reset. If it's above 50% HP, you deal 70 damage. If it's between 25 and 50, you deal 140 damage. And if it's under 25, you deal 210 damage, rank 1. So it's a massive difference the lower the target gets. Which means cleaning up these fights is really good. And also, if you play against poke a lot, you know when you start getting low enough, you have to respect it and start recalling. You might have to do that even early against him, because already getting the under 50% extra damage suddenly means if you stay 1 second too long, the last spit comes down from the air, and then you die.
All right. Yellow Star Reckless hanging in this brush. We have Australia lanes and Hybrid. Quick. Winter's Bite to scout out the cheese. So it'll be in those standard lanes, reversed around here. A little bit of help with Spirit. Kikis is giving to the jungle right now, and Soaz is actually pulled off a little bit quicker. So they're going to meet each other right there in the bottom lane as things start off. Ocean Drake is the first that we've got, but that's about as normal as this game's going to get, I think.
Yeah.
These two compositions are definitely something we didn't expect coming into today.
But I would expect Power View to get pushed in early. The first few levels, definitely not the strongest for him. Composition-wise, Fnatic, the 1-4, the standard one we've seen for Troll Mages. Azir and Victor kind of died out already. They've kind of been removed a little bit from the mid lane meta after more nerfs in this patch. Here on 6.14, and also with picks like Kassadin showing up a lot, really good into these control mages. But in this game here, 1-4 setup from Fnatic, they don't have any hard engage, which is another reason why Origen could run this poke comp. And the very risky thing about locking in that Azir as your blind pick for February, because your engage is technically Spirit firing down a Rumble ulti, which is not hard engage by any means. But they're relying on Kikis winning his side lane again against the Gangplank, and they're relying on then the 4-man group of Azir and Sivir being strong enough to push in Power People and Origen all the time. Kikis gonna gank. Great by
level 3 gank. Oh, Kikis denied. He's gonna have to burn his flash. That's the end of that, though.
Rumble is not really a ganking jungler.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do much until level 6.
He does have some decent damage with his E if he does manage to connect it, but again, no CC.
Counter jungle, though.
Yeah, no hard CC coming in for him. Yeah, he's going for the jungle. It's the same as last game, Pyra. Amazing has a very early gank. He takes one buff and then he ganks.
Spirit power farm.
And then Spirit is like, all right, I see you on the map with a blue buff, so I know your red buff is up. And then he just power farms, and it's a difference in style. Amazing is very focused on ganking, where Spirit is very focused on power farming, which is where Rumble actually fits him, because it is a farming jungle.
They're going to find each other, actually. Oh, Spirit's on Amazing right now, and he's charbroiling him. Amazing's very low in this, and he has to body slam over that wall. Spirit is going to be able to smite down the big raptor.
So
it's counter jungle on.
Yeah, Spirit stealing everything away from Amazing, but Amazing got a flash in the bottom lane, so if Source is able to farm more in his lane, then it is technically worth it for Origen, because you're trading your own jungle resources for top lane resources.
Down here, we have the same matchup as we saw before, the Gangplank into Aurelia. This time the Gangplank's getting a little bit better, though.
Well, this time around, the Gangplank got an early gank.
Yeah.
So, Amazing was ganking bot lane last time, now he ganks for his top laner instead. Down in the bottom lane, funny enough. But top-wise, again, it is losing matchup from Origen. It is tricky to play Braum into these double range compositions, but Ashe can farm on the tower fairly effectively.
Yellowstar still getting the harass going. You can see the CS advantage built up for Reckless as the Sivir just continues to shove into waves. Hybrid, though, be able to help Peke get a little bit of farm back.
And really, we're just waiting now for the next jungle move from Amazing, because nothing is going to happen mid lane specifically. Bot lane, we need Aurelia to go back and get like 1 or 2 components towards Trinity Force before she starts trying to really all in the Gangplank. Level 6 obviously the first spike, and then the next one is getting a few of these early items. Spirit is farming, he's farming. He wants a slow early game. He would love for Origen to not do anything for the next 10 minutes and let him farm, and then we're going to mid game as a Rumble.
Well, if it's anything like last time, that may not be the case.
Yeah, now Amazing is returning to the bottom lane. Returning to the crime scene, there's
no ward
flash
here for Kikis, and no flash, as you said.
And Kikis is very slowly pushing out the wave at the moment. Spirit is here too, because he knows he's top laner. Is very slowly pushing out. Very slowly,
Amazing reveals himself.
Right,
Spirit's already under tower, though.
They haven't seen Spirit yet. They didn't see him on the tower.
Now
he's spotted.
Okay.
Now he's spotted.
Nothing doing.
Nope.
Let's go back to the mid lane. It's a little bit rough, and it may just be the case. Shurima shuffle. Power of Evil's got to put his walking shoes on. Let's see if he can get away from danger. Flutters away.
Power of Evil saving his flash. Very important. Means that Fabian can't just do this again in a few minutes and then suddenly take down Power of Evil. But yeah, as we expected, he's struggling in the early game, Power of Evil. Kikis, he got level 6, and Source is staying around. Very low on HP.
Spirit right there!
Barbecue time!
Level 5, no equalizer available, but if they want to set up the dive, they might just get it. Spirit's keeping him trapped under tower with the harpoons, and Kikis is just taking his sweet time. Transcendent Blades, 1 and 2 and 3, and that's first blood.
Yeah, Pyro, we're still not fans of this matchup, even if we get an early flash from the Aurelia. Kikis, with help from Spirit, able to pick up a kill. First blood for Fnatic, again onto the Aurelia, great early start. Amazing is trying something now on the top side. Ooh. There is 2 flashes on the side of Fnatic. He's not level 6 either. And they don't have TP now, so if they go for this gank, Kikis can TP in and turn it around, so it can be very risky.
Hybrid's going way forward. He is way low right now. Yellowstar thinks he's safe in the back. This, yeah, Amazing realizes it's not going to get much done here, so he's actually going to go trade for Gromp.
But Amazing knows he has Gangplank ulti as well as backup. So he feels like there's a little bit more power on the side of Origen, but Hybrid is too low.
And Spirit's here.
And also Kick is very smart here. Didn't use TP back to try and pressure lane more. No, saved it. He can go top here. Spirit is here too. Ooh, they're setting up a trap.
Oh, Cannon Barrage, they put the exhaust down, and in comes the equalizer. Hybrid's got to flash away. Peke suddenly finds himself without backup, and he's gonna get nuked down. Spirit claiming the kill.
This time around here, Spirit are not only reading where Amazing is on the map, he's also able to execute the counter gangs.
And he finds Amazing as well.
Block the body slam.
If he can get out of harm's way, he'll hop, but they just follow him right on over. Quick flash, and Spirit claims another.
We talked about how Gragas cannot put any pressure on Rumble. Spirit has been power farming to level 6. Was bot lane when he needed to be bot lane to save Kikis from a gank, and then pick up a kill on SOAS, and then he instantly knew, okay, Amazing, you were bot side before, you couldn't do anything, where can you go now? Top lane. Follows him up there, counter ganks him, it was a trap, picks up the kill, and Fnatic, massive goal lead. Spirit has been part of everything, and now Kikis, with this Sheen here, can start bursting down SOAS.
This is a big turnaround for Fnatic for sure. Kikis feels that he can fight with Transcendent Blades, flash burn SOAS. He's oh so low, but Hybrid tags in. Ding ding, ring the bell, and Kikis gets his bell rung.
Just like last game, Pyra, Kikis tries the all-in, and suddenly Origen's bot lane shows up. Kikis, my friend, you are a little bit too greedy. When the enemy bot lane has been missing for quite some time, there's a very high chance they're swapping around because they don't want a 2v2 lane against the Karma Sivir. And he falls for it again. Last time at least he got a
This is
kill.
a fast way back to base, man. It's all right. Let's take a look at this. Hybrid's way too low to make this play.
Setting up the trap, Origen in their mind, they have the Gangplank ulti and Amazing up there. But with Spirit showing up, and Hybrid being very low as well, like before this fight even started. They're able to turn around. Look, Spirit just trying to block the body slam. Yellowstar is not really joining in just yet, and gets the same.
Yeah, Spirit was out for blood, man. Look at that. Insta-flash follow.
Great start, though.
Back to the mid lane, though. We have not talked enough about the Kog'Maw.
They just push each other. They do nothing else. We're waiting for
the
power
team fight.
people.
Stack the tiers.
Stack the tier, get his first damage item, and then you can start seeing Origen poking the mid game.
Yellowstar's a little far off the map right now. He's going to have to... Well, he has flash, but he hasn't used it. He might die. And there we go. Hybrid picks him up.
Huh, why was he there?
I do not know.
Okay. Actually, he's just like a few seconds ahead of the play. Normally, you would have your jungler with you when you invade in there to set it up.
Yeah, he got the vision down, but it was like, oh, I'm kind of trapped. And now there's a Cannon Barrage. Reckless is going to have to pop on the hunt to get a little speed boost through it. Peke was hot on his heels with Hybrid in tow.
Yeah, so basically before, Yellowstar was expecting to just set up free vision and have his junglers back up, but they were a little bit out of sync. So he ends up getting caught out. They had already pushed the bot lane first.
Some of the same sync issues that we were seeing in game number 1.
Sure. Definitely true.
It's definitely looked a lot better for Fnatic, though. I mean, this game is definitely looking
51,
way cleaner for
52
them.
CS Rumble against 27 on Amazing. 2 levels above him, because Amazing has been trying to gank early, not been able to get anything from the ganks. And Spirit has just been stealing away everything, and then Spirit has been able to execute counter ganks.
And to follow up, chase those kills. So the Rumble's not doing too bad right now. We'll give Febvin a well-cooked blue buff. Back to lane he'll go. Everything else fairly even. Although the CS for Peke and Reckless has really started to be quite a disparity here. Even if the items look similar, all you need to do is take a look at some of the gold difference. It's not too high different though for Reckless, but he's about to pick up a little bit more of it. You can see them moving down to the bottom turret as Kikis and Soa still up in the top. We've had laners swapping around quite a lot this series.
Definitely so, and I'm still expecting Rylai's to come in early on for our dear friend in the mid lane. So we go like Seraph, Rylai's. I don't think he needs Morello in this game specifically. And then like that's your 2 core items, fully stacked tier, upgrade to Seraph, and then a Rylai's. And that's like your core. So when you hit that in the mid game, as Power of Evil, you're gonna be strong, obviously, but you need to be able to set up the siege. And the problem is if Fnatic have like full map control because Kikis is winning one side lane and Spirit is in the enemy jungle, setting up the siege means you're gonna get flanked every single time.
Well, and if he gets caught by Febvin, it's gonna be lights out. I mean, he's got his Dasher Tooth already. It's getting really ridiculous. You can see that poke from the soldiers coming around. He looks for the shuffle. He's not gonna find it. actually pushes just some minions back, and he goes for Power of Evil, but suddenly Spirit comes in around the side, tanking an Ash Arrow. And Amazing decides to try his luck again, but that may be a mistake. Has to throw the big barrel to disengage.
Nothing Amazing can do to match the damage of Spirit down in levels and also...
Oh, that ward, not worth! Ooh, close call for Amazing.
Reckless is going against
Oh,
Peke.
he's found Peke. There's the Cannon Barrage, but on the Hunt's pop. Summoner heal. The 80 carry duel, and Yellowstar comes to even the odds and steal the kill.
Fnatic looking much better in the early game. They're able to punish Origen again and again and again for having a lot of scaling, but very little power early on. Gangplank scaling, Power of Evil scaling, Amazing scaling.
And goodbye, Power. There's not much surprise in that, Acathian. Amazing looks to come around the side again. He will find Spirit, the body slam. They turn into a Glacial Fissure, but Spirit boils him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Feb have been looking for more as the exhaust finishes channeling. Transcendent Blades flashing forward, Hybrid, the double kill for Febby.
Everything is falling apart now, Pyra. Origen have so much scaling in the lineup, but no time at all. Fnatic just force plays on them again and again and again.
What?
Spirit is part of everything.
Early game, though, Deficio. This is going to be a tower now, or close enough to it, as the minions are running a little bit short. Hawkshot spies it out, but not much Peke can do to prevent that damage from coming in. Reckless will clear some more waves. And Origen have got some work to do to climb back into this one.
Ooh, a lot of work to do. When you play poke comps and you fall behind early, it's so difficult for you to ever set up a siege, because whenever you do, the enemy team is strong enough to fight you.
Peke was bait here, but it was Origen that took it.
Yeah, this time Peke didn't manage to achieve anything. And after he went down, well, then they found Amazing between two towers and Power of Evil as well. Probably very low here.
Yeah.
No flash.
Has Ghost, not even worth using, but he does.
Spirit is everywhere right now. He's doing whatever he wants.
Yeah. This jungle Rumble's worked out pretty well.
It's been great.
In all honesty.
Been great. I mean, he had the perfect start. He was against the Gragas, and he had a great early counter gank or set up around the tower, and then he had the counter gank on top sides. He's been getting everything.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely turning right around 180 degrees from their last game. And Origen have just been unable to match this pace right now. Dragon has not really been a consideration in this extremely bloody early game. But that regen could come in pretty handy.
Well, not if you fight all the time. You need to get out of combat.
You have to have some of those downtimes.
Maybe.
But in all honesty, for Fnatic, like, it's much more important to try and polish off these turrets. Remember, it's only 1-0 right now is all they've gotten, and that was just the bottom side. Like, we've had no objectives traded or anything, it's been kills.
Fight, fight, fight. It's been the motto of this game. Now we're the Fnatic around. Maybe talk about the 1-4 setup with Azir. This mid tower is not going to survive for long, and Power of Evil is not going to be able to clear out the wave in time, because the wave is actually fairly slow as well. Like, he no longer just like spits out an E on the ground and like one-shots every minion. Needs a little bit more time. There we go. And then
Let's wait till he gets a few more items before that starts to become reality. But Origen need to buy some time for themselves here. Yellowstar and Spirit clear away the crab. They could set up for the Rift Herald right now, but last time it was not so good for them.
This time around, though, they have a Rumble who's really far ahead as early magic penetration as well. It's going to go proto build. I really like that on Rumble. Great item on him. If you set up Rift Herald now, just be ready to not finish the Rift Herald, but actually turn around and take the fight. Because it's going to be a poke composition walking towards you with a mid laner who has no flash. Power Evil has no flash right now.
Origen are actually going to start this.
Origen started. Could be breaks on bottom side.
Okay, it's spotted.
It's still risky.
Not a lot of... I mean, Spirit has if he wants the equalizer, and he does, Amazing is isolated. He's going to have to body slam over. One ultimate stops the Herald from even being considered.
And these teams need to stop rushing 5-man Rift Herald.
They seem a bit antsy.
Whenever you go 5-man Rift Herald, then the other team can also just commit to it, because you're obviously not putting pressure on the man. Normally it's more like, oh, we put pressure bot side, they have to send guys to defend bot, then we take Rift Herald with like top lane and jungler, and we're like, look, we're playing two sides of the map.
Yeah.
If you 5-man rush it...
Oh,
let's see, Peke?
Kickis. Okay, Peke wised up a little bit there.
It.
Yeah. I knew it, guys. There was something in that brush.
Alright, what else we got here, Pirates? Fnatic is looking to just keep team fighting in this game here. Keep playing all 3 lanes. 80 carry sitting on bot side. Azir sitting mid, and then whenever you push out the bot side, you can just move the Sivir into mid lane and you put pressure on Power of Evil.
Yeah, so you can poke on.
Single time. Well, that's how you play against.
Keep on the back. Well, I mean, you get up right in outside of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
And just keep on taking it. So easily taking Ocean Drake. Peke trying to save his top tower here, but Fnatic with the gold boost, they've already accomplished. It's 5,000 in the lead. Just shy of 17 minutes into this game, that's pretty significant.
It is, definitely. Fnatic needs to keep wards behind the river as well. You can see 3 wards now, enemy jungle and 1 in the mid lane, one in the mid lane. Because then Kickers actually has a way to get in here and start a fight with the Rumble ulti combined, and that's the key thing. Always when you play against poke comps, you always need vision behind them instead of flanks. We talk about Power of Evil here. Flylice coming in next.
Yeah, but on the other side, you know, Fnatic have a lot of speed to deal with, and Spirit's going to have even more because he's strapped on the jetpack finally. So, I mean, they've got Sivir, they've got Karma Inspire, they've got Spirit is able to speed himself up, they've got Febvin can shift sands, Kikis can dash in. There are so many gap closers on this team that will enable them to continually win these team fights. Power of Evil is not even going to be able to push on the Sun Disc.
That is definitely a thing to highlight. Origen picked the Braum over the Sivir, meaning they gave Fnatic Sivir Karma and were then planning on playing a poke comp, or maybe they just changed because they saw a Z in the end and weren't planning on playing poke at all at the start. Because that's a lot of mobility for Fnatic to try and close the gap towards Finding amazing.
Oh, yeah, he wants to bail out of that one. Equalizer thrown down, he walks away from it. Spirit still on the chase. Proto belts forward, continues to boil him down. Will he have the damage? But Hybrid taps in. In goes the Glacial Fissure, and down goes Spirit. They stack the damage right as they needed.
Power of Evil able to pick up the kill, get some extra bonus damage for himself. Very, very important for Origen that he gets rolling in this game. Jumping Soas.
Speaking of rolling, oh, the barrel deny. Okay, Kikis, no fear there.
Spirit there, a little bit too eager. Once you get tagged by Braum, respect it. Step out, you're standing in Gangplank ulti.
Yeah.
But still, Fnatic in full control. And Soas going for the same build.
Okay, Reckless steps up, he denies the Winter's Bite. Fnatic's taking a lot away from this jungle here. Amazing, will he be able to get the smite on? Ooh, he does! He grabs his blue buff back, and Yellowstar's now on the run from the Living Artillery. Fnatic going a little deep into Origen territory.
Pawgil needs more time, though. He needs a few more minutes. He needs at least a second item completed. This is a setup from Fnatic. This is where if you don't join as a top laner, the enemy top lane is a Gangplank. So he will have a bit more value in these cross-map fights with his ulti. Very ambitious going for the Rumble ulti, and then amazing steps away, and this is where Spirit gets attacked by Hybrid. And he's not able to get out. Honestly, he just got chain CC'd. As arrow into stun from the Braum.
And critical that Power got that gold as well.
Oh, super important.
It's really big for him right now.
They're still really far behind, but it's basically the way back in the game is get a mega fit poke machine. Vomits all over the place. It's kind of gross.
Just a little bit. Don't knock it if it works, Deficio.
Sure, yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, Origen, you know, close to the 20-minute mark here. They've still got a lot of time they need to buy before they can get back into this game in earnest, but it will all be on Power of Evil to see if they can get this poke comp working. Baron's hitting the Rift.
And if you are Fnatic, you can actually start early Barons. Again, not to necessarily finish the Baron, but just to force Origen into a fight when they're not strong enough.
It's a classic Fnatic move, too.
It is a classic Fnatic. They have full vision around it, so they can definitely start it.
Well, and they've got a Azir who's done pretty solid, finished a pretty early, well, I'd say just about on time Nashor, too. And yeah, Spirit can burn things down. I mean, is this what Fnatic are going to do? They've got a lot of vision surrounded here, but you have to think Origen are wise to this. They're right around the back of the pit.
Yeah, but it's not even about Origen knowing it's happening. Like, Fnatic almost wants Origen to know. So Origen is moving in to stop it.
Of course, a team fight.
And then you get a team fight in the river with a Rumble ulti, and you get a TP behind from Kikis. That's a perfect setup for Fnatic. If you get Origen down in this river, away from sieging turrets, perfect. Because a poke comp that doesn't get to poke first, well, not really that effective. Keep in mind again, Power of Evil needs targets to be low to get the bonus damage.
That's true.
That is where he can shine. If he has to start from 100% all the way down, it takes some time.
Peke just keeps on the side lane duty for now. It's actually settled just a little bit. Still taking some time before they want to decide to make the moves. Fnatic, you mentioned the early game, you know, it's okay if they don't maybe make the biggest plays early on, but Origen, they're much more happy about that, and Fnatic have really been taking it to them again. They're not as heedlessly aggressive this game, though. That's really what's changed.
Yeah.
With the exception of Spirit going a little too deep.
Well, I mean, once he got double CC'd as well. So
he learned.
Yeah, he learned. But I like Kikis as well. He's actually changing his build path a little bit. He's not going double damage item, because he's actually not investing into the split pushing. He knows this game is going to be won through team fighting if you're Fnatic, and through stopping Origen when they're setting up the siege and just engaging onto them with TP flanks from him. He's actually starting to build tank now to be stronger in the fight and just be able to survive, because there's so much damage. When you have Rumble in the jungle, Sivir and SD, you got tons of damage. You don't need to really have damage.
Uh-oh. Reckless is surrounded right now. He does get the spell shield on, but he's not going to be able to get away from this teleport. He is pinballed back and forth, but in comes Yellowstar. Reckless is actually still alive, and Kikis did get the flank around the backside. Hybrid, they turn to him, but he's able to jump behind Peke. Amazing is going to body slam out of harm's way. They chase him down. Kikis gets the finisher, and now Amazing will fall as well. A double kill to the Aurelia. Origen got to be kicking themselves after they couldn't finish off Reckless.
I think Amazing also managed to miss his flash there in the end, so didn't get all the damage. I'm not sure it would have been enough, but Reckless stayed alive. Baron is on the menu. Power of Evil is not ready to stop it just yet.
15 seconds till Amazing comes back up. They can do this, and Kikis has actually stopped Peke. Oh no, can't face check that brush. Power of Evil, they turn it onto him, and Soaz, who flashes away. Will be round 2 on the Baron. It's starting to look like it.
Well, now Amazing is alive. Soaz is running. Oh, he's in the mid lane, sorry. Amazing is running from base. They're starting it.
All right.
They don't really have anyone who
They've got
can.
damage.
They want to fight here, because Kikis is not even in the Baron pit. They're hoping for Origen to run down the river.
This is starting to get into dangerously low territory. Gangplank barrels are being popped. There's still one sitting around there, actually. They can get this one.
They can finish it.
Fnatic, can they get the job? It's stolen by Soaz! Are you kidding me?
How? Soaz steals it. Amazing was still running. He wasn't even there. We can't even criticize the call. It was the correct one from Fnatic. They were supposed to just smite it, take it, leave the area. Origen, they're not dead yet. 2 items now for Power of Evil. Baron buff, gonna get a dragon. Yes, they're down in gold, but now you can start sieging and poking, because there's no TP from Kikis either. There's really no way for Fnatic to flank now.
Oh, but that does some wonders for your mentality. They get themselves a Baron steal, made it look easy, pick up a dragon. Let's take a look. Yeah, they didn't clear the barrel.
Could just hit it, hit the barrel.
And they were,
they hit it.
What a crit. Oh no, the smite was just out of range.
Everything went wrong for Fnatic there, and honestly, well,
there's the man on your screen. I mean, he didn't even have to do it.
No, he did nothing.
That feel when your top laner smites for you?
That feel when you have to give the barrel one hit. It wasn't even like he shot the first barrel and then placed the other one while the first one was like flying towards it in motion and like you couldn't stop it. It was right there in front of him.
Man, Fnatic got unlucky.
To be fair, could have just killed the barrel.
That's true. They could have stacked the odds in their favor. All right, 24 minutes in the game. Origen have gotten some life breathed into them. The gold lead is still at 4,000. But there's a little bit less than it was about 10 minutes ago. So Fnatic, who had a stellar early game, it started to peter off a little bit. And Origen have a chance now to deny them here, get a little bit more map control back for themselves. Baron empowered minions for the next few minutes to be able to push back the Fnatic waves. And Fnatic have backed off.
Yeah, it might just slow down Fnatic. Wait for Baron buff to disappear, and then you can start being really aggressive. But even with Baron buff, Origen shouldn't be that much stronger. It's just great for now. Rek is going for Soaz.
Okay, on the hunt popped. In goes the cannon barrage. The barrels just clear them already. Soaz is actually taking this fight right to them. Reckless under tower. Soaz with the 1v2. And he's going for more. Yellowstar on the run now, and Soaz makes the play happen.
The Fnatic bottom lane really want to chase down these kills here. Ran to melee range off the gangplank. Soaz turns it around. He has early armor, has the Trinity Force and the Sterix again, giving him so much extra power in these early duels. And Reckless ran right into him.
And he ran right under tower.
Right in the
That's going to give, by the way, that's not just going to give up first tower. Reckless not here to clear the waves away. They've got Baron empowerment. Origen are going to get a huge gold influx off of this.
What a massive collapse. If Origen ends up winning this game, Fnatic would have gone 0-4.
Still a chance for no ties.
In this week. Still a chance for no ties in the EULCS this week.
Origen are on a roll right now.
It is rare you see a top team collapse like this. I'm not talking about just this moment, just overall for Fnatic with the last game in mind, how they lost to Splyce. Now gold is almost dead even. We keep talking about Power Reaver getting more and more items, but he's not even been involved in the last few things.
Origen haven't even spent this gold yet. They've been all array on the map. They picked up 3 towers as well as Reckless. They get to back and spend that gold. Oh, this is just going from bad to ugh if you're Fnatic.
Definitely not great when you're 2v1 ganking the enemy top laner. You run into the enemy top laner, who then turns around.
I said, wait a minute. I've got Sterix Gauge.
Yeah, and also,
I'm gangplank.
The guy just got a reset on his passive, which does a ton of damage.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about this on Power of Evil, because this is something that I thought would be really nasty if it comes out. The Haunting Guise is finished.
Yeah.
Leandri's Torment Kog'Maw.
Right now,
is gross.
right now it's not the biggest spike, just sitting on the Haunting Guise, because flat magic penetration this late in the game.
No, but Theory
is
craft with me.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because once he gets Leandri's, it's a big power spike. It's just right now, it's not going to be that important because there's enough MR on the side of Fnatic to not make it matter. But Leandri's will be huge for him. Right now, he's sitting on only 300 gold, so he's a little bit out, a little bit away from it, or he's missing.
Still, you can see that Origen are spending this hard-earned gold for themselves. And as it's gone 27 minutes into this game, that gold lead has been cut down to just a smidgen over 1,000. It does not mean really much difference. You're even on dragons, you're even on towers. Origen, though, they're the ones playing with momentum.
And it's not even the goal, only the goal lead, it's also the fact that Fnatic had control of the entire map. So Origen could never group, because if they ever grouped, they would get TP flanked and Rumble ulted in the face, and Fnatic could have enough ways to start a fight. But because Fnatic, now look at your minimap, guys. Fnatic has 1 ward placed in a tri-bush past the river. That's on top side, and that is it. And no one cares about that ward right now.
There's no Baron for 2 minutes.
So right now, Fnatic would have no way of actually TPing in behind Origen to stop a potential siege. So suddenly now your composition will lack hard engage. And that is one of the big things for the next few minutes, is how Origen suddenly have much more control of the map. They're not afraid of Fnatic pushing multiple lanes at the same time, because we just reset the entire game.
And it's all stemmed from answering a couple of Fnatic bad decisions. Origen now are stacking so heavily up on this top side. No more Baron buff. I mean, it's true, but it doesn't matter.
Again, going Baron was the correct call. The fact you didn't kill the barrel and then missed your smite was what made it terrible.
Yeah, little bad decisions, not bad calling.
No,
I mean, Reckless getting caught up in the top opened up a lot of possibilities.
That was bad. Fair enough, that was bad.
But I mean, look at this. You've got Yellowstar and Reckless here to push away the way, but Origen are actually kind of deathballing this into the 4-1 with Soaz down on the bottom side. Really no answer here available from Fnatic. Another 25 seconds, will be another Ocean Drake up and available.
And that's what I talk about, Pirate. Because Fnatic now have no map control at all, Origen are not afraid moving around the map as they want. Because they know no one can appear behind them. There's not randomly going to be kickies, almost one-shotting your mid laner.
Yeah, you negate the Aurelia, who, by the way, was doing a huge chunk of the early game damage.
Ooh, yeah, now Origen is getting into late game territory. Soaz, great scaling. Amazing, great scaling. Power Vivo, great scaling.
No kidding.
Even the Ashe in the late game. Sib is fantastic late game too, so it's not really the AD carries.
Yeah, and you've got Azir. I mean, like, but the mid-game teamfight was really what Fnatic were banking on. It looks like with this composition, and they're kind of running out of time to execute that.
Well, again, it's not like Fnatic can't win late game at all, because as you said, they have still like Sivir, Azir.
That's true.
But it just becomes much harder for them.
Okay.
And like one missed teamfight where they don't take down Power Vivo in time or pick in time, well then suddenly Origen turns it around. Kikis is trying to see if he can find a flank.
Soaz is going to find Kikis, actually. Now, the rest of Origen have to be really careful here as the 1v1 continues.
There's a big fight going on.
There is a big fight going on in the rest of the jungle. Looks like Origen have actually disengaged, and Soaz can't fight Kikis just yet. Fnatic have actually fought Origen off, and they've got some deep wards now.
Yeah, getting to their rotation.
Oh, runs Baron.
They're rushing it. Origen's not moving yet. They're not even looking.
First.
They have 2 blue trinkets. Use one of them.
In goes the Ashe arrow. They spotted Spirit. He's stunned up for a second hybrid. Can Amazing get in time? I don't think so. No, it's smited. And Spirit secures the Baron. Fnatic take advantage of Origen being way too far out to contest.
Well, Pekka had blue trinket ready. Not sure if Hawkshot was on cooldown, but there's a lot of ways for Origen to check that Baron. As soon as they see Fnatic out of vision, you pop down the blue trinket at least. Did it way too late. Fnatic gets the Baron this time around. My voice is disappearing. It's been a long week.
Oh, no kidding, man.
Dragon though forward, so they get a little bit.
So they got some more regen now. That's the last of the Ocean Drakes we'll see. I mean, with 31 minutes in, they've been Barons going back and forth, but Fnatic started both of these ones. They finally secured this one. And Amazing was not in the area to smite. And by the way, we won't see any other elemental drakes. It's all water here.
So
with the Elder coming up next.
With the Kikis change here in his build as well, he's actually much more focused now on trying to take down Soaz. Because he has the blade, because Soaz is building fairly tanky. He also went for armor early. 1 for team fighting, 2 because obviously Soaz will deal physical damage, and he realized before he couldn't burst him down because of Sterix. It's like, okay, no Ghost Blade. I want to take longer team fights where I can actually, or longer 1v1s where I have armor and more lifesteal than what the Ghost Blade offered. So he's actually adapting, and he was able to win the 1v1 before, and it is important because it still gives Fnatic pressure in that side lane, knowing Kikis is strong. But teamfight is going to be the big one. We still really haven't seen Power Vivo enter this game. He picked up 1 kill, and that's been about it.
Yeah, he's working his way to some really scary items, but it's going to be a little while. Wait to see he finishes that Leander's Torment, then what comes up next. Reckless moving now for this tower. They've got a lot of push, a lot of clear, and there's no way Soaz can really contest this. Fnatic are trying to make the most out of their Baron buff. 1 tower will fall. 4-4 still. Remember, it's worth noting, 4,000 gold now, the lead for Fnatic on the money. And it just has swung back in their favor. Peki sends out the Ash Arrow. Not going to connect. Febivin under the relative safety of his Sun Disc.
Yeah, there's no cleanse or...
Kick is going a long way up to top, by the way.
USS for Febivin, though. If Febivin does get hit...
Side push that one out.
Go for it, but... This kick is
there's a good equalizer to try and force him off the tower, but they're going to answer right with the cannon barrage, and the wave just evaporates.
Ulti versus ulti. One to zone you away, one to zone you away, and no one gets the tower.
Everyone gets zoned away.
Yeah, no one gets the tower.
It's the anti-fight.
It is still very low, Pyro, and that's 2 ultis gone now. Big ones for the next team fight.
You got to keep away from those pointy spears.
Fnatic are still in a fine position to win this game, as we highlighted before. Even though it was even, you have Azir, you have Sivir.
Looking for that 4-1, and they're getting
Yeah, you can still, and you have now
get what they want.
Aurelia winning, so you can definitely still snowball this game.
And this is so dangerous for Origen now because there's still that threat of the deep wards flanking them in the following fights. But Origen for now are clumping underneath this base Spirit, or underneath this tower, I should say. Spirit and Kikis are here. The rest of Fnatic a little farther behind. The arrow comes in. Kikis, will he go down in this? The Glacial Fissure, they pop him every which way, and they will finally shred through that armor and take down the Aurelia. That's 55 seconds to go.
Fnatic just left the weakest member behind as soon as Kikis got caught. An arrow straight at him, and now Origen picks up 1 kill. Say the weakest member, he's actually been one of the strongest, but he was manly behind Soaz.
He's looking for more. Speaking of weak, Reckless, no! He's going way too low. The boomerang blade's not enough, and Soaz dips, ducks, dives, and dodges, and picks up a kill.
Soaz has been doing a good job, especially when he's been fighting Reckless. It's been like a counter to Reckless in this game here. Chasing him down, gets the slow from the Randuins. Cannot spell shield.
Kill traded though. I mean, Fnatic have 2 members down for the moment. Origen can start to push on. There is a very juicy looking tower that Fnatic are scrambling to defend, but this is way too late.
And now you move in your cannon here in Power Vivo. In case someone wants to try and defend, well, he's going to poke you down.
Oh, they have such a big minion wave too. They throw down a preemptive cannon barrage, leading the way for the minions. Yellowstar, the arrow, it's going to be dodged out, but Kikis, Spirit, Febivin are all here. There's a big equalizer going to land on 3 members. Peke, Soaz, power a little bit charred. And Fnatic do not have enough chase here. Kikis is going to try his damnedest, but it's not going to amount.
But again, no wards right behind Origen, so no real way for Kikis to join the fight here. Good disengage. You got a lot of slows coming in from Amazing, from Power Vivo, Hybrid. A lot of guys who can slow you down if you're running head first at Origen's comp.
There's deep wards to teleport on here if they really want to take this one, but Origen, they're going to go right for the death brush, and Kikis is going to wander right on into it. Blade surges, flashes, Blade surges again over to another minion, and he's out.
All right, he's quick, got out. Had to use the flash. Origen setting up.
Oh, he's lucky he killed that minion, man. He needed all 3 of those.
Yeah, he needed a reset to get out. Sivir is bottom lane. Fnatic, you cannot invade the jungle. You AD carries in the bottom lane. You gotta be careful.
And there's a teleport coming in mid right now. This is going to be Soaz coming in back to clear the wave. And he looks for Yellowstar, actually. Okay, the tether's on. And he's out.
That was a letdown.
And now Kikis. Okay. I don't know what's happening anymore.
I don't know why Fnatic stayed. Because the AD carry was bot lane.
Clearly all not on the same page right now. Kikis is trying to run out of harm's way, and he's going to dash over to Soaz, try to run out of danger. The Slime, everything's slowing him down. He's stunned up by Brahmin. Amazing claims the kill. Fnatic are going to try damage control mode. Soaz is tanking in the front line as Yellowstar picks up Amazing. They shut down the gangplank, and it's a 2-for-1? Ooh. Maybe more! Ooh. Double kill for Spirit! Fabivin pushes him right back in for the double, and that's going to be the ace.
Oh, it looks so risky at first, Pyro, but then they managed to turn it around. Great team fight from Fnatic all of a sudden. Fabivin the hero in the end with the double kill. They're trying to end the game.
There's way too much time on everybody. Hybrid's the next one to come up is 25 seconds. Fnatic, just like that, they were in the right place, the right time. 36.5 minutes into this game.
Fnatic turn it around after losing the Baron. They managed to get back into this game, had some even fights.
What a crazy game, 37 minutes. Fnatic, they tie the series to close out week 8.
Man, that was a back and forth game here. Fnatic were winning, they were stomping Origen. Lost the Baron, dead even in gold, but then Fnatic came back in the lead. We're actually in pretty much full control. It felt like for some time, but then suddenly Origen were fighting back again. Very back and forth game here. And we get our first tie of the week.
Yeah, that was not what I expected to say coming into it, but clearly Fnatic love ties after all. Spirit had a big smile on his face after that one. I think he just likes playing Jungle Rumble.
Oh yeah, he had a lot of fun in this game. I mean, he was against the Gragas who tried to gank early. He got free farm, he got a few good early ganks as well. Like, this was a great game from Spirit. But Fnatic, I mean, they're gonna look back at some of these, situations where they lose that Baron. Like, come on, guys, the barrel is right there. Just hit it like once.
But you look at this whole series in review, and you got to think like, coming into it, Fnatic, mental, problems from yesterday apart, they were the heavy favorites to take down Origen. No problem, no sweat. Origen gave him a hell of a fight and took a game off him, earning a very important point to try to avoid the relegation zone.
I'm very happy to see Origen come in and really play aggressive here, punish Fnatic for their mistakes. Want to fight early on as well. But sadly for Fnatic, now with 1 point only, it means Splyce are even further ahead in the standings. There's 5 points now between Splyce and Fnatic.
Well, there's definitely one team up there in the top that's pretty happy about Fnatic.
Make it 4 points because Fnatic's now on 26 and Splyce on 30.
Splyce are in a very secure position in second, but the most secure right now is actually G2, who give themselves a Krakow berth for sure, or rather Fnatic had given it to them with the first loss.
Yeah, so definitely G2 locked in here for top 2. Splyce have to win one of their games next week. Have to get 1-2-0, and they are locked in second place as well. Because Fnatic obviously lost to them yesterday and now got a 1-1 against Origen, so it's not been a great week if you are Fnatic. You have actually more or less lost their top 2 spot. Meaning now, everything that counts for you is getting third place. Giants won today, so they're right behind Fnatic.
Yeah, it's getting pretty dicey for this team. I mean, they're definitely going to need to work real hard to get into playoff shape. For Origen, it's still tough to them because they were on the cusp of picking up 3 points. They would have tied into the 7th place spot. And you still got one more week to work with it, but Origen are going to need quite a lot of help to make that dream a reality and still try to make their way to Worlds.
And that's kind of a sad thing, right? You got 1 point against Fnatic, and that is actually great. But sadly for you, you need the 3 points to kind of start overtaking Vitality and Schalke. Because you need to not only get above one of them, you need to get above both of them to get out of promotion tournament. 1 point against Fnatic, it helps though, of course, if you're Origen.
Hey, they have a tied head-to-head with Fnatic, by the way. If that ever...
hey, sure, if it happens.
Yeah, well, that's going to be it for us. For more on that series, we're going to head down to Amazing and Quickshot.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Amazing after a heartbreaking end to the game. Let's start with this dramatic match that, you got this breath of life from Soaz and the Baron steal. What was the game like from your perspective?
We definitely didn't execute well early game. We overforced and we definitely thought that we could do more than we should. Something that just happens if you're excited and everything like that, so I don't really mind it. But when we got the Nash steal, we kind of came back into the game, but I never thought we were out of it. Even without the Nash steal, I think they weren't able to push either way. So if we didn't make that mistake later on, which we did, I think we would have had a good shot at winning.
It was very exciting from a spectator point of view, game 1 in particular as well. With what many would consider an upset win, what was your perspective in game 1 and how you guys were able to take the victory?
we play champions we like to play. We execute with the champions we like to play. So that's basically our game plan coming in. So it's not necessarily anything specific for us. So we just try to be like right now we're in a bad situation anyway because we're kind of at the lower part of the standings. So we approach the games differently now. We're basically trying to have fun in the games and basically trying to like just enjoy ourselves instead of like pressuring ourselves even more with expectations that we've already not met. And we cannot meet anymore. So the only thing that's left for us is basically trying to enjoy the game and being being happy while playing.
It's really nice to hear that. It is unfortunate because of the split series. There's no way for Origen to make top 6. It means you guys are out of playoffs. There is the possibility to make 7th. Is this something that you guys have spoken about as a team? You know, looked at the numbers and run some of the options?
Everyone has looked at the numbers individually. It's not something we necessarily want to talk about as a team because the thing is that it again puts up pressure for the players and it's something you don't necessarily want because we came into this season in a situation where no one really thought what was going on anyway. We had a lot of hardships, motivation sank and everything like that. So at some point, it's basically about finding what works for you and what you really enjoy about the game, instead of trying to figure out how you get top 7, how you get top 6, and everything like that. Because at the end of the day, it matters surely, but it doesn't really matter. Like we still have careers, we still have a project going on with Origen. It's not like something where we're like, okay, it's doomsday now. We're out of playoffs or anything like that. It's more about it's another step in a direction that we'll have to find.
On a personal level, knowing that you can still play for 7th, knowing that the possibility of regional qualify is still there, do you as an individual want to still play for that and try make that run towards Worlds?
Oh, yeah, and obviously, yeah, everyone wants that. But again, it's not something you want to actively pursue because the thing is that if you come into any game and next week is going to be Splyce and HTK, and you come into the games with the expectations or with basically the fear that if you lose, you're going to be in relegations and everything like that, you're not going to play your game. So what we're basically trying to do, and again, that's basically what I said earlier, is that don't run through the matchups, don't run through the standings, don't run through the points and everything like that. Just play the game, and if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't work out, well, that's just how it is.
There's always next time. Amazing. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me after a difficult series. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to the analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you so much, Quickshot, and everybody. Welcome to the post-game lobby, joined here by Krepo, Perks, and Mythy of G2 to wrap up the week and look ahead to playoffs and the standings. First up, we're going to wrap up this series, Fnatic versus OG. In the end, a 1-versus-1. I wanted to take a look at the SOAS trying his best to win this for Origen. I want to take a look at his Baron steal and then his Reckless 1v1. What happened?
I mean, this was just really unlucky because I don't know how they Smite not get it actually. I don't know what Smite damage.
Kog'Maw ult I think it scales with like percentage HP, so it wasn't just SOAS, it was the team together, they coordinated it to get the kill.
SOAS is so good here.
Yeah, and then this, I mean, this replay should have the player cams because this is actually where you can. There's that scene.
This is where you want to FF.
Yeah, this is that scene in The Simpsons where they go like, you can see Ralph Wiggum's heartbreaking. You know, that was Reckless in that replay too. You know, when you go 2v1 on SOAS and he turns around the kill after like 6,000 gold ahead. This like looked really sad for Fnatic because yesterday we saw their heads kind of sink mentally, and then today, game 1, you know, super rough, and then they come back in game 2, but it almost looks like Origen is gonna take it. Like Mythy, from a known tilter, like how do you learn how to deal with losses?
You just lose is improve, right? So you just take the loss, absorb your failures, and become stronger next time.
We're going to take a look at the standings and Schalke later. For now, though, player of the game, Kikis in this one. It was beautiful to see how he, in the end there with those fights, we were like, oh, he's caught. He's not. He's caught. He's not.
It's a G2 player. Nothing you can do.
You can't dodge him. How do you think he's been doing on Fnatic, you guys?
As good as expected, maybe better. I don't think so. I think just...
Quote from Mythy, as good as expect. Haha, nice meme. No, he's actually playing super well. I'm super...
We should never have done this.
Yeah, we're going to take that bell away. It's gonna get
that was good stuff. Anyway.
But I'm super surprised how he slotted in last week, because it seems like he kind of did his own thing, you know, super communicative, in the top lane. Like, is it true that Kik is really good at like feeding information to his different lanes? Because we keep repeating that all the time as casters, but obviously we never played a game with him, so we can't actually tell.
And we're wrong.
Yeah,
often.
he's pretty talkative, and he talks a lot about his lane state, even like during the lane and after lane and what he can do. So I think he's definitely been a good addition to Fnatic, and it's showing off somewhat.
Yeah, it's been showing off. Let's take a look at the standings because we want to talk obviously possible playoff contenders and possible G2 obviously in the playoffs, and not only that, also semi-final bye. And then we have Splyce, Fnatic, Giants, H2K, and Unicorns of Love. So Giants, Fnatic, Splyce are all locked. The rest isn't. And then Origen and Rocket are eliminated from playoffs with the caveat that Origen can still get 7th and has 70 championship points, so it can also still make it to Worlds through the Gauntlets.
Yeah, and they only need 1 3-pointer and Schalke and Vitality to fumble after that, you know. After that, it's obviously up to them. If they get 6 points, there's a good chance they get the 6th place. But as Amazing said, they have a really tough schedule ahead. But it is looking more likely towards relegations.
Yeah, let's focus on the top half of the table. Obviously, maybe we have heard you talk about Splyce, I think, in the last segment, or not that much.
Me?
Splyce talks a lot about you guys, and also said if you pick LeBlanc in the final versus them, they're going to beat you. That's what Trashy said.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Splyce has no chance versus us, but that's just my thoughts.
They're not there yet. Mithy, what do you think of Splyce? It looks like they'll be getting in 2nd place and also get a semi-final bye. They beat
It would be nice to play them on the finals. I think they're a good team. We have been scrimming them for a long time. So they are. You could see, I think, this week that our picks were quite similar between both teams. So maybe we have to stop scrimming them now that they're really good. We will see. But yeah, definitely looking forward to the finals. I think that's going to be the finals.
Without giving too much away from scrims, both these games that Splyce played today against H2K, they still fell behind in the early game. Like yesterday as well, there was like copy overextending. This time it was in the lane swap that H2K was a little bit better. But it seems that they always come back due to their really good team fighting. They had the fight yesterday against Fnatic where they came back today. There was a 3-man flash knockup from Trashy. Is that something you guys have experienced as well? You know, beat them in the early slightly, but then a really solid team fight where they never give up, they come back? Or is that just something we only see on stage?
I think it's something like on the stage, because in scrims it's like either they win early game or they lose.
It's like in every scrim in Europe.
Yeah, basically like that. So
it's not true though. There was some games this week where we lost, like we were winning and then we lost, and it kind of sucked. But we learned a lot from the game, so it was fine in the end. Because it doesn't really matter if we lose.
It's just a scrim anyway, so.
All this scrim speech, but yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I think Splyce is not the best in lane sub too, as you could see. Like H2K kinda, like Jankos outsmarted them a bit in lane sub. They got a bit behind, and H2K had a really free win, but
H2K was trolling for sure.
Yeah,
let's just leave it at that.
Yes, I agree.
For people that didn't watch it, Vander stopped the base, you know, of enemy Shen, and then Jankos realized he was 1v2, so he just walked in, took like 2 waves of experience, stopped the second phase of the lane swap entirely. That was so super smart play by H2K. But then, yeah, I was so surprised that they actually managed to lose that game, so...
Yeah, Splyce is really good at playing from behind, it seems, and once they get the hands on that lead, then in the end, they finish, because they were also behind versus Fnatic yesterday, and also 2-0'd. Splyce has now won 14 out of their last 15 games. Their stats are impressive, and what's what's very interesting... Are you scared now?
Yeah, I'm definitely scared.
I'm shitting my pants right now.
I mean, you're the only one who gave him the loss, so I'm Can I get the velvet?
No. Velvet. Quick question, in all seriousness. The Physio has made the statement that Kobe and Mickey are probably the 2nd best bot lane in Europe. Is that something you could agree with?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're top 2 for sure. I don't think there's any other bot lane that I worried about. So
I even think we already asked Mithy this.
I think they're the best bot lane.
You think they're the best bot lane?
Yeah.
Why?
We will see.
Because of Bard?
Because Mickey X is so good.
He's good.
He's pretty
Mickey X, when he plays Bard, no matter where he hits his Q, it stuns. He just throw it randomly in the air and he'll stun, so it doesn't even matter, you know.
In my defense, I think my team needs to play Bard a bit and understand how the champion works, because a lot of my teammates.
Is this some of these guys
queues, you know?
that flash Bard Q and then say like, what the hell? I flashed it and it still got stuck? Is this bug,
I don't do that, but some people do it to my team.
It's
yeah, some
bad,
people have the flash bug.
Or flash after they get ulted, you know, not before. It's hard. It's hard to deal with.
Mickey X is so good.
Yes.
He mind controls people.
Mickey X is so good. Splyce is so good. They look like they'll be in 2nd. And amongst a lot of surprises this split, Giants is also locked in playoffs. They're currently in 4th place, if I remember correctly. Tell me where you see them going in the playoffs, Perks, Giants, and where's their strength?
I think Giants' strength is top jungle mid, like
Holy Trinity?
Yeah, they like the Fisher calls in the Holy Trinity. I think their mid laner is pretty good, and their top lane is really good too. So I can see them going top 4, but I think higher than top 4. I don't think they can win versus us or Splyce. That's my thought process.
I think they can upset.
I
don't know how much.
Best of 5?
A best of 5 is a long.
It's possibly 5 games.
It's too many games, but I think they can upset. I don't know how many games they can upset. If it's enough for them to win a whole
Maxor
series.
said they might win Worlds. So.
Yeah, Maxor in an interview, they asked him, what is your goal? Of course, to win Worlds, he said. So maybe he wasn't entirely serious. But the strength for Giants for me is still their team play. I feel like so many situations we see like where they get into like a 5v5. Giants from last split, they would have gotten rolled, picked off one by one. This time they all make it out of fights. Suddenly they start playing team fights together very well. I feel like their team fights have improved. Have you guys noticed the same or?
I think they're just a good team now, and before they were really bad. So.
Yeah,
that's
I think
deep
they
analysis.
have better players now than they did before.
Yeah.
So.
Isn't that cool to see that there's a projects in Europe, like Splyce, where a lot of players that you would say last split, whatever, and now they, as a team, they do great. Giants also.
Honestly, I was surprised Splyce did so bad last split because I played against them in the Challenger Series when they were Dignitas back then, and it felt like they were a team, like an actual team that could be good. So I was a bit surprised in the first split, but now I'm also surprised that they're top 2. So
I played against them when I was G2, and every time in scrim we would stomp them, and in Challenger Series we 2-0 them too, even with a worse lineup. So I was like, I know they are free win, but now when how much they have improved from last split, like every one of their players is like top tier, top 3 at least. I think. I think that every one of them is top 3 in the role, and. Just the way they play as a team, probably some help from Yamato too.
Yeah, they have Yamato.
Like teaching them the roles. Probably the rookie, the Mickey X, he's not that familiar with the pro scene or playing support in a team environment because I believe Splyce is his first team.
So it was like super amateur teams that he played in, but he slots in perfectly. Like he plays with like no fear.
So I'm pretty surprised that they're so good, but I could see it coming because they have very talented players. So.
Yep, nice project there. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket. If it was to happen right now, obviously G2 has already secured that bye, and we're going to see that Splyce would already have the bye then here as well in this scenario. Fnatic UOL would be your opponent in the semifinal, and Giants are H2K. So let's keep this up for a while, and you guys
there's a reseed,
You can talk.
You don't necessarily know who's the
that's true.
who's going to be the opponent, so it depends.
Can you explain it to us?
Yeah, the reseed basically means like the highest remaining seed out of all these matches will play against Splyce, and G2 will get the on paper easier opponent.
Yeah.
But this Fnatic Unicorns match, if it like the standings stay the same thing, for me is super interesting, especially if you start calculating the fact that Unicorns play these really wonky comps very often, and Fnatic seems very prone to tilt right now.
And drafting issues.
Yeah.
Very.
That's what we've heard a couple of times. Can you, what in general, like, is there anything you can pinpoint, or is it just in every situation you question their draft?
I mean, I think every team has different priorities and things that they think are stronger or weaker. But so judging from my perspective, not theirs, I think they are not really like in the same page as I am on what is good and what is bad. And I think their draft is just like it makes no sense.
All over the place. Yeah.
I think they prioritize some weird jungle champions over the meta picks, like the likes of Rek'Sai, Elise, and Gragas. They play some Kha'Zix here and there, some Rumble, some Lee Sin, some Sona first pick, even though it's useless champ. And
yeah, Mithy, I've heard you've done extensive research on the new Sona. Opinions?
I saw the win rate was like around 58%. So I told my team maybe if it reaches 70%, I'll maybe pick it up.
Hey, they won with Rumble in the jungle, so experimentation pays off. If you had to rank a top 3 of drafters or people that are really good at drafting in Europe team-wise, what's your top 3?
I think we will be the #1 drafting team, and Splyce will be the #2.
What?
It's just so dumb to say because, like I said before, everyone has different priorities. So right now, Splyce drafts just like us because we've been mostly only scrimming Splyce. So we can say, yeah, Splyce drafts just like us. So Splyce is top 2 drafters, and we are the first. But maybe Fnatic feels that they are the best drafters and everyone else is stupid. So it's hard to say.
It's dumb to say, but he said immediately, it's us.
Yeah, but that's Perks, you know.
I think
he's always the best.
I think, my game knowledge is a bit better, so. So yeah.
I do think that there's merit to say like who plays the best around their drafts, because like you can pick whatever champs you want. If you don't know how to like execute, that's like for me one of the main blockers for Rocket, for example. Like they can pick whatever draft they want. They don't put the champions in the right lanes, and then everything starts falling down.
True. Let's take a look at people that used their draft correctly and 1 player of the game today. Vizicachi got it twice today, and Hybrid got it for the very first time. We see, of course, the Splyce members Trashy there, and Wonder again, Max, Lore, and Hustlin, and that's also his first, I think. What do you think of Hustlin, Mithy?
He's good, but he's not top 2, 3. I don't know. He's not bad.
He's not bad. Cool. All these players are not bad. They all got player of the game today.
Oh, that guy
Perks
is
and
so
Mithy.
That guy is so good too.
Yeah.
When he's not playing Rise and getting caught on the side lane trying to split.
Give me the bell now. Give me the ring.
Okay, no, I don't. This is a bad decision. Let's take a look at the overall player of the game leaderboard. Well, versus Chachi with his 2 votes today, he rose from 5th to 3rd, and Trashy is up to 2nd with Jankos and Knight, and the number 1 is Trick. It's only 2 games different, so if you guys decide to troll around, then you might take that first spot in the rankings.
Trick only plays for MVP.
Trick's on, yeah, exactly. So not
KDA and MVP. So.
Mithy's somewhere in that 2-way tie.
Yeah.
No, not maybe.
Next week I'm rank 1.
Next week I'm playing only Assassins again.
This is Bard only.
Bard only.
Okay.
But actually, like
4 MVPs and Trick is getting 0, so I'll be first.
I'm really happy to see Trashy this high up, because like at the start of the season, like there was all these junglers like Spirit and Trick were always mentioned because they play for me like farm carry style. I mean, that's maybe like over Caldium, but they were like famous for playing like heavy CS, you know, Nidalee and stuff. And Trashy's always been utility jungler to me. Has he improved, or is that like, you know, everybody's like Splyce? Is it the team, or is it himself, or is he just like getting individually better as well? Any opinion?
Everything.
I think everything, yeah. But I think Trashy has improved so much. Like from last week, you could see like when I was playing versus Trashy, I was like, AFK jungler, free win. And this split is like, oh shit, this guy is actually doing everything correct on the map. He's always pressuring, he's ganking, he's farming, he's playing meta champs like Rek'Sai, Elise, Gragas is like really good on those 2 champs, like really good. And he's like, I think, 2nd best jungler, because Trick is of course the best and no one can even match.
But I think that it has a lot to do with his teammates too. I think jungling is also a role that relies a lot on teammates, and an example of that is probably Wisdom now in Misfits. Everyone said he was useless in Giants and didn't do anything, and then now he's in Misfits, and my jungler says he's extremely good and probably one of the best junglers in Europe right now. So
well, he has Ignore as support, so in terms of
yeah, Ignore is so good
jungle support.
There's nothing much you can do with
if Korean support jungle, so it's just hopeless.
To wrap this up, I asked Trashy, and he said, I don't think I necessarily got a lot better mechanically or whatever, but I've learned so much more and I've seen so much more, so I know what to do. And he also said that support and jungle are just the 2 roles where if the whole team is doing well, it just always seems like you're doing well as well, or you're setting it up. Then let's talk about next week, because we'll be back on Saturday and commence serving you the final week of Summer Split for lunch. That is July 30th, kicking off in midday Central European summertime. We'll start midday, so noon, with G2 facing off against Vitality as an appetizer, and then our match of the week is on day 2, G2 versus Fnatic.
Match of the week, guys.
Yeah, woo!
I think it's the last match of the entire split too.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, wow.
So?
The hype.
So tell us about the match of
It
the week.
doesn't matter, no? We control in that match.
Yeah. Yeah,
okay, it's gonna be a nice match of the week.
Oh my god.
We're already top 2.
Mithy, I'm gonna give you one chance to redeem yourself.
give me the bell right now for me.
I wanna beat Nuke Duck.
Mythic.
I'll see about Fnatic later.
Yeah, Nuke Duck is going down, that's for sure.
If we go to 0, we're already secured. Secured.
You would have secured seed 1, but caution would be advised, because the last time G2 as an organization took things a little lightly, you know, the community didn't really appreciate it, so maybe you should best try hard for that match against.
I mean, I've heard that Perks Lee Sin is insane. So.
Yeah, I should take care for that one. Everyone who is casting that game, just prepare for the draft. It's coming out.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Today, though, at midnight local time, the LCS will start their week. That is in exactly an hour. Immortals will battle Energy up first, and then followed by Echo Fox against Apex. So, yeah. IMT,
Froggen is being
pretty
held
good win, probably.
But this is in best of 3 series, though. This is not in individual matches, so they've won more matches, but like there it goes, a best of 3 all the way every time. So
best of 3.
Yeah, imagine.
Yeah. I mean, you're allowed to have opinions on this desk if you actually say them instead of trolling.
Best of 3 would be nice.
Yeah, best of 3 would be 6-0 for us.
I'm just going to say, out of all the matches, there was only one that wasn't a 2-0 this week when the heat is actually on. All of a sudden, teams can 2-0. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah.
That's true.
That's yeah.
Can't disagree there.
And we got best ofs in playoffs. Best of 3s, best of 5, best of 5s rather. So what
best of 5 is nice.
So if you don't 3-0 that best of 5 now, I'm gonna be disappointed.
I'm not losing a game in
Actually,
playoff.
you know, best of 2 is fine, but this is okay. So now we're talking about this.
Yeah.
So best of 2 is fine, but I think it's very unrewarding to draw right now because you get 3 points for winning and only 1 point for drawing.
Yeah.
It's not like people want to make this like football, but it's not football.
And also, you don't get any losses for losing. Actually,
Yeah.
like minus point or at least like 1 minus point. I think.
Yeah, it rewards very heavily consistency. You know, there's drawbacks. You know?
If the system was 2 points for drawing and wait, no.
2 points for winning and 1 point for a draw.
No, I think like 3 points for
Yeah,
winning,
exactly.
and 1 point for
Yeah,
drawing, and
yeah.
1 point for losing would be like if you go 0-2, you
It
lose
just
1
makes
point.
more sense to do what Crepo said.
That's fine.
Well, hey,
I'm okay that works, but I think
stuff
this
to
is enough math
discuss.
for you guys.
Yeah, stuff to discuss. Also, something for you guys. You guys know that if you got behind 0-1, like if you lost the first game in a series, you 100% of the time won the second one, obviously because you haven't won a series. But
Yeah,
you
first
guys
game-
could have just won that first game too, you know.
First game is just warm up.
First
game Right, always right,
nothing,
right,
nothing
right,
I can do.
Okay,
Nothing
well-
I can do. I have to win a bit. So.
Yeah, well, warmed up, but we're gonna sign off here. Thank you guys very much. Always very insightful, Crepo as well.
Oh yeah, so much insight was had in this.
Yeah, we'll see you guys on Saturday next week
You're
at
welcome, guys.
midday.
You're welcome.
Summertime
No
for the final
problem.
week of the EULCS Summer Split playoffs are just around the corner, so you won't want to miss it. Good night.
Bye bye.
3, 2, 1. Yeah!
Yeah.
Oh, champ.
Hot champion.
Do Gragas? Flash again? Flash out.
I'm on cover.
Okay, I'm signing something.
I heal you.
They're all dying, they're all dying, they're all dying.
He'll get taunted. Vanda comes in to try and defend him. Glacial Fissure comes up. Freeze is already dead. Zenkux keeps the ultimate. Will land it onto Vanda. He goes down for the second kill.
If you can taunt the Gragas when we want to finish. Like I can look to ult him as well. But I need vision, I need vision. I ult him, finish. Nice.
Splyce finishing off this game against H2K, 17 kills to 6, and Splyce will go 4-0 on the week. And that should be enough to keep him alive. First off, expect Trick will stop with the body slam, not a range for the force pulse. Gilius comes in to try and kill him, but he missed the Q. Now he's going to try and... But Sproul finds them, Thundercow finishes them up.
Nice. Slowly. Vladimir has TP in 10 seconds. Okay.
I think game is over. No.
Dragon down to 1700. Nine may want to jump forward. Looking for the steal. It's stolen. Instant knocker. Gravity field stun. Camo forced to run for his life. Giants chain the CC to perfection. Chachi still on the Nexus. Nexus turret number 2 is down. Move rampages forward.
Next time. 1k damage on the... Kill him. Okay.
He's able to get away from it. He's got no towers. Yellowstar might be forfeit here, and Hybrid's going to look to fight. No, they're going to turn around on it, but do they have the damage? It's not going to be the case. Reckless gets clubbed over the head, and down goes Yellowstar. Maybe more. Double kill for Spirit. Babivin pushes him right back in for the double. Fnatic, they tie the series to close out Week 8.